December, the world turns to Doha, Qatar for chess at its fastest and fiercest. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships bring the globe's elite to battle under lightning time controls. December 26th to December 30th, Rapid and Blitz formats designed to reward precision, courage, and creativity. In the heart of the Middle East, Doha offers more than a board, a world-class venue, a cultural backdrop, and a stage worthy of legends. With a €1 million prize fund on the line and the title of world champion at stake. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships, the ultimate test of fast chess.
Welcome to the FIDE Online Chess Museum. The International Chess Federation proudly presents the FIDE Chess Museum, an online space celebrating the rich history and evolution of chess. Explore exhibits that trace the game's fascinating journey. Discover the origins of chess, beginning in the distant past, and follow FIDE's centenary journey. Rare chess sets, unique books and memorabilia, autographs of chess legends, trophies of historical tournaments, and stories of the chess champions. Explore the game's legacy and future. Chess is more than a game. It's a global culture of strategy and unity. Join us to experience this unique online journey where history, culture, and passion for chess converge. And also on your phone.
The crucible of competition. The eyes of the world. Goa, India, hosts the 2025 FIDE World Cup, where over 200 of the top chess players in the world face off in an 8-round knockout tournament.
This queen has nowhere to go, that is the end.
Excellence, perseverance, and stamina bring glory, national pride, and a spot at the illustrious Candidates Tournament. The globe's best chess players hope to add their name to the list of champions.
Ooh, he made a move in 1 second.
The 2025 FIDE World Cup. Let's get these games started.
The pressure continues to mount here in Goa. Round 3 now comes down to a single day, the tiebreaks. Just 11 boards remain, each one fighting for a place in round 4. Classical chess is over, and we move into rapid and blitz. There's no time to settle in, there's no room for hesitation. Every move could be the one that decides who advances and who goes home. Welcome to Day 9 of the FIDE World Cup. Good morning, afternoon, and evening, wherever you are. Hello, and welcome back to the broadcast. I had to bring back Tiebreak Red. It's going to be fun today. I'm John Sargent. Joining me are International Master Jovi Hauska and Grandmaster David Howell. David, let's start with you this morning. How are you doing? Well rested?
I'm good. I'm feeling fresh. I'm ready to go with the faster time controls. I'm expecting a marathon day, so we're in for the long haul. And yeah, it's going to be fun to watch the games ahead. Yesterday was so dramatic, still getting over the exits of some big names, and we'll see more today.
Jovi, let's expand a bit on what David said there. We had 20 boards in the tiebreaks, then 27 boards in the tiebreaks. It's only 11 today, but David mentioned marathon day, and for good reason. Can you explain to the viewers why?
Well, it potentially could be a marathon day right here because the players will be playing tie breaks right until there is a decisive result, until someone wins that portion. So we're going to begin with 15 plus 10, and then it goes down to 10 plus 10 if the score is still tied. And if the score is still tied after those 2 games mini matches, well, then it's going to get even faster with 5 plus 3 and then 3 plus 2. And then finally, everything is going to be decided by Armageddon. But of course, that would mean a marathon day. But if there is a decisive score in the 15 plus 10 portion, well, that simply means that we're going to have a short day at the office. But I'm expecting, with such close ratings and so many tough competitors, that this one is going to go down to the wire.
Exactly right. As each round goes on, of course, the ratings get closer. The distances between the players, the micro decisions, very difficult to break them apart. So we start with 15 plus 10, as Jovi just mentioned, everyone, and that you can see on your screen right now. That's going to be another 2-game mini match, and we keep going. We go 10 plus 10, we go 5 plus 3, we go 3 plus 2. So we could have 8 games, and then a potential 9th, which would be an Armageddon game. Winner takes all, or drawer takes all, if you have drawing odds, where a single game will decide who goes through. The stakes cannot be higher. We've got $2 million in prize money on offer here, and 3 very illustrious golden tickets to the candidates tournament. That is going to be very, very important for so many of the players in this playing hall. Our focus now, especially that some of the players that have already got candidate spots are out of the World Cup. It sort of blows things open just a little bit. It makes several players' paths to the potential candidate spot that much easier. Jovi, maybe a word on that, because so far the bracket's been so huge that realistically we're not thinking about paths to the final or anything like that. But when you see stuff like I don't know, Wesley So, for example, and I think his potential opponent in the quarterfinals or something, both of them are out, and if you're one of the other players in that section of the bracket, you're going, hang on a second, this is actually an opportunity here.
Exactly, and as you mentioned, we've seen a whole lot of upsets. We've seen Nepomniachtchi, world champion candidate, winner, also challenger for the crown 2 times. He's out of the competition. Nordibek Abdusattorov also left the competition yesterday. Wesley So was a name that you mentioned, but it just simply means that things become a lot more unpredictable as the highest rated seeds, they lead the competitions, and that actually just kind of levels the playing field, because what's left now are some incredibly strong players, and all that's left now is for those players to make those deep runs.
Let's take a look at who is left. As you can see, David, the departures board looking a little bit scarce on the first screen. We have some, I think we still have some lower seeded players on the second screen that are still in, but we'll get that confirmation in a sec. But there we go. Look, Lorenzo Ladici, the lowest seed still in. But considering how he's playing, David, I'm almost surprised to see his name so far down the list, because he's been playing out of his mind.
Exactly. He's only underrated for now. His rating is going to shoot up after his performance in this tournament, and he's going to be a dangerous opponent for whoever he meets next, having defeated Hans Niemann and Michael Adams. But as you said, the bracket, it's opened up, and it's fascinating. We'll talk about this later maybe, but in the top half of the draw, the highest seed remaining is seed number 13. In the bottom half, still a lot of the top seeds, seeds number 2, 3, 6, 7. So it's actually half of the draw has opened up. If you're in that top half, you've got to be loving life.
And it means, of course, that it gets even more unpredictable with so many players vying for those candidate spots and, of course, grabbing a little bit of extra prize money on the way. Why not? So we're getting ready now for our Blitz and Rapid games to start here in Tiebreaks. But before we do, we managed to grab a couple of moments of time with International Master Rakesh Kulkarni, who is live at the venue in Goa, bringing us the latest comings and goings. Let's hear what he had to say today.
Namaste and welcome to day 9 of the FIDE World Cup. As you can see, we had only 64 players remaining. Half of the playing hall is empty. It's gone. Nothing's there. But everything to play for, as we have 11 tiebreaks today. Juicy matchups. But before that, let's see what happened yesterday. World champion Gukesh out of the tournament. Anish Giri, Grand Swiss champion, out of the tournament as well. The World Rapid champion Murzin is out. The World Blitz champion Nepomniachtchi out, half Blitz champion though. And even the Grand Swiss champion Anish. So you see the favorites are tumbling. We might have a new champion here, but apart from that, Nordibek Abdusattorov, a heavy favorite for the FIDE candidate spot, is gone as well, and Shak Mamedero is the last of the casualties. As you can see, we have the tie breaks set up, all ready to go, and some of the interesting matchups are as American star Sam Shanklin takes on Vidit Gujarati, the youngster, the commentator's favorite, Yangyi Khan versus Richard Rappo, Yangyi versus Benjamin Gledura is the last one, and MVL takes on Vladislav Artemiev. MVL, Yangyi, Vidit, and maybe 14-year-old Yais. Can they get to the candidates? We'll find out tonight. Let's go back to in the studio.
Absolutely incredible stuff. Every pairing here is exciting. It's almost a pity to have to pick a couple. But I feel like Rakesh did a good job of plucking out what we found particularly interesting, Jovi. I was drawn to Erdogmush Rapport, for example. And Sam Shankland Vidit, I think, is going to be a really good one to watch too. But the truth of the matter is you can land on any board here and it would be fantastic.
Ain't that the truth, John? I mean, Yangyi there at the top, you know, Chinese superstar takes on the ultra-solid Benjamin Gledura. And also another one that I'm really looking forward to is the clash of the heavyweights, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave against someone who has been nicknamed in the past Chuck Norris, Vladislav Artemiev. That one is going to be absolutely incredible. And of course, the 14-year-old Yazkan Adomus. I mean, that one was one that we really have our eyes on, and so do the crowd, if we can judge the cameras.
I love this. This is almost a meme. Just MVL being annoyed at things. He's actually just getting in the zone. He's concentrating. He's getting ready for his game. He's not the grouch in the corner, guys. He's actually really fun to be around. But the players now looking serious, getting their game faces on. David, we talk about the action on the board quite a lot, but when you get to your board, there's all sorts of commotion. There's the photography. There's the ceremonial first moves. We don't consider this too often, because we're in the commentators' chairs, but it can actually be quite distracting if you're playing.
It definitely can, and when you're fully locked in, fully in the zone, any small thing can distract you, whether it's someone whispering, whether it's a cough, whether it's commotion on another board. You have to just block it all out. You have to have tunnel vision on your own board, on the clock. It's all about the speed here. And yeah, you got to stay calm as well. Like a lot of players, myself included, over the years, we get frustrated. If the position isn't going on our way, things start to turn, we get tilted. There's no room for that. You have to stay positive, have to look for chances. And this one, I think, is going to be fascinating. Two speed chess specialists, former world blitz champion Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Artemiev, who's been just so good in all time formats for so long. This is going to be a very, very tough one to call.
I have to say, I'm loving Artemiev's jacket here. The look is very, very slick. We'll see how well they do over the chessboard, though. Getting a little bit of a stare down there as well, not just eyes closed meditating, scoping out the opponents. Of course, MVL is basically immune to that sort of thing as well. Alexei Sarana, Jordan van Foreest. This is going to be a fun one to watch as well. And maybe, just maybe, Jovi, this could be the board where we see the middle game fireworks kick off first.
Yeah, I mean, both players are quite creative, especially Jordan van Foreest, who's known for his creative ideas. In fact, he was a second for Magnus Carlsen. He's actually been seconded by his brother, also Grandmaster Lucas van Foreest. And what's really interesting is that yesterday, Jordan had to win in order to equalize the match. He managed to do that, and this is why we're seeing a tiebreak right now. So I'm expecting a lot of decisive games, a lot of backwards and forwards between these two. And also, it's one that is too close to call. Both of these guys absolutely phenomenal over the board.
I'm looking forward to seeing how that game progresses. And we haven't spoken about Vanwin Yakubayev so far, David. But I think it's only right that we give them time in the limelight. Yakubayev, in particular, did very, very well, if I recall correctly, at the Olympiad and showed us some pretty crazy games as well. So I'm keen to see what sort of position these guys end up in.
Yeah, there's only one Nodebek standing in the tournament after yesterday's exit by Abdusattorov. So Yakubayev, he does have some work to do. He is facing a very informed player, though. Tidai Van Wen, he did win a gold medal, individual gold medal at the Olympiad last year. He won the Challengers section in Tata Steel Masters. He's had a fantastic 12 months breakthrough year, and here we go. or here we go, we're off with the tiebreaks.
Excellent stuff. May they keep coming, David. This is the start of the day, not the end. We're going to have to keep ramping things up from here, but we see a couple of E4s on the board. Let's hop in and take a look at what our Grandmasters are going to show us this morning.
And on our screens, it is one of the Chinese sensations, Yangyi. He's such a tactical player. He's so good when he has initiative. And he's facing Benjamin Gladura from Hungary, a well-regarded Olympiad member of the Hungarian team, also with a very solid repertoire, quite a classical player, but someone who has defeated some of the greats in the past. I'm thinking of his game back in Gibraltar when he defeated Vishy Anand. And Benjamin Gladura has some experience in the tiebreaks. But now we're going to be seeing potentially an Italian if Yangyi picks up that knight onto f3, and it would be a kind of a quieter game, but knight to e2 instead.
Yeah, knight to e2 instead. This is still a known theoretical position. That's why we see the probability bar rather than the eval bar. And on the left of your screens, ladies and gentlemen, you saw that white wins this position 28% of the time, 33% draw rate, but 39% win for black. And okay, castles, it's going to be a strikeout in the center. It's whether black can get c6 and d5 effectively, then black might have the advantage, or whether white will be striking with d4, maybe after getting castled. Really interesting position. Rare to see a knight on e2. I asked myself what it's doing there. Probably he wants to get a quick f4 going, but that still needs some organization. Still need to get out of the pin. Jovanka, this feels like he's freestyling already.
Yeah, and it's designed to actually just make his opponent uncomfortable, just take him away from the realms of main line opening theory. Knight e2. The bishop coming up to c4 is something that has been seen many, many times, but this particular kind of variant, especially with that knight on e2, is unusual. Like you say, I'm expecting black to strike out in the center. That is the kind of tried and tested response, but instead we're seeing something with now where it's almost like a scotch or almost like a philidor, but with the bishop out on c5. What an unusual position, and I do feel like we've somehow transposed into a little bit more mainstream opening.
Yeah, it's become much more direct suddenly, and white probably the happier of the two. The e4 pawn, though, slightly vulnerable. I'm expecting black to start trying to chip away at that in the near future. But yeah, as you say, it's kind of a hybrid of lots of different openings. It could come from any move order, and yeah, we'll see what happens next. Probably black will bring the knight out as well, and we'll see how Yangyi reacts in the center. Maybe we go to the bird's eye view. This is still very early days. It's one of the many e4, e4, openings I'm going to say today. We also see a very slow e4, e5 between Vasily Legrave and Artemiev, and the top row there in the center, and also on the bottom row in the center between Van Kataramanen and Dayak. So, okay, Jovanka, where to jump first?
Yeah, no, I was just going to draw your attention. Sorry about that. I accidentally pressed the wrong button and I muted myself, but I'm back. And one thing I wanted to say was the pawn structure in Sam Shankland against Vidit, with Sam already going on the front foot, taking as much space as possible. That's still very much in the realms of theory. But one battle that I'm very, very curious about is 14-year-old Edomush against Richard Rapport. Richard is known to be one of the most creative players on the planet, and I feel like we need to dive in and see what's happening here.
Let's do it. And it's fascinating. We've seen this exact opening in 2 games so far in this round, just with a small twist on them. Very quick action replay, because Richard Rapport has chosen a more combative opening than he did in the classical games. He's gone for a Sicilian defense. Bishop b5 was played. And on another board in this round, in this very typical position, black played the move b6. But here it was h6 by Rapport, one of black's many waiting moves, waiting for white to decide what to do in the center. After c3, the bishop was kicked all the way home. d5, we see some exchanges. d4, the knight goes back. And I was going to say the main move in this position is bishop out to e3. But then the knight comes back where it came from to d5 to hit the bishop. And there have been some famous draws in that line, bishop out to e3. I was scared for a moment that we'd see a repetition. But of course, Dolmush, he's much more ambitious than that. In this position, he plays d takes c5, allowing the queen trade, but he wants this pawn majority. I'm expecting b4 in the near future, maybe c4, and starting to push these ones forward.
Yeah, it's a quieter game. And that's very interesting, right? Because Adomush, his trainer is known to be Shakriam Mamajarov, one of the most aggressive players on the planet. And it seems like the opening strategy for Yaz is actually simply to kind of lock the activity down and just steer the game into calmer waters. But as you say, White does have that ability to press on the queen side, but there's already, there's a bishop on c5 pointing at f2. And that's something that White has to be very careful about. You can't just be moving your knight, say, for instance, to c4 and ignoring that point. So that's why we are seeing castles from Richard. And I'm expecting... Big question, actually, for Black is how to develop the light square bishop. It's not going to be an easy task, actually, because the most natural move, b7, b5, is actually vulnerable to ideas such as a2, a4. And knight will come to b3 and start asking questions to this bishop, perhaps trying to get some kind of control over the dark squares.
Yeah, it's a fascinating position, and coincidentally, if you pick up the white c-pawn and put it on e3, it's a queen's gambit accepted, almost direct transposition, just with the black pawn on h6. So yeah, some similarities borrowed from other openings, but this outside pawn majority, 3 versus 2 on the queen side, maybe gives white something very, very tiny. But for now, it's all about, as you said there, Jovanka, this black bishop. If it comes to life, black is totally fine, at least. Maybe even more than fine, but for now it's a bad piece. Okay, queenless middle game here, but Rapport hasn't spent any time on the clock, so probably still in preparation. We'll come back to this game when more happens, maybe when more exchanges or some pawn pushes have begun. Elsewhere, I'm trying to follow the bar. There's nothing too dramatic going on, Jovanka.
No, but, well, one bar that is looking better for White, it is the game Yangyi against Sunildith Narayanan. And the evaluation bar was telling that White was way more comfortable. So maybe it's just a situation that the computer enjoys playing with a lot of space. And by the way, there, right by our faces, you can see, you can keep track of some of the game's evaluation bars. So if there's a massive swing, we're going to just go directly to that game and we'll keep you posted on all of the action. Nicely pointed out by David. And why is the bar so in favor of White's position? Is it just this kind of bias?
I think it's, yeah, it is this type of bias. It's just space bias here, I guess. I'm expecting the move pawn to b4 just to force the issue, the tension between the bishops. Neither side really wants to blink first. He doesn't play that move. He moves his queen. Still decent. But in the near future, if black is ever compelled to take on e3, I guess Jovanka, white takes back with a rook, and the rook could shift over and start looking at the black king, which doesn't have too many defenders around it right now. And black is a bit stuck, right? Like d6, b6 pawns are both slightly tender in the near future, and no pawn breaks. Typical Maroczy bind.
Yeah. And there could also be a pylon on the D line as well, so I'm thinking rook cd1 at the right time, b4, rook takes e3, and then, just go all in on attacking that pawn. Rook c8, and I see black is just kind of maneuvering, just trying to respond to whatever white does. I think that's the correct response. Just wait it out.
Yeah, and it's one of those hedgehogs with just denoted by these pawns. It's one of those where it's like, it's fine, it's a bit passive, but you don't have too many weaknesses, probably just one that you can easily cover. I just don't know if it suits Narayan's style either. Yangyi quite likes these situations where he can start slowly pushing forward. I wouldn't be shocked if he starts going like h4, h5 at some point in the near future as well, just to try and soften black up on the king side. Yeah, I think the bar maybe is slightly on the optimistic front there, but yeah, it is definitely white who can kind of do the early pushing. And there we go, b4 on the board, bishop trade, and the queen is the one to recapture. Very interesting. I thought it would be the rook, but maybe Ivanka, his idea is actually to go knight a4, threatening to win a pawn right now.
And that's a sneaky one as well, because you wouldn't necessarily think about the knight going to the edge of the board. You think about like knight to d5 or some kind of tactical situation like that, but not to go in the other direction. And yeah, how to defend that one? I mean, if black is forced to go knight b8 to meet knight a4 with knight to d7, that's not optimal either. So looking really, really comfortable now for knight to e5 is a possibility, but I guess that's going to be met by knight to a4, and knight to d7 will appear anyhow.
Yeah, it could get very, very tactical in the near future. Like, just to put one variation on the board very quickly, knight to e5. Like you said, Ivanka, probably knight a4 is the way forward, forcing black to go back. But if white wants, you could also start thinking about moves like f4. And if knight takes c4 now, we could see some wild tactics. And the white knight jumping forward, hitting the black queen, threatening some forks. There's a lot to think about here for Narayanan. I do slightly fear that he gets really passive and Wei starts, not Wei, Yangyi even, starts pushing some pawns here. And it looks very, very good for white.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and nice and variation there as well. And it just goes to show about this knight to d5 motif, which we see so often in this type of position. So yeah, it's the kind of position as well where you have to burn a lot of time as black in order to find a right plan, and b, the right way to coordinate the pieces. You always have to be very vigilant. And yeah, knight to e5, f4, that is something to consider. David, shall we take a pause from this game and head on to another one? And again, I'm tracking the evaluation bars, and I'm seeing that Venkataraman, he has had a great run so far, defeating Arvind, while he's up against Bogdan Daniel Diak, and the evaluation bar is on his side, as we see there white with two bishops in the center. I'm especially liking the bishop on d4. And it's a very similar situation with d6 being slightly tender.
Yeah, the game we just came from, it looks good for you. It looks good for you, Yangyi. But this one also looking good for white. Lots of these situations with the pawn on e4 versus pawn on d6. Also in the Wei Yi game, we had the same pawn structure. So, like you say, this bishop is glorious. I guess black's next move is to try and trade it off. Bishop f6 is coming. It's just about how to generate some kind of initiative before that happens. He plays rook to d1. Yeah, how to react, Ivanka, to trade or not to trade if black offers the dark squared bishops to come off?
I think you can trade, but you can trade on your own terms. So for instance, you could drop back the bishop on e2, some d3 to e2, and just say, if the trade is going to happen, well, at least then I'm going to get the chance to centralize the rooks. Is there anything forcing? Okay, something better. Maybe this bishop takes bishop. But then e5. Yeah, I was thinking about e5. Yeah, this was a slight spanner in the works, but e5.
Oh, that's so sneaky. Like, he's put the rook on d1. It looks innocuous, but he's going to clear his two bishops out the way. So, for example, if d takes e5 right now, then I guess he's playing bishop c5, trapping the rook. And if black tries to block, then whoops, bishop takes h7, check. And the black queen. Wow, she's under fire. So he sees that, Dayak, queen to a5. We should also talk about his clock handling, Ivanka, because he's famous for playing moves with 1 second left. Bogdan Daniel Dayak. He does it in classical chess, rapid chess, blitz chess. He loves playing moves with 1 second left. He often gets up from the board when he only has 10 seconds left on the clock. He's one of those players. It's often hard to know where you have him.
Yeah. And I have seen Bogdan Daniel, play amazing moves with no time on the clock. And I feel like sometimes the tension gets a little bit too much for him. So that's why he removes himself. But I've never seen him lose on time. And I've never really seen him make these massive blunders. So he is one of those players, absolutely remarkable. But I would not imitate the way that he plays. I think that this is something that only Bogdan Daniel can do. I think the rest of us can not really afford to leave the board when we're so short on time. But Queen A5, nice move to try to untangle.
Yeah, I actually have seen him lose on time in classical chess due to standing up and due to forgetting about the clock. I've seen him do it in big games, blunder with 1 second left. So I would say that is maybe his one Achilles heel, the clock handling. But like you said, in general, he's a very kind of stable player on the board. But the clock might give his opponent some chances. Queen A5 is a good move, cutting along the 5th rank and still setting up this bishop trade without allowing those little tic-tacs on the d-file. Okay, let's go back to the bird's eye view where we do see things turning on a couple of boards now. We're at that stage, we're out of the opening in the middle game, looking balanced on some of them. But it does look like Rapport may be working his magic against his young opponent. Feels like some threats in the air there. I wonder if this is actually quite a big advantage. I know we were at this board not long ago, Jovanka, but he's pushed forward. He's gained so much. He's got his pawn forward from e6 down to e4. His f-pawns come to f5. And the white knight is actually trapped. Got to be really careful here. Like b6 ideas, rook a5 ideas. This knight has no way home.
And that is a real pressing problem here for young Edomish. You really have to rescue that knight. So I guess the only way to do that is bishop f1, trying to get in some ideas of bishop to c4. But again, it's also not just the fact that the knight on c5 is trapped. It's also the fact that knight to e5 is coming up. Black is the one that controls the squares on the d line. Rook d2 exactly was what I was thinking. a3 is also in the atmosphere, just to get that pawn one step closer to promotion square. And serious advantage now. And the most pressing problem for Yaz is how to save the knight. I mean, maybe you have to go b4. Or do you even have time? I mean, can you do some g4 was something that also occurred to me, but I couldn't see the response after b6 unless there was some funny tactics.
Yeah, I guess b6 doesn't quite trap the knight because of knight back to d3, which is a bit of an odd trick, just opening up the diagonal. But yeah, this is horrible. I've just turned on the computer very briefly, but b3 is quite far and away the best move, which is an ugly one to play, right, Jovanka, because it loses the integrity of white's queenside pawn chain. If we just put this on the board, black takes, white has to take back with the knight, and suddenly two big weaknesses long term. He plays it though.
Yeah. No, yes. Somehow, if he can get in g4, I think that although the pawn structure is pretty rotten for white, there might be enough activity with the pieces to offset that ugliness.
Yeah, I think this is typical anti-young player chess, right, that Rapport's going for. Rapport has this image of being like a tactical firebrand, and he can be, but every time I watch him, he's just trying to grind. He's a proper grinder. He loves his endgames, loves his technical positions. I mean, he is from the Hungarian school of chess, so he's very good at that. They learn it from a young age over there. And yeah, I do feel he's got this image that he kind of thrives on. He loves it. He's like, oh, people are scared of my tactics, but they should be scared of my technical abilities. And he uses that as like a stealth weapon. So bishop to e6 played, exclam. Big pressure now on his opponent's position.
Yeah, I agree with you, David, but I also got to say, if you're playing Report, you need to bring your tactical A game with you. I think he played like almost a game of the year against Pragnananda earlier on. I've also played him myself, and suddenly I was hit by tactics not once but twice. One of them I recovered from. The other one, nope, couldn't get back from that one. But yeah, the technique is also, when worked hand in hand with his tactical vision, which is something that makes him a fearsome player. So the rook slides back, and as white, you have this urge to break out somehow. This pawn on e4 and f5, I mean, they're really imprisoning white. We see a trade, and down he's coming. He's going pawn hunting already.
Yeah, he's very good. We talked about tactical, technical. He's very good at switching between the two, Rapport, and he does change the pace of the game. Rather than allow white a tempo to go knight c5 or f3 or start creating counterplay, he says, nope, I'm going to give you a mended pawn structure and the bishop, but it's a passive bishop and they're weak pawns for now. And black's going to establish knight on e5. If the whole queenside gets liquidated and black can trade everything off there, knights are very good when it's just one side of the board. So I do kind of like his decision. A knight on e5 will be fantastic. And he's got a 7-minute time advantage. He's really trying to double down on the clock. If Yaz Khan can hold this, I'd be very, very impressed. I don't think that anyone is the favorite to hold this, though, against Rapport, who looks on fire right now.
Yes, and I was actually tempted to, as whites, just get activated with g4, just try to lengthen the power of the bishop, even if it comes at the cost of some of the pawns on the queen side. But instead, Yaz is trying to set up some kind of defense, holding everything. But okay, now the knight is activated, and looking at the clocks, that's a serious time advantage in favor of Richard.
Yeah, this is going to be very, very difficult to hold as white. Super passive. The black rook and knight are coming. Meanwhile, they're going to land on d2, maybe d3 for the black knight. This is going to be a tough defense. Let's come out of this game for a while and go back to the bird's eye view, because there are some weird things happening. Some crazy positions, actually. I'm especially thinking between Andrei Esipenko and Puya Idani, but also Taidai Van Nguyen and Yakuboev. Ivanka, maybe we can jump into the one of those just very quickly. I'm going to bring up this game, Nodebek Yakuboev. We talked about them earlier, and this one is really imbalanced. Look at the black king on f8. I thought it was a mouse slip until I remembered they were playing over the board. And also look at these black pawns, the B and A pawns marching.
Scary stuff. Just counting the material and seeing, isn't black also a pawn up? So why is the evaluation bar so in favor of white's position? Everything looks like relatively rock solid for black, and black is the only one who's got that clear-cut plan of just advancing b4 and then just securing the queen side.
Yeah, this is so difficult to evaluate. I agree, like, why is this slightly better for white? Computers are confusing, but I think rook to b1 is probably the most natural move to apply pressure along the b file. Can't really allow b4, b3, right, with tempo.
No, you definitely can't allow that one. So, yeah, okay, I guess rook to b1, which kind of forces black's hand to defend b5. And the most natural move to do that one is b4. And if b4 is not working because of tactical reasons, then... And I wonder whether... Are there any tactical issues? No, I don't see it. Maybe there's some knight c4 businesses. Interesting. It's a very complicated position.
Yeah, I don't know if you need tactics yet, like b4. Like you said, knight c4 is possible, but maybe just knight a4, put it on c5. It's one of those, it's reminiscent of a queen's gambit accepted, or some Slavs where you just gambit a pawn on the queen side, then you just play on as if nothing happened. And computers nowadays have come around to the fact where, like, for example, a position like this, where, yeah, piece play is just as important as pushing those pawns. maybe it's just the slow game. Like you go queen c4, you go bishop d2, you try and win the b4 pawn. And we're headed in this direction because he has played rook to b1. So white has strong pieces. But yeah, down a pawn. It's going to be complicated, especially by the fact that he's down to 2 minutes now, Van Nguyen.
I was going to say, I think you'll feel reassured going to this position if white had a massive time advantage. But it is Yakuboev who has all of the trumps there. And he's also got the long-term play. Because if white doesn't play in the right manner, then Yakuboev is simply going to be winning. This is one of these high-risk positions. So I don't know. I understand the computer is optimistic and quite happy, but as a human, I'm thinking this is problems for white.
Yeah, potential problems. And let's come out of this game. We're expecting b4 and maybe the white knight to come out to a4, round to a better square. Talking of problems, big problems now for Domush, like losing apparently against Rapport. And just as I say that, the bar jumps. Vasily Grav looks like he's in charge as well against Artemiev. Ooh, maybe just a very quick final pit stop at this game. I know I keep jumping back there, Jovanka, but they're the closest to finishing. They're deep in the endgame. And a blue arrow appears. Rook to a5, only move to save this game. Everything else probably just lost. And I'm going to say that's difficult, Jovanka, because it does allow rook takes pawn. It allows a pawn to drop. The black rook defends f5. Do you think he's going to find it? He does.
He finds it. Wow. But I don't understand why this move is so good. Because it just really invites rook takes f2. You just say, look at here, and you go, I don't understand. Rook takes f2, and I've defended f5, and black has those two passes on the center. And if then the plan is just to switch over and start attacking b7, well, you could have done that in one go.
Yeah, I think white's just way too slow. Like b7 is irrelevant. The black pawns are too far forward. So I think he's playing tactically here to defend. Like rook takes f2 is almost forced. It's a forcing line. That's why it's easier to calculate. I guess that's the main reason he found it. Rook takes. He'll play bishop f1 now. There we go. Hitting the black knight, hitting the black rook. And you pretty much pre-move bishop takes knight. And black's going to struggle to hold the newly created d pawn and the f pawn. White's rook is going behind. He's just trying to force a rook and pawn endgame, Jovanka, I guess.
Very deep stuff there from the teenager as well. Also to understand and to see it so quickly, because rook a5 came without too much hesitation. And wow, it makes so much sense. If you go rook f3, trying to preserve the integrity of the pawn structure, well, then the rook is simply going to be just kicked about. You've got bishop to e2. I think you can get away with that. And then, no, you can't do that. Maybe you have to go bishop takes knight.
Yeah, probably bishop takes knight, right? And yeah, you just have to go into a rook and pawn endgame. Black can try to start grabbing everything on the third rank, hitting these two, but white's always going to be saving the day by coming across with rook to b5. And this type of endgame, normally it's nice to have the two pawns, but they're so disconnected. Black's king is cut off. I think this is quite an easy draw. And he does play rook f3. Moment of truth. Richard fumbling the rook there, dropping it. I think he's a bit nervous. I think he's a bit put off by the fact that bishop takes knight should save the day suddenly. He's blown his advantage in just one move.
And I gotta say one thing about the teenager. He is fast and he is super calm under pressure. We saw in the FIDE Grand Swiss that Adomush had to play an 8.5-hour game against young Nordebek Abdusattorov, and that one went for a long time, and Adomush kept finding the correct move with just seconds left on the clock. So rook a5, what a find there. And now he just has to hold his nerve and go bishop takes knight. Don't be tempted to attack the rook, but instead trade off into that rook and pawn endgame. And oh, Richard knows it. He's looking at his opponent. He knows that he's potentially let the win slip away.
Okay, he has to take this knight, though. He's down to 1 minute now. Only move. Anything else, he's dead lost again. He has to take this knight. We stay here. He shakes his head, though. He's been rocking back and forth in his chair, which shows he is very, very nervous, understandably, with white. I think black will probably take back with the e-pawn just to at least create a very strong pass pawn there. And there will still be some tricky moves to defend ahead, but bishop takes knight, have to do it, have to bite the bullet. Rook endgames have much more drawish tendencies than any other. And this was the whole point of his rook a5 move. Down to 40 seconds. Is he overthinking here, Jovanka? Is he second-guessing himself?
No, I have full confidence in the teenager, and there it appears. The move that potentially saves the game, and decision time for reports. He has over 10 minutes on the clock, though, to take this decision. And I agree. It's probably best to go e takes d3, because at least then you've got ideas of going d2 and trying to decoy the white rook from its active post.
Rapport will go into a bit of a think here, and we'll see if he can turn this into a win. He does take with the pawn. King to g2, immediately played by Adormush. Beast with low time on the clock, as our feature chat says there. And now I'm expecting the move d2. Black will be 2 pawns up temporarily as he starts gobbling on the third rank. The white rook has to go behind now. But I think it's just the fact that black king is so passive and the black pawns are so strewn across the board, Jovanka.
Yes. And I still incredibly complicated. And I'm thinking, because the black king is so passive, you probably should keep it passive. You should now just dive up the board and post a rook up to d7, just to keep that king out of action. Because in the endgames, it's teamwork makes the dream work, and it's also give you the possibility. He finds it. If black ever plays b5, you can get the rook behind the pawn on b7.
Yeah, and the whole point is to keep the black king passive. And as soon as the kind of b pawn moves, as soon as the black rook moves down to b1, you might be able to use your own rook to go after the f pawn. It's still, I'm going to say, maybe a tricky moment or two ahead. b5 played. But he has found all the correct moves so far. The bar is locked in the center suddenly. Still a 2-result game, of course. Only a win for Rapport or a draw. But he's done everything right to try and save it. While this has gone on, I just want to take us away to another board. Esipenko against Puya Idani, where we might see the first result. Decisive result, at least. Because we've just seen a brilliant, or attempt at least, of a rook sacrifice by Puya Idani. He's just played rook takes c2. Look at this, rook takes pawn. But apparently, this is a winning position for Esipenko. Will he take the knight? Will he take the rook? Just as I said that, Adormush has blundered. Maybe we go back. I just wanted to point out, Esipenko is totally winning. He's totally winning in this position. If he takes either of the two pieces offered, Esipenko, white is the one attacking. Pawn takes knight and a checkmate. But let's go back to the Rapport game, because big developments here. And he misses it, Rapport. Wow. And white now is going to save the day. We have to go back, Jovanka, because the most natural move in the position, rook to b7, was not correct. Apparently, he had to do anything other than rook to b7. For example, rook back to d5, hit the pawn, or h4 as he did. Because after rook to b7, black was suddenly winning if he'd pushed his f pawn forward now. And this is very difficult to understand, very hard to know the difference. But I guess, Jovanka, the idea is that white doesn't have any good, useful moves right now, and the black king is just going to move on over, and eventually either the b or f pawns, or maybe both, will be become very, very strong.
Could it also be a scenario where black is going to be very quick with pushing the b pawn all the way down to b2, and the f pawn is very useful as a decoy? In fact, I think we're going to be seeing it is happening again.
Yeah, and especially this last move, I think it's going to come down to tempo. Black's ideal is to get a rook to b1, a pawn to b2, and then there's going to be rook moves out the way. And he does push his pawn, Rapport, the only winning move. But white is zugzwanged pretty much. Like, white can't go too far towards the black rook, because then the f pawn comes. And it's just a case of rook b1, put a pawn on b2, put a pawn on f3. And he's doing it now. It's automatic. It's just over. And Adormush realizes that b3, b2, pawn on f3, that will paralyze white's rook and white's king. And then rook h1, rook h2 is a very well-known tactic.
And some checks there from Eramush, you got to be careful with where you put the king. You don't want to be too passive. You want to just suddenly go over to the queen side and just assist the MVP of the board, the pawn on b4. And Eramush realizing this with just seconds on the clock. And the thing is, the white king couldn't go pawn hunting either, because it would just be caught out in no man's land once the black pawn advanced to b2, and the rook would be able to give it a check. And here comes the king. It's advancing up the board. King f6.
Unfortunately, the h pawn was just irrelevant, and every king move there was winning for Port. He's keeping the f pawn alive. Only winning move now is king f6. That's a very logical one. And yeah, b3, b2. I think we'll see it play out on the board, so we don't need to put it on there yet. But it's just automatic, and it's winning.
Yeah. And king f6. You just want to keep the pawn on f4 under some control. So if the rook ever steps back, you can come up to king e5. Everything is nicely protected and in the pawn race. It's just a question of counting, and you see that black's pawn on b4 is just so much further advanced. Now you can go b3, b2. Is that's a possibility?
Yeah.
b3.
I think he's just one move too slow. He's one move too slow. If he could play king takes f4 and then rook back to g2 and rook back to f2 to defend on the second rank, he's going to do that anyway. He's going to put his rook on f2 and hope to hold that formation.
King f5 is what I expect.
King e5. I think he's going this way. He's going towards his own pawn.
Maybe there's still some hope, you know, with the advance of the h pawn.
I think the black rook is just moving behind to h1 though. It's just going to go pick up that pawn. Oh, and it's going to be a case of zugzwang potentially. Oh, he's only down to 5 seconds. Oof. Make a move with 3 seconds there. Rook to d2. What is the winning plan for black? Does he push forward to b2? Does he leave that square open for his king?
You can also go rook to h1, because you can add the minute. Oh, rook c2 now in the air, and the rook is going to be able to defend the passed pawn via the lines, and that's not going to be ideal. And Eramush understands this. Losing with the white pieces, that is going to be absolutely dire for the match situation, because it means that Eramush will now need to win if he loses tomorrow in the next game with the black pieces. And how do you beat Richard with the black pieces? The king steps up, f3 in the air, b2 is now big threat, and white cannot defend the advance of both of those pawns.
He plays a few more moves, and there we go. It is a handshake. Richard Rapport takes the lead with the black pieces, taking down Ed Dogmush there. And yeah, very impressive rook endgame. Very instructive as well. One we'll learn a lot from as the players signs the score sheets. And let's go out to the bird's eye view again. We do have big developments on some of the boards. It looks like Maxime Vachier-Lagrave has suddenly obtained a winning advantage. He's tricked his opponent there. Artemiev in dire straits on the clock, down to just seconds left. Andreas Lepenko has won his game. Tie-Dye Van Wen is in big trouble. Let's jump into this one, though, as the Black Queen has found herself almost trapped on the edge of the board, Jovanka.
Yeah, and probably you have to give up some material to get it out. But no, the queen slides back to g5, and she's virtually trapped, as David's indicated. Bishop to c1. That's a nice backward move just to attack it. h4, also h5 in the air. In fact, can you trap her immediately with h4, h5, and then bishop c1?
Yeah, there are some tactics. Black has some ideas of like rook takes knight in some positions, especially after bishop c1. So you've got to be a bit accurate here. But Vachier-Lagrave, I wonder whether there are some tactics with like h4, queen g6, like knight into e7, and some. It feels like there's a trap on the queen, right? Like he's got 1 minute 40 something to try and work it out here. How narrow is the path? h4 looks like an automatic almost, as you say.
Yeah. Also, I liked your plan of going bishop c1 and then this knight to e7 idea. That looks really nice for white because h4. Yeah. Well, if someone's going to calculate themselves quickly ahead in this situation, then it's going to be Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Rook takes f5. Okay, you've got to take the queen. Or can you go something else?
I think he's just going to take the queens off.
There's
no need to be flashy. He might be thinking about like queen g3 or something just to get his queen out of the way and try to win the black rook with queens on. But why not just take the material? Like he'll be the exchange up, right? With a massive advantage.
Yep. And when you're so low on time, go for the most practical. You don't need to go for the most flashiest. You don't need to grandstand. All you need to do is go for the path to the smoothest and easiest victory. Take the queen, and he's taking the rook. Nicely done. It leads to the same thing.
Yeah, very impressive. It actually maybe is a better version for white here. Either we'll see queen takes queen now and he'll be the exchange up, but with a very nice pawn on f5, stopping the black knight coming out to e6. Or we would see rook takes queen, and when the black queen is captured, the black knight on d8 will be hanging. So we do see the queens off. That was a nice little detail from Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and I think he's going to go hunting for this bishop now. There we go. The black bishop's so bad. Rook to e7. Hitting that piece. Not the best, apparently, but good enough.
It's good enough, and I was going to say that he's going to use that time to get the rook on d1 out of danger so that he's going to be able to go bishop takes c4. In fact, he can do that immediately. Bishop takes c5 is also pretty clinical. Again, you don't need to go for the fireworks, just go for what is sufficient.
Yeah, I think he's just reluctant to allow the black knight out, so he doesn't want to allow rook takes f5 and knight to e6, but yeah, probably best not to get too caught up in the details here. Rook to b1 is another move he might be thinking about. If not, just taking on c5, more than enough. Vachier-Lagrave on the brink of taking the lead.
And if he does this, he's going to be leaving Artemiev in a must-win scenario if he wants to equalize the match. Because after this first set of tie breaks, if there is a leader, then that's it. They will move on to the next round. And this is very nice here from Maxime, just playing to get himself a passed a-pawn. But you have to be so careful when you're playing a player of Artemiev's caliber. You have to make sure that absolutely there's going to be nothing problematic. So for instance, the white king doesn't have too many defenders. You just have to make sure that Artemiev's knight is not going to jump to e6 and then cause some mischief from there. But everything looks like it's under control right now, so you can take the pawn on a5.
Although knight takes d4 is something he might have wanted to avoid, and rook b6 is a bit of an odd one. And now knight takes bishop looks like it does simplify. Bishop to d2 played instead. Okay, inaccuracies coming out here. We've seen a blunder by Deak, meanwhile, who is now losing against Venkataraman. And yeah, Vachier-Lagrave looks like the only other player with a big advantage right now. Bishop e1, counterplay Ivanka. This is a bit of an odd one.
It's an odd one, but it might be sufficient. And it's tricky. d5.
Ooh. That's a massive blunder. Knight takes bishop, and bishop takes f2 will skewer the rooks.
Oh no!
Bishop takes f2.
Maxime just realized this.
Wow. He walked into this. Artemiev using his last few seconds to work out the fact that is no trick. It's still a bit scary for black, since white will get the A and D pawns passed. And in a rook endgame, we know that things can be treacherous. But he has lost his material advantage, Yangyi. It's back to level material now. He needs to use the black rook to stop the A pawn and the black king to somehow stop the D pawn.
Yep. That's exactly what needs to be done. Teamwork makes the dream work. Not easy, but way better than being an exchange down. And he brings in the king. But the king is going to be driven away, David.
Yeah, the only move there was either G5 or G6. That was very difficult. Start pushing the black pawns. It was actually in order to get the black king to G7, just so the king wouldn't get driven away, as you said. And now Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is winning, apparently, if he keeps going with his pawns. He has to keep pushing. This is going to be so hard. The reason, actually, is because you can leave a pawn on A6, and there are rook C6 check ideas if black ever takes that pawn. D6, though, blows the win. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave pushed the wrong pawn.
Yeah, but this is really complicated. You know, because you're looking at this and you're thinking, well, the king will just simply catch the D pawn and the rook will have an eye on the A line. So king comes forward, and now this is the defense that Artemiev was banking on. The rook is going to post up to A4, keep a watchful eye on the passed pawns. And could we see a situation where there might be a turnaround, David? You know, now it's black's turn to start motoring with his passed pawns.
Yeah, I think Maxime should bail out now. Like, push a pawn to A7, put a rook on C7, say, okay, I can trade some of my pawns for your pawns, and this is just going to fizzle out. I think we can see body language, MVL. He knows now that this one is easily holdable for black. I don't think we'll see a turnaround, but yeah, I don't think we'll see anyone win now. So many rook endgames this round.
And so many twists, turns, adventures. I mean, who would have thought that the rook and pawn endgame was so complicated and yet at the same time so simple? Okay, so the king steps forward. Okay, now
I think we should leave. I think we should leave this board. It's going to be a draw now. Like, the black king is going to stop the pawns. This one is nearly guaranteed to be a draw. Let's go and check out other games where stuff is happening. There are winning positions for the two Chinese grandmasters, Wei Yi and Yu Yangyi. Those are both on the left side of our screen right now. Maxime is bailing out, by the way. That game's going to end any second. But Wei Yi, also a rook endgame, is about to win a second pawn. Body language tells the whole story. And Jovanka, it's just a tale of the endgames. We see on the camera, MVL and Artemiev have agreed to peace.
And on the top left between Wei Yi and Gladora, that looks like that's relatively simple. Gladora is gonna be perhaps chasing down the e-pawn. But there's a problem. The h-pawn is on pre, so rook to e1 played. That, I feel, was black's only chance.
Yeah. How to win this? Should white put the pawn on e7, just keep it there? That might not be winning. He might have to use his king and go back. There we go. Oh, just repeating the position. Does he play king takes pawn and just go for it?
That's also something to be considered as well. But again, it's so difficult to assess, because if you take on h6, then black will capture on e6 and then chase the b pawn. It's e7, holding on.
Yeah. Can't take that pawn. The king of pawn endgame is winning for white. Moves his rook back. Probably just b4 now. Put the pawn one square further towards promotion.
Okay. And well, Gladora's only chance is to win the b pawn. So he chases that one.
But now the white king steps out the way. The h pawn is going to decide this game. The black b pawn's so far away. h6, h7, rook g8 check, and promotion will come. The pawn will cost black his rook. You can see body language, right, Jovanka? Gledura is pretty much given up. He's just twiddling with pieces now. He knows it's inevitable.
Yes. And also, there's no salvation in the form of perpetual check because the white king can hide itself on g8 if it finds itself in trouble. So, yeah. But I think if Gledura is going to play on, he has to just deliver a whole load of checks.
Mm-hmm. And we'll see a handshake any moment. Checks.
Yep. And
yeah.
Actually, Wei Yi's going to hide the king on b6. How ironic, using the b pawn as cover, because h7 followed by a rook check and h8 is more or less unstoppable. Resignation. Wei Yi takes the lead, leaving Benjamin Gledura in a must-win situation if he wants to remain in the match. Wow. Let's go quickly to other games in progress.
And here we see a full turnaround. Just 5 moves ago, even 3 moves ago, Sam Shankland was totally winning. Then he blundered a knight. And now Vidit is the one who should be winning this game. He's going to take some pawns with check. At the right moment, he's going to drop back the black knight to sacrifice itself for the c-pawn. He's just totally winning now. Vidit on the brink of a win with black, which would be priceless.
Absolutely. Putting him in such a fantastic situation. Sam, well, he's got a passed c-pawn. He's perhaps hoping that the queen activity will be enough to perhaps scare Vidit. Vidit with less than a minute on the clock. But unfortunately, the black king is not in any danger whatsoever. And once the knight sacrifice for the pawn on c7 occurs, then it's going to be a case of the black queen just picking up those pawns on f4 and h4. He has to find these moves. Knight to e7, though, is what we're expecting. Cover the promotion square. Throwing in checks.
He needs to drive the king as far away as possible first. Oh, this move blunders on the spot. Queen to d6 now wins. Queen d6 gets the queens off and covers the promotion square. Does Vidit see it? He hasn't seen it yet. I think Sam Shankland has. He widened his eyes there. Queen d6 check ends resistance. It was a 1-move blunder from Sam Shankland in a winning position, and Vidit doesn't see it.
He doesn't see it. That could have ended the game immediately, but we're going for the original plan, which is to drop the knight back. And, well, at least the c-pawn is firmly under control. The black king is completely safe, and now it's just about running the d-pawn towards promotion. And for Sam, he's not going to be a happy customer here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's 2 players who much prefer classical over rapid, especially Sam Shankland. He's focused purely on classical chess for years already. Yeah, rapid is going to be potentially his undoing. f5 is just a desperate attempt to confuse black. The h-pawn is not going to be very relevant in this battle. And now, if you want to be really cynical, you can swap queens. Queen back to d5, check. Get the queens off, take back with the e-pawn. And there's going to be 0 counterplay. Black can keep pushing first, though, d3. No, there we go. It's a handshake. Mm-hmm. Vidit takes the win.
It does. And Vidit now in excellent position to qualify to round 4. Well, we'll see whether Sam Shankland can recover that, as especially he needs to win with the black pieces. And we move on to the game. Alexei Sarana against Jordan van Foreest. And it's a question of passed pawns. That seems to be the theme of the day, as the big issue is, can black prevent the white pawns from advancing?
Yeah, it's just a question of whether white can avoid checkmate now. Ooh, king into a8. We see the position repeat itself. White was totally winning just a few moves ago. The pawn was better than the knight, but this knight on b5 now is so strong. He's completely trapped the white king. It feels like Serrano is the one fighting for the draw now, but probably it should be a repetition of moves. Oh, the rook goes back to a4. These are two players, Jovanka, who are much better with white than black. So I think Serrano is going to be gutted if he can't win this game. He's famously so strong with the white pieces. With black, maybe less consistent, a bit more shaky.
And it's very important for the white rook to cover the d4 square, because you got to prevent a knight appearing on c6. So knight to d4 wasn't possible because of the rook coming to d5 to give a check. But the nerves are jangling here, David. As you see the players hesitate, it's not easy. Rook a6.
Okay.
b5,
Rook
ask the
A6.
question.
Yep. Black's rook, I think, will just wait now on the a file, and the white king is just caged, can't get out of the way of its pawn. And we'll just see the players go back and forth, most likely. I don't see any way to make progress. Serrano seems to know it. He's just stuck. No way to checkmate the white king, but also no way for the white king to run. b5.
b5.
Oh, wait, what's just happened? Rook b6? Rook b6? What's he done? He just moved his king out the way, and now he's dead lost suddenly, Jordan van Forest. He's allowed to check. He's missed that white can check and make a new queen. Total hallucination.
And that actually induces handshake. It is a victory for Alexei Serrano. And once again in this match, the player with the white pieces wins. Will Jordan van Forest manage to repeat the pattern, as he's now in a must-win situation in game 4? Wow. Wow. Just when things were looking good for Jordan, well, it all falls apart because of a blunder.
Yeah, a blunder decided this game, but it was very much Serrano in the driver's seat for most of it. He was the one who had earlier sacrificed a piece in order to get a very powerful pass pawn. And if he'd been more accurate, he might even have won sooner. Alexei Serrano, the former European champion, in this position could have just played b7. With the idea that any rook checks from behind can easily be blocked. The white rook would now step across and block, with the queen appearing next move. If instead the knight had taken this pawn, we would have seen yet another rook and pawn endgame, the theme of this round, where it is the b pawn that's going to step forward and decide things. Instead, he moved his king across, which was a bit of a misstep. And after a set of checks, we saw the white king was later trapped in front of his pawn. But if we fast forward now around 10 moves, the final critical position was this one. The black rook attacked. And if Jordan had just played one final accurate move, he would have banked the draw. He should have played rook to a5, keeping the white king unable to move, pinning the white pawn as well. And next move, he could even take this pawn and hold on to the draw. This would have been no more chances for white. Instead, the big blunder was sliding the rook across, allowing the white king out of the way. He had missed that potentially in this position, rook takes pawn now would lead to a winning king and pawn endgame for white with the b pawn marching. He also missed that after king to c7, a rook check, forced resignation, since white would have won the black rook next. Blunders in the endgame. Fine margins here, but Alexei Serrano takes the lead.
Yes, he takes the lead. And the endgame is precisely what's happening here when we have a queen and pawn endgame where white has an extra pawn, but it's been firmly blockaded by the black king. And well, now I'm surprised by this move because there was such beautiful cover. This queen on c6 was covering the g6 pawn, and now giving opportunity to give some checks. Wow, has Yangyi squandered a golden opportunity?
Yeah, this is another queen endgame, and we talk about how difficult those are. Black cannot trade queens. White's king is nearer the pawns, so king and pawn endgame is totally winning for white. He has to run away. He finds one of the best moves. Yangyi, I think he needs to realize, Ivanka, that at some point his b pawn isn't going to be enough. He needs to give it up for the black g pawn, the base of the chain, and that's why the eval bar dropped, because he could have done it by force. Now white is almost in zugzwang. The king has to move. The queen couldn't have defended her pawn otherwise. And he needs to get his queen out somehow to win g6.
Yeah, maybe he can do that right now. He can... not going to be easy because the queen is actively going to be involved in blocking things. So, hoi. And Yangyi, he's had experience with the tie breaks, but it went down to the wire in his round 2 match against Felix Blauberger.
Yeah, they ended up playing 8 games against each other to find a victor in the second round. Third round, maybe we'll go the distance as well. He's been winning most of this game. Earlier, it was totally winning. He could have actually stopped the black king from moving over to block this pawn, but queen endgame's just notoriously tricky, right? And the white queen now is just on a really short diagonal. As we see it move finally, he's going for the pawns, but black's queen is going to give a check, and centralized queens, that's the moral of the story. That's what we talked about the other day, right? They save everything.
They do save everything now. Black has to be careful with where you put the king. Queen gives a check here. I thought you had to avoid going to c6. Nice check from the diagonal here. And suddenly Yangyi, I think, will be feeling hopeful. Even if the evaluation bar says A, it's dead equal. It's far from that just yet.
But he has to play king c5. He cannot get checked after the white queen goes to g6. He goes back. He actually had a repetition, forced repetition, if his king was on c5, by the black queen going between d1, d5, f3, and white had no checks. But now he's dead lost again. Oof, this is going to be hard. Now the white queen gets out the check. That's the key difference. The white king can give a check and swoop back to defend her pawns.
Yeah. Wow. Nice point there. It's still going to be a mammoth effort to win this one, because once the queen comes back to defense, you still have to find a way to make progress, and that's not going to be easy. But now, great that the queen is in the center. The white king can drop back to g1 again to cover some squares, and it's going to be a very slow grind where white is just going to keep on slowly improving the queen and the king, and just keep on bullying black with some correct trades. Oh, what's happening?
Queen takes queen. Queen takes queen wins on the spot. He can take queens and push his f-pawn. It's so difficult. He's not going to trade queens, or is he? He's thinking about it. He's going to move his queen. He touched it. He's definitely going to move it. But queen takes queen wins here and now. You can play f3, g takes... I'm assuming the black f-pawn takes, by the way, everyone. Then you play f3, g takes f3, g4. And the white h-pawn is running. Trade the queens and you're winning. I think he spotted it, Jovanka. I think he understands it, but he's just double-checking.
He's got no time, though. He's only got 10 seconds. He can't get into the zone. He's got to remember the clock. 4 seconds. He goes for it.
He realizes Narayanan, there was no reason to trade queens. Like, he could still have fought on f3 or f4, the only winning moves. He was reaching for the pawn. He has to break the structure before the black king comes too near, and there we go. He creates a protected passed pawn. Either black now just waits with the king, but it's inevitable slowly the white king will come round and help out that pawn. Or en passant, which isn't forced, but probably likely g4, and white will do the same. Passed pawn galore.
Yep, that's a nice technique there. And now what's going to be very important is that the white king suddenly gets involved into the action, and the king can go quite a way away, because black's king is tied to the defense of f5.
If the white king moves, I think he's going to go to d2, and black's banking on king f3, but he's one tempo short in the race. He's just going to try and block white off even further. How clever does white have to be? That is the question.
Not so clever. You just have to keep on going to the queen side, because the black king at some point will not be able to follow.
King c4. Is he going to keep going? How to
Maybe.
get through? At some point,
Yeah.
at some point you might have to give up your f pawn. King to b2. Is he
Okay.
going to go king to a2?
Yeah, I think king to a2 is the simplest because you cannot follow, right? King to a4, and then you start running. There might be other
Black
ways
king.
to win, but I think this is the simplest.
The black king has to stay in this square in order to stop the f pawn marching. So it has to go away from the white king, and here we come. He's going to do it. Yu is looking good. Yangyi about to take the win.
Looking very, very good. And, well, it's been a really bloodthirsty round, David. Just 3 draws so far. And when you consider how closely matched the ratings are, you wouldn't have expected such a decisive round.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll break down the scores for everyone shortly to see how many comebacks there will be. And in the meantime, John, it looks like Yangyi just putting the final touches on this endgame. Very impressive grind. We're at move 116, but we're expecting more of the same in the remaining games of this tiebreak. Just such small margins in it.
My eyes have been absolutely glued to the screen, David, because if I look away for more than 5 seconds, it feels like the evaluation in most games just changes. We've even broken our earlier jokey rule. The H-pawns don't matter in rook and pawn endgames, right? Except when they do. So much is going on here, and it's absolutely incredible that we are able to get to these sorts of positions. This is wild. So many results changing, and there's still opportunity for twists and turns still.
Yep.
Yeah.
Twists and turns probably not in this game, barring something crazy happening. But Yangyi trying to find the winning technique. Will it be queen to f3 to try and take this pawn in the near future? Will it be running with the white king over towards this pawn? But yeah, twists and turns. We're so used to the comebacks and winning on demand kind of scenarios at this point that it does feel like there will be another set of tiebreak games needed, despite the fact that we've got so many players in the lead right now.
And in this game, presumably the idea is to force the black king in front of the pawn, use the extra tempo to march the white king over, and then win with the remaining pawn. But there are a couple of potential traps, Jovi, because even if Yangyi is able to do that, you also want to make sure that when you do trade the queen off, you have got enough space and you're on the correct squares to be able to promote. It's still very much a one mistake and you accidentally throw it away kind of game.
Well, you've got to be careful, but I'm going to say you're going to be careful because of the clock. I mean, Yangyi knows exactly what he's doing. What he wants to do is just march the king over, and this is it. He's going to be shouldering the black king out. So the king is going to head for the h5 pawn, and he's going to make sure that the black king cannot get anywhere in front, and that forces resignation. Oh, a lot of emotions. Very long game. I mean, how tiring would that have been on the players?
Yeah, 125 moves is exhausting. I think especially if you lose it, you just feel deflated. You feel like you gave everything, every ounce of energy for Narayanan, and it still wasn't enough. It's hard to bounce back from that. For Yangyi, at least he knows he's close now. He'll summon what energy he has in the next game and try to hold the draw that he needs to get through. But John, there we go, marathon game, and we have all the results in now.
Marathon game and marathon tiebreak. We had 11 boards, of which 3 were draws. That is, as a percentage, the most bloodthirsty the World Cup, I think, has been so far. Absolutely incredible stuff. Quote of the day, shout out to chat. Veni, Vidit, Vici. Absolutely the case here. But It's not over yet. We've got one more game in the tiebreaks. The pieces are going to get reset now. We've got a second 15 plus 10. And we've got plenty of players needing to win on demand to tie it up and take things further. We find out if they can do just that after this.
Your favorite creator can now be your very own chess coach. Choose your favorite chess personality and they'll join you in game review, puzzles, lessons, and play coach. Pick up tips from Hikaru.
Oh my gosh, this is just taking material. Takes.
Test your tactics against Gotham chess. Or learn about the importance of queen safety with Andrea and Alex.
Got your queen!
Want to learn from the GOAT himself? We got you.
Hey, I'm Magnus Carlsen.
Explore which chess personality sharpens your game. Playing and learning chess has never been so exciting. Who are you picking?
Do you think you could beat Ding in a World Championship match?
Probably. True.
Are you happy that Ali Reza is representing France?
Yes.
Live. Oh, now we're getting spicy.
If I may, I asked him to play for us in the Olympiad, and he didn't want to. So, like...
I understand. The unhappiness comes from the point that Ali Reza is not representing the team.
Yeah.
Do you see yourself as a family man in the near future?
No.
True, but you had to think a little bit about that question.
I mean, we wouldn't have to think about that.
Let me elaborate on this. Are you afraid of commitments?
Yes.
True. This is where Maxime lays down on the couch and we do therapy.
I don't need therapy over this. I've fully embraced this fact. I think I can resign now. Yes.
And so our healing session is complete. Maxime, do you think you will be a world champion someday?
Welcome back to the FIDE World Cup 2025. If you're mid-making your tea or coffee and you can hear me, don't worry, the games haven't started yet, but we have popped back from our break a little early because we do see the players sitting down and we want to make sure that we capture the start of these games. David, 8 out of 11 boards recording a decisive result in the first of these. Frankly, that's more of a 3+2 kind of set of results as far as I'm concerned. That is absolutely huge for the 15+10 portion.
Actually see a very early day if the players who are in the lead are able to cling on and avoid being pegged back, but history tells us we will see some comebacks, we will see wins on demand, there will be nerves, and most likely we will go to the 10-minute games. For the players who are behind, they know what they need to do, they need to go all out now. For the players who drew their first game, those 3 pairings, yeah, a lot to be said for kind of keeping it solid and just staying alive in the tournament.
And Jovi, of the players that are currently behind and do need to win on demand, we can see them on this screen here. We have Gladura, we have Erdogmush and co. Who have you got your eyes on the most for fireworks? Because it's going to be all over the place, but we have to pick 1 or 2 that we want to keep our eye on.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we have to keep an eye on Adomush to see how he fares, as he has the black pieces and is a must-win situation against Richard Report. And also, I'm looking at the game between Jordan van Foreest against Alexei Sarana. Jordan has been in the situation before where he's needed to win on demand. He managed to do it in the classical. We'll see whether he can repeat the same feat in the blitz portion, but it's going to be a big ask because it's not easy. These are some of the best players in the world. They have their openings worked out. They know exactly, some of them, how to lock down a game. I'm also interested in this particular game we had in front of us, Artemiev against MVL. MVL having a golden opportunity to win in their earlier encounter, will be able just to recover from that emotional setback. He will be really kicking himself. He's got the black pieces now, and well, we're off. And Artemiev, he moves on with knight to f3, d5 from MVL.
Yeah, and we'll talk about those must-win situations in more detail. For some of them, they've been here before, the likes of Jordan van Foreest. He also lost the first game with black in the classical, struck back when he had white. I'm seeing some C3 Sicilians in the games between Sam Sevian and Yevgeny Naya. Also, Rapport against Adomush, just because the C3 Sicilian is known as such a safe weapon when you only need a draw with white. In the meantime, we see some Queen's Gambits. Queen's Gambit accepted, Artemiev Vache Le Grave. We see Queen's Gambit declined, Dubov against Maya. That's on the camera in front of us right now. And wow, our first result of the round. We see an early draw, agreed. Dubov, it continues this pattern I've talked about lately, Ivanka. He's just trying to draw his way to the Blitz games. He doesn't even seem interested in trying to win the Classical or the Rapid. And he just wants to keep going as far as possible.
Yes. And very strange to do it with the white pieces, just to put, I mean, he could have at least put some pressure on to Georg Meier, but as you say, David, he's got an idea in mind, and we'll see whether that one is going to work out for him. Because I do remember you saying, David, that Cassia, the goddess of chess, she does not like it when one agrees draws very quickly when you have the white pieces. Let's head over to Adomush and let's go and see how that game is going to fare, because we already have an offer of a queen trade and Adomush is in a must-win situation. Queen takes queen being the blue arrow suggestion. Wow,
Yeah,
what's happening here?
This is fascinating. I just want to point out, Adomush is wearing like a hoodie or a cap or something. I think that is against regulations. There was a bit of a fuss a few years ago about players covering up their ears and covering up things. I know FIDE even said something about how it wasn't according to the dress code. So a bit surprising there. But in terms of the position, he's better with black after just 9 moves. If he trades off queens, brings out his bishop to f5, plants that bishop on d3, he blocks the entire white queen side. And this is quite elementary stuff at this point. This is also well-known theory that Rapport seems to be unaware of. It was played in the game between Ariantari and Pranav earlier in the event. Ariantari with black needed to win. He played this exact line, and he won. So clearly Adomush has done his prep. I don't think Richard Rapport has, and big trouble already. Check this out, Jovanka. Rook to e1. Maybe black's going to castle queenside. But I just want to point out that this was the fried liver variation of the Sicilian, just with pawns on c3 and c5. Except here, that very much helps black. A bishop landing. This is going to be painful for white.
Yeah, that's a whole lot of groveling going on. But to a lot of people, they'll be like, well, hang on a second, what's the problem? Bishop takes knight, and then you can grab the pawn on e5, and surely, you know, white should be comfortable being an extra piece up, and yeah, f6. It's black to play. It's not white to play, Yovi.
Yeah, and that's a good question. I just want to point out the opening, like, very, very quickly. For anyone wondering, any Sicilian specialists out there, this is very trendy stuff. Bishop c4, and nobody used to play knight f6. It used to be bishop e7 or d6 because they were scared of knight to g5. And it looks like this 2 knights defense, the fried liver variation, which black allows. But here, knight takes f7 doesn't quite work because white's c3 pawn gets in the way of the knight coming out. So it's very different in this scenario. But for anyone wondering as well what to do against this, from the white side, queen h5 is much better than queen f3, because you stop the black queen coming out to f6 later. There's no queen f6 now. White has the edge. This is the key detail to know, but nobody seems to see this, even at top level, at the top level of chess. Queen f3 question mark already, and this is how we got here. Queen f6, and black is doing very well. But yeah, just to make your point, Jovanka, white could have definitely taken this pawn. It would have been possible to think about it, but in this position, after rook takes e5, black would have planted the bishop on d3. The bishop's coming to d6, rook's coming to e8. So for example, like this, and it does look very, very dangerous for white with the bishop on c1, locking in the rook on a1.
Yeah, very suspect indeed. And yeah, you can actually see that the consequence of the bishop on being on d3, locking out white's forces on the queen side right there in the analysis position. But in the game position, yeah, I mean, white's position would be fine if you could somehow liberate the bishop on c1, but that's never happening anytime now. I mean, how to even think about doing that? That's going to be a big, big problem for reports. Shall we just go back and to the bird's eye view and have a look at some of the other games? Because, well, we might see a strike back from Edamush, and if it does that, they will go on to 10 plus 10. And okay, I'm again just looking at the evaluation bars, and can we just also revisit the other c3 Sicilian, Sam Sevian against Naya, just because there's a knight c7 in the air?
Yeah, and a big mistake, and a well-known mistake from Naya. I'm really surprised. Like bishop f4. I mean, he's just walking into this knight c7 tactic. He's going to have to put a knight on a6, which is known to be really, really bad, really ugly piece. And the reason I'm so surprised, Jovanka, is because Yevgeny Naya, like, he's one of the coaches, he has been for years, of the Russian women's team. He's an opening specialist. He's a former European champion, I believe, back in 2014, 2015. 2015, yeah, and I'm just so surprised he's worse with black significantly after just a few moves, maybe taking risks, but in this position after knight to b5, it's well known that yeah, knight to a6 first, so the black queen doesn't have to waste a move on queen d8. This is the theory, but very surprising. Bishop f4 now, and he's lost a move. He could have this position with knight already on f6 and about to get castled.
Right. Yeah, no, very important detail. You know, I gotta say that I think probably under normal situations, Naya would be playing knight to a6, but it's the World Cup, it's a tiebreak, there's so much on the line, and you feel the pressure. I mean, I've had so many interviews where the players are constantly saying it's not easy to sleep. You constantly feel that there is so much tension in the air, and we've all been in scenarios where the tension, pressure gets to us, and we end up doing rather elementary mistakes.
Yeah, definitely the nerves. Yeah, 2 years ago when I got knocked out of the World Cup, it's because I just played moves in the wrong order. I was like, okay, I can't play pawn takes pawn. I have to move my king first. And of course I moved my king first. I was like, wait, what have I just done? So yeah, nerves definitely. I think you're right, playing a part. But still surprising to see mistakes this early in games. And when it's still kind of, yeah, players relying on their prep, their theory. But yeah, it's not the end of the world for Naya, but he's definitely worse if white just brings out the bishop, puts a queen on e2, gets castled, brings rooks to the center. The black knight on a6 is really misplaced. So good start to the game for Sevian, who just needs to draw.
Yes, and again, I'd just like to give a shout out to our producers for their magnificent work there with the evaluation bar. So I can tell that we should actually perhaps head to Vidit, because Vidit, according to our evaluation bar, has a small advantage against Sam Shankland, and Vidit winning with the black pieces in a very comfortable situation where a draw is going to get him through to round 4.
Yeah, and Shankland, I think he was caught in a bit of a quandary what to do in the opening against someone like Vidit, because winning with black on demand is not easy at all against an opening specialist. So he's found himself playing a Philidor. Normally, if a white pawn gets to a5, it's bad news for black, since black has lost all the flexibility on this side. The a7 pawn is a bit of a weakness, actually, long-term, tying down the black rook to a8. Normally you want a black pawn on a5. So it feels like something went a bit wrong in the opening. Bishop to f1's very cultured, I'm going to say, very mysterious. Just bring the bishop back to a safe square. He's going to put his knight back on d2, maybe bring it to c4. He's just going to sit on the position, I think, Vidit. He's not going to do anything too special. He's going to say to Sam, you come at me. And it's going to be very difficult for black to find a plan.
Yeah. And I remember from these positions that you've got to go either the knight to e5 or knight to c5 in order to go knight to e6. But knight to e5 was the plan chosen. And, okay, given a question mark and not the best. Why is this move not the best? Because, okay, I guess knight to d2 doesn't stop white from doing its own business. But, okay, at least... I was going to say, at least, you know, there's still some play left in the position. Everything is still yet to be determined. You know, you've got bishop to d7 for black, and unless the knight is going to get caught in the center, which is a possibility if you go knight to d2.
Yeah, knight d2 is like the logical follow-up to Vidit's last move. He got out the way with his bishop. Now he's going to get out the way with his knight. He goes to knight h2, so he goes to the other direction. I'm not sure why it's on h2 rather than d2, where it could spring out back to c4. But yeah, the idea is the same, I think, f4. And the problem, Jovanka, is that it's actually the f6 knight which lacks protection. So once f4 happens, bishop takes knight is going to be his plan. Maybe that's why he put it on h2, to try and jump out to g4 later if he ever gets a chance to take that knight.
Yep, because f4 is a massive threat right now, right? You're going to go f4, and where's the knight going to go? You know, it has to probably step back to d7. So I like this kind of idea, knight h2, and then the whole idea is that after knight f to d7, you know, trying to fight with as little squares as possible, but then you can go in with this knight to g4 idea, f4, knight to g4, come forward.
Yeah. And it's not a Sam type of position either. Like, of course, he can play any opening, but he's very principled. Normally, he likes to either force the issue with black and make some exchanges early, or have some fighting chances, some counter-attacking ideas. Here, I was going to say g5 is probably what I would do as well. Like, computer doesn't fully approve, but doesn't hate it either. Just to stop f4, you can't allow like white to push black back any further. That's the typical idea from the Benoni. Once you get a knight to e5, you put a pawn on g5 to cemento, stop f4 from happening. Yeah, good idea. Yeah, good opening for Vidit at least, but maybe we come back to this a bit later, Jovanka.
Yeah, keep an eye on this one, because as we know, Sam Shankland must win situation. And maybe we check in on Wei Gledura against Wei Yi, because Wei Yi, with the black pieces, if he holds on, gets a draw, he is through to round 4. What do we think? White is a pawn up.
Yeah, but for how long? d4 is hit. This is typical kind of Chinese school of chess. When you just need a draw with black, or when you're playing someone high rated, or yeah, when you're happy with a half point, play the Petrov, force things. And I don't really see it, Jovanka. This pawn is dropping, right? And then it's just total symmetry.
That is true. That is true. But white can hold on to the pawn for 1 microsecond. I'm just thinking, you go bishop e3, and knight takes bishop is going to be met by f takes e3.
But yeah, I think black can probably take back the pawn. I mean, maybe knight takes d4 now, or bishop takes f4. Not sure which one's best.
Yes. You're right. The tactics are all working for black, and
maybe this one. Yeah. Oh, what? Sorry, not bishop takes. Knight takes, of course.
Yeah.
and knight takes d4. Maybe here you go queen g4 or queen h5, and you try to generate some attack, but hard to imagine too much going on here. Too much going wrong for black.
That is true. That is true. And yeah, nice trick there. But then I guess you have to me, it seems you have to get some kind of imbalance somewhere, because if you have this position where the pawn on d4 is gone and the minor pieces are still all the same, both sides having a bishop and 2 knights, then white really is in danger of having absolutely nothing. Okay, so queen to g4, going for another idea, or just trying to get their pieces posted up to the most aggressive squares. Knight to h5, perhaps there. Also, bishop h6 is in the air. If you capture on d4 with the f5 knight.
I should mention, I should apologize to everyone at home. This wasn't a Petrov, although it looks like it should have been a Petrov. It actually came from a English transposing into a kind of Tarash. So knight takes d4, we're expecting, and knight to h5. Ooh, apparently this is no good, but
oh no,
it does look scary. Maybe just bishop to e5. What could be wrong with this? Bishop to e5. Defend.
Yep. And it's funny actually how quickly White's supposed initiative just completely goes. I mean, you move your knight. Let's go knight to c3. Let's not be radical about it. And that's already like winning advantage for black.
Maybe f5, g6 in some order. Maybe g6. Or maybe f5 first. And yeah, white gets kicked back the whole way home. So queen g4 looks like a bit of a shot in the dark. And he actually takes the other way. Wei Yi takes the other way. He goes his own way. And I think we should go away from this board for a while.
Okay.
Ivanka, let's actually go
Let's do it.
Yeah, let's go to maybe Sam Sevian again, or maybe Alexei Sorana, who is apparently doing very, very well. Let's go to Jordan Van Forest against Sorana, because apparently there's just been a big mistake from the Dutchman here. G4. I don't know what he's trying to score with G4, but it does weaken the white king significantly.
I think it's just desperation. He feels like you're in a must-win situation. You need to go all in, and the bishop was under fire on c7. So this is his try at trying to complicate things. Okay, so how straightforward is it for black to play? So for me, I'll be looking at posting up a piece on h4. This is nice, and you gotta move your rook, I'm afraid.
Yeah, this is very, very nice. White's whole tactic was relying on like rook takes bishop, which would have been a mistake, pawn takes, and here bishop takes f5, knight to e3 is the whole idea, and white's rook needs to be on f2 for this. So I love the fact that he's gone bishop h4, and everything comes with check, right? Like if pawn takes knight, bishop is a check, bishop takes rook, another check, and then the bishop drops off. Next move, black is the exchange up, so bishop h4. Ivanka, if he has to go some weird squares, it's very bad news for Jordan, who needs to win. Rook g2, probably black just happily takes the bishop and takes the pawn and pawn up.
Yes, and also if you step up with the rook, I mean, you're just inviting the knight to go to d4 with tempo as well. So, you know, in you go. The bishop on c7, still hanging. So, and if you go rook f4, which I'm also not a huge fan of, but I guess at the very least. I mean, what is the idea if you just move the knight? Like this bishop on c7 is still like super awkward, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is good enough for a big, big advantage. Maybe there's something even more, like, I don't know, just rook takes bishop and something like bishop g5, or apparently this isn't best, but maybe there's a knockout blow already here for black. Oh, this just looks scary for the white king. Jordan hasn't been his best opening, I think. It was some weird Sicilian, but it's just gone a bit wrong for white.
Could you also go in kind, g5? You know, just be greedy. I mean, pawn takes knight, pawn takes rook, and the bishop hangs at the end of everything.
I should mention there's a trap. There's a trap on the black queen. Like bishop g2 is trapping the black queen. So yeah, this is crazy. And oh, John is pointing out to us in the chat that some variations you can play queen takes knight due to a pin on the d file. So driving away this white rook, taking the white rook might allow some tactics. But yeah, I think knight d4 is probably the safest, although maybe knight somewhere else is equally good.
Yeah. By the way, rook to f4 played. So, okay, I think g5 is not necessary, but yeah, just move the knight away. Where to go?
Yeah,
Knight d4,
yeah, I think
knight
g5
d7.
g5 loses the queen, so has to move the knight. Has to move the knight out of the way. He's about to show us Alexei Sarana.
I reckon he's going to step back with the knight. I have a feeling. Just by looking at him.
Oh, no. He goes for the line I mentioned, but suddenly queen g4 is the response. And okay, he's alive, Jordan. Look at that brilliant move. Queen to g4. I missed this too. Bishop takes rook will allow just a queen recapture hitting black's rook, and he's going to get 2 pieces for the rook suddenly. That's genius from Jordan, playing for tricks, but the tricks working out.
Yeah, that's actually, in the end, it was a beautiful idea. And it has actually forced Sarana to pause for thought here. He did not see this one. And you have to actually go for it, because if you don't, 2 pieces are under attack. And you're going to be material down. So there's nothing for it. You just have to take the rook. And Jordan's risky g4 might have paid off.
Wow, yeah, that's the thing in must-win situations, right? Fedeseev tried it in classical, didn't quite work, but sometimes you have to play dubious moves just to confuse the opponent, to get them overexcited, get them wanting to punish you, and then you provoke them forward to get a chance to strike back. And okay, looks very, very complicated. It's not over yet, as is pointed out in the feature chat there. But it's not over for either player. Still a full fight ahead. Okay, let's come back to this one. Very difficult decision for Sarana. He's got 9 minutes. Still a whole bunch of time on his clock. Sevian's doing very well now against Naya. We talked about that earlier. And Richard Rapport is down 1 pawn, about to be down 2 pawns against Edomush. Yu Yangyi, in the meantime, in the driver's seat, upper pawn against Narayan. And it looks like, in general, the favourites are doing quite well, or at least the players in the lead, Jovanka, apart from maybe Rapport.
Yeah, and Rapport is the one game I'm really curious to go to, primarily because I actually want to see the camera feed. I want to see how Richard is. Is he kind of cool, unfazed, or is he kind of kicking himself that he went into this particular variation and made a mistake? So, okay, as David's highlighting, there's a check against the king. King has to step up, and the A pawn is going to fall. But Richard is such a tricky customer, so I'm expecting king to d3 and the fight to still kind of continue. But I mean, actually, where should you put the king? Because if you go king to d3, knight takes a2 is going to be played, and a knight will come to b4 with a check.
It's difficult. Like king d2 definitely feels wrong because black's rook can come and hit the white bishop. King f1 just feels bad because you're opening yourself up to checks. King e3 feels weird. You're on a dark square. Maybe black will play like c4, bishop c5 check. He goes back to f1 and the bar crashes down. And Domush with a huge chance. He should have gone to d3, apparently, but I totally understand why he didn't. Like you said, Jovanka, vulnerable to checks. But what is the punishment? What should black be doing now? Is it just as simple as taking a pawn, or should he flick in a intermezzo, a Zwischenzug?
Yeah. Well, I think he should just take the pawn first up, because rook a1, I was going to say it's going to be met with rook h1, but I can see that Richard's idea is simply to go bishop to g1. And he's hoping to keep the game alive in this fashion.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, although.
No, I was going to say, although it's not so easy. Yeah, I was looking at ideas such as c4 or this type of tricky business, because there's a pin, but it doesn't work. It doesn't. Well, the evaluation bar doesn't hate it.
I like your idea, like maybe knight c3 as well, and then if rook takes pawn, now c4.
Yeah.
And, oops.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. You fine-tuned it, David.
Yeah, this looks very good for black. I think he should just take this pawn, I agree. I think you're right, like just while it's there, before it runs away. One pawn is probably not enough of an advantage when you're facing the two bishops, so a second pawn, that's probably what you need in order to win this game. There's also the idea, I realised, Ivanka, like if knight takes pawn, rook a1, you could also, very minimum, just go back to b4, rook takes pawn, and knight a6 ideas, maybe not this exact position because of bishop e4, but knight a6 ideas might trap the rook. So there are resources here for black.
Yes, yeah.
He's calculating. Rook f8 first. I love that, actually. I love that even more because now he's forcing the white bishop away. If he forces it to g4, then in that line, the white bishop can't go and attack b7. Oh, that's a really classy move from Adomush. The biggest shock for me, Ivanka, is that Richard Rapport, he's still got over 10 minutes in a dead loss position almost. It's as if he doesn't enjoy the tension. He just wants it to get over, so he's like rushing, but he's 2 pawns down with white.
Yeah. And we saw that, yeah, we saw that in the previous game as well, you know, where he had a significant time advantage and he was still more or less playing pretty quickly. And it almost came back to haunt him, actually, as he found himself in that drawn, but very complicated rook and pawn endgame. And it's your idea on the table. Rook a1 is going to be met with this whole idea of knight to b4. Rook takes a7, not really possible because the rook is trapped. But there's one thing about this particular move order is that white still has the bishop pair. And that's something that can still annoy Adomush.
Yeah, the good thing is you can probably give back one of the two extra pawns just to get rid of the bishop pair. Like bishop takes e5, you'll happily trade off. And it's going to be 3 versus 1 on the queen side. That should just be winning. But okay, he's reluctant to give up the pawn yet. The bard doesn't like that. Top players don't defend passively, so I don't really like rook to e8. Probably black should have just moved the knight back and said, take me, but I'll win the endgame. Rook to e8, why could that be dubious? Why could that be not ideal? Maybe it's just good enough, Ivanka.
Yeah, it's not entirely clear like why this is so bad. I mean, I was thinking maybe there's some bishop h5 sequence, you know, just keep harassing the black rook, but rook e7 and I don't see the problem.
I'm just so surprised by the poker face, like Rapport playing instantly, playing questionable moves instantly and not flinching at all, despite the fact he's had a bit of a shocker in this game. It's just about whether Adomush can convert now, and I think he will, you know. I think he's going to force further tiebreaks, the youngster. Winning with black on demand against one of the best players in the world is so impressive.
Very, very impressive. And also, you know, often he's been playing these positions with Rapport having that lead in time. And to win on demand with black is very impressive. Shall we take a pause from this game, David, and check in on some of our other players?
Let's do it. Where would you like to go next, Ivanka? Where do you see the most action?
I'm always interested in the players who have got to win, but it does look in the game of Artemiev against Vasily Graf that one is looking pretty even. We're probably going to be seeing the two head into the 10+10 portion, barring any big mistakes, and it's looking very interesting in Narayanan against Yangyi. And Yangyi needs a draw to proceed to round 4. Can we just head there? Because on first impressions, it's looking like white is doing very well.
Yeah, and just to point out, Rapport blundered even further. So Adomush is totally winning now. No counterplay at all. Bishop pair gone. He's about to take down Rapport and force tiebreaks. There was a huge twist just as we left there. But this game, like you said, Ivanka, this is crazy. This looks like it's fantastic for white, but the eval bar says not. What's the material count? It's okay, it's exchange up for black, but knight g6 in the air. I see so many smothered mate ideas, like knight g6, queen f5, try to line up with the black king. Yu Yangyi, though, apparently will be able to defend.
Wow. Wow.
F5?
And yeah, Queen F5 looks really, really nice, you know, because rook takes knight isn't possible because of knight to G6. And then there's going to be a checkmating ideas on Queen H7. So you don't want to do that. I'm kind of baffled. Maybe Queen F6 is going to be the response to Queen F5. No, I don't.
That's just mate, right? Queen F5.
Yeah, that's mate. Yeah, I forgot that
F6.
there's a double check.
Double check.
Yeah.
And mate.
Queen H7.
He's going to play Queen F5.
Well,
I think that's, yeah, the most natural move.
Okay, so you have to cover knight G6, so only move rook C6.
I think you get that process of elimination, right? Like, knight G6 too strong. Have to remove that piece. There we go. Rook C6 played, of course.
And funny, because suddenly the valuation bar is like dead there in the middle. And they're saying white has absolutely nothing, which is going to be a very frustrating situation for Narayanan. I imagine he's going to be burning a lot of time on the clock because he's going to be feeling that he's doing very well here. And he'd be looking for those decisive moves. But I'm expecting knight takes e4, you know, bring in a new piece to the attack. And again, just to ask the question to you, Yangyi, how are you going to defend?
Yeah. Difficult, very difficult for black to defend this. It looks so scary. And to think that this came from a Slav, is, a slow Slav as well, is crazy. Like, this is the least Slav-esque position ever. It's just so open, so wild.
Yeah. One thing I just want to say I'm not going to be advocating for as white is to go knight takes c6. Just on principle, you know, no time, and suddenly it's the bishops that get liberated. The bishop on g7 has a beautiful diagonal, and the bishop on c6, which wasn't necessarily working, is coming back into the game. A tough position, David.
Tough position, but it looks like Yangyi is finding all the right defensive moves right now. 3 minutes versus 3 minutes. It's a bit of a shootout.
David, can I interrupt this? Because
Yep.
I'm kind of curious about the game between Richard Report and Yars Adomus, because could Richard pull a rabbit out of the hat? Because I saw the evaluation bar was completely like 100% black, and now suddenly not 100% in black's favor.
He's down to 1 minute as well. He's getting nervous, visibly. Adomush again, kind of shaking back and forth. I don't understand why he's allowed counterplay. Just very quick action replay for everyone at home. We left it with the bishop hitting the rook. He found this amazing tactic, rook to e7, rook a1. He brought his rook across now to skewer the white bishop down to this h1 square because he's landing a check, forcing the trade, forcing a capture. He's only up 1 pawn now, but he's forced the white rook so passive. And after c4, he didn't need to play b5. He could have just taken this pawn and he's totally winning. But instead he played b5. He allowed a check and another check, and he's gone away. We now see a third check, and he's gone into the center with his king. Pawn takes pawn played. Richard Rapport blitzing out all these moves, and I don't understand. He had 2 passed b pawns. He could have taken one for free, and now he's only up 1, and it's actually clearer. It's kind of closer to the white king. That was nerves, Ivanka. That must have just been pure nerves.
Totally. It felt nervous. In fact, you can see that it's getting a little bit too much. And Richard reports saying, well, hang on a second, there might be salvation in a rook and pawn endgame. That makes a whole lot of sense. If the bishops come off and the rook keeps the c-pawn honest, then the white king can actually nicely centralize itself. And it's going to be very, very difficult to win this one. And for Adomush, coming close to 1 minute on the clock, it's decision time for him. Does he take that bishop? Does he go bishop c7? I think he has to say no to the exchange.
Yeah, keep them on. There we go. The pawns are just too close together. Like, rook endgame is no chance of winning. the pawns are too near the white king. Good move.
And the thing is, we have a result here from the game Yevgeny Naya against Sam Sevian, and it's a win for Sam, which means that 2-0 puts him through to round 4, and we say goodbye to Yevgeny Naya. Congratulations to Sam, who can tomorrow enjoy a rest day and then get back in action on Tuesday. And Rick A7. Oi. Like, Richard is relentless. He does not pause for thought, and he just keeps on upping the pressure against the young team.
Yeah, it's very impressive, just the momentum that Richard's kind of carrying, like still over 10 minutes, and they've played nearly 50 moves. There's just the speed is clearly upset Edomush here, who he knows it. Look at him, head in hands, so emotional. There's kind of been a shift in generations as well. Like Gukesh just shows no emotion when he plays. Now we see Divya like showing so much emotion at the board. We see Adomush showing emotion at the board. Things are turning, and it's kind of nice to see, but also maybe it's held him back slightly in this game from staying focused and getting the job done. I still think he's got winning chances despite it saying 0.0 now, Jovanka. He's still a pawn up. Still some chances ahead.
Yeah, I mean, Richard has to find the best defensive construction, configuration. He has to find the place where to put the king and also how to hold the c-pawn at bay. And it's another win for Nordibek Yakuboev, which means that he is now through to round 4. Congratulations to Nordibek. I think a fantastic tiebreak there from the Uzbek player. And going back to this one, which has to be our game of the round, because Adomush being so close to getting to equalize against Richard Rapport. And Richard is just proving that everything is still very tricky. He's a difficult customer. Okay, king stepping up. Maybe a misstep there from Richard, allowing the black king to centralize. Bishop e3 is what I'm expecting.
Bishop e3 is the only move apparently to hold a draw now. Like, I think he might be tempted by rook d6 to try and force a rook endgame, but there the black king's actually very good. On c5 it takes the bishop, then the c-pawn is coming down, and that's a winning position. He does drop his bishop back though. He finds the only defense, Richard Rapport, and if the black bishop ever moves off the a5 square, then there's a check. Black gives the white king a check instead. Brings it back, keeps chasing the white king forward, and the game continues.
No pause there from Richard, who quite cleverly puts his king on the light squares, making sure that it's not vulnerable to a check on the bishop.
Okay, let's come out from this game, since it is a bit of a grind now. Richard Rapport desperately trying to hold on. We see strange stuff happening. Vidit has just blundered, I think, against Sam Shankland. The bar has crashed there, at least. Let's go and check out that game. Another rook and pawn ending. Definitely the theme of the tiebreaks today, as it just looks like 2 extra pawns on the queen side, on the king side, sorry, for black here. And the race is on, but those pawns should decide the game.
Yeah, they're much closer to promotion, and also the fact that the white king is there on g2 means that the white king is actually vulnerable to some checkmating ideas as well. So Sam just has to hold his nerve, and he's written some pawns on some pawns. He's written some books on rook and pawn endgame. So Sam is definitely in his comfort zone here in this particular endgame. So rook takes c3-6 is simply going to be driving the black king up the board.
Yeah. Pawns are dropping, but Sam Shankland has tunnel vision on the white king. You could give a check now with your pawn. You could give a check with the rook if you want to be really effective. I think that would have been maybe the best way to go, but what he plays is winning as well. He creates a really nice square for his king. Actually, this is also very classy from Sam Shankland. His king is coming. The white king is just defenseless against a rook and 2 pawns. There's going to be mating nets all over the place.
Yep. And Vidit, no time. Just 19 seconds on the clock. Drops the rook to c8. He's hoping for a miracle. And, well, with a draw, Yangyi makes his way to round 4. We have another match that is finished. Congratulations to Yangyi, who takes a much-needed rest tomorrow. It is a rest day, and then is back in action on Tuesday, on the 11th. And for Sam Shankland, his king, his rook, they are working their magic. They're slowly inching forward, whereas Vidit having to defend this position with just seconds left on the clock.
Vidit's time handling, especially in rapid chess, I'm going to say, from multiple events, including the freestyle chess, like his clock handling has unfortunately been his undoing. So many promising positions, so many winning positions, even against the best in the world, but can't finish them off because of the clock. And yeah, to be down at 15 seconds against 5 minutes, it's not ideal. The lost position as well doesn't help, but the blunders came just before this endgame started. So rook d2, I think, is very efficient. Drive the white king further away from the pawns. g3 check looks very good. You can probably also just play h2. Yeah, h2, the rook behind, and rook h3.
Exactly. And then black might have doubled h pawns, but they are untouchable. He goes for your first choice, and this is more than good enough. The rook can get behind the a pawn, and then these 2 kingside pawns can just walk hand in hand to the promotion squares. So we're expecting this one to be a win for Sam. Shall we move away from this one and check in on the other games in progress?
Yeah, and we see that Shankland is winning on the bar. Sarana is winning. We left that one earlier. And Venkataraman is also winning up a piece in his game against Dayak. He looks like he's going to be making it through to the next round. One of the lesser-known players in the field. Great day for Indian fans so far, even if Vidit is kind of held back for now. And yeah, it looks like one of those games we should go to next. Oh, Vidit Shankland, though, that looks like it's about to end. That's probably the first one where we will see the handshake. So let's just go back there very briefly. It's just over, Ivanka. The pawns are rolling. Nothing for Vidit to do. Oh, he takes a pawn with... Oh, he loses on time at the same moment, and there we go. Shankland's back in it. They go again.
Yes, he lives to tell another tale and see the relief on his face as the two progress to the 10 plus 10 tie breaks. Going back to our bird's eye view, again, the biggest storyline is whether young Adomush, can he win with the black pieces in order to tie the match and take it to 10 plus 10 tie breaks? Well, it seems like Richard is defending like a lion, whereas Adomush is just there with 13 seconds on the clock and having to make the decisions. But we've seen him in this type of situation before, where he's managed to be completely composed and find all of the right moves. Now just 17 seconds on the clock. King steps up, and what is happening? Okay, Richard just telling someone to be quiet, I think.
Yeah, and let's actually go to the game Van Forest against Sarana, because we might see a result there in a moment. The Rapport game will go on for a while as Adomush tries to grind it out. This one just looks over for Jordan Van Forest. Unfortunately, his tournament might be over as well. The black pawns are too strong. Body language shows he might be about to resign. King takes pawn, and there's no way to stop the e-pawn. White can try one last trick with a knight fork after e2. He's going to bring his knight back, threatening a fork on d3, but that can be easily prevented. The black king can now advance, cover any checking squares. Dominance of the knight, and Sarana makes it through.
Congratulations to Alexei Sarana. And we go back to our bird's eye view, and more results coming through. It was a win for Venkataraman as he nudges past Bogdan Daniel Dek to round 4. And for Also, Puya Idani, he was in a must-win situation against Yesipenko, and the evaluation bar says, hey, it is white who is winning with that passed g-pawn.
Yeah, 3 games so far between them, 3 white wins in the classical and in the rapid so far. He's winning again. Just this is a perfect illustrative endgame. Just shows that a knight can dominate a bishop occasionally. And this is one of those rare scenarios. The black king can never ever move forward, Jovanka. The white knight does such a beautiful job. It's just about how to make progress, how to promote this pawn.
Well, could it be a situation of just walking the king round? But I see that it's not going to be an easy job to get the king to h6, because what black wants to do is keep the f6 square away from the white king and then hope that the bishop can check the white king away from h6. So, setting up knight to e4, that's a deadly fork. You don't want to be allowing that one, so someone has to give ground, and I expect the bishop now to just move.
Yeah, I think there's actually maybe a forced win here even. You can give a knight check, driving the black king back next move. Then you can bring your knight over to like b3 to win the a5 pawn. The black bishop can never really defend it, since the g pawn will run through. And yeah, the king goes first. Knight forward. Yeah, knight d2, knight b3 looks very, very good. But as you said, Jovanka, also at some point bringing the white king. Maybe even locking it down. Like c5, you don't normally want to put pawns on dark squares, but c5 does close down half of the board. Okay, now knight d2 though, surely. Something along these lines.
Yeah.
Yesipenko doesn't look happy on the camera.
No. He was leading by a point. But it's interesting because the two keep winning with white. You know, in the classical, it was Puya Idani who struck first. Yesipenko won on demand with the white pieces, and now they find themselves in exactly the same situation. And for Yesipenko, I mean, there's still some room for white to go wrong, especially in terms of the clock's times. But 16 seconds for Yesipenko, not looking good.
Not looking good. And I've played Yesipenko quite a few times in classical blitz over the board. This body language, it always shows he's about to resign, like, or he knows he's totally lost. And there we go. It's a nasty knight check. That's a beautiful move from Puya there, and he's going to put his knight on e5 to block the diagonal. It's tough for Yesipenko now. Knight to e5. He's going to win the c6 pawn. This could be the final move or two of the game. Once that pawn drops, everything collapses, and you have to stop the g pawn running through. Knight takes c6 now. That's the first step. And go round again. Bishop to c3. Black's almost in zugzwang as well. This is hopeless now.
Yep. Nice technique there. Really effective technique from Puya Idani there. Maneuvering the knight to the right spots. Also the king. He didn't waste time. He knew exactly what he wanted. And for Yesipenko, he's just hoping that he can set up some kind of blockade. But I reckon he's thinking about the second set of tie breaks, which are bound to come. Nice also move there. c5, c6. Then now the white king can also dash over and start munching on the queenside pawns.
Yeah, it's just a matter of timing. At some point, you just use the g pawn as bait, distract the black king. The white king runs in to do the dirty work, and black's bishop will not be able to hold the fort alone. This is a very beautiful technique from white here. This whole endgame. Now the king's coming. It's time to run. Time to go in. Everything on light squares, and he's going to win.
And he plays it calmly as well. That's what I like about Idani. He has such a firecracker of a game that you kind of expect someone to be so like hot-headed. But here he's just simply taking everything in his stride. White is simply just enjoying the position here.
Yep. moving around with his knight. He'll bring it next to e6. There we go.
So whilst this is a question of time, we're expecting Idani just to put this one in the bag and just get those finishing touches in. Our handshake, okay, we don't have to deliberate anymore. There, we're going to be seeing more tie breaks from these two as they go to 10 plus 10. It's also a rook and pawn endgame in the game between Artemiev and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Well, black is a pawn up, but the evaluation bar tells us that this is completely level.
Yeah, this is one of those endgames, right, where there's not much to be done. In the meantime, Gledura does exit the competition after a draw with Wei Yi. Wei Yi wins 1.5 to 1/2 in the tiebreaks today. And we'll see him again after the rest day tomorrow. Gledura fought admirably, but in the end it was just Wei Yi's superior endgame technique in the first tiebreak game that decides. Here we see some checks. And yeah, it should be a draw, Ivanka. Probably rook to b5. There we go.
Yep. And I'm wondering whether we can... No, we don't need to switch over to Richard Report against Yaz Adomush, because at the minute, Richard is defending a rook versus rook and bishop endgame. So that one's going to go on for a long time. We'll see how good Richard's technique is under pressure.
This one is surely guaranteed to draw now. I think after king to f6, there's a very cool move, f4, white could have played and won some pawns in the process. This one is very quickly going to finish. 2 pawns down, but he wins the f-pawn and an h-pawn alone. Not enough here. We'll see king versus king. Handshake. And nothing to separate Artemiev and Vachier-Lagrave. This looks like one of the closest matches so far of the day.
Yes, 4 draws between the pair. They're going to be playing more tiebreaks, and that means we're going to head over straight to the game of Richard Report against Yaz Adomush. Adomush needs to win this endgame if he wants to equalize the match and take it to tiebreaks. And Richard is going to be showing us how good his technique is. He's doing a great job so far. His king was in the back rank. Now it's advanced up to f3.
Yeah, these are very famous end games, of course. The top players have spent hours now studying these, normally from the defensive side. I always tell people they should study from the attacking side as well, like what are the best ways to try and pose problems, how to try and win these positions. But ultimately, it should be a draw with best play. This is now move 84. The last time there was a capture was move 72. Richard's looking up at the big screen to try and figure out what move number that was. But essentially, if he reaches move 122, he can claim a draw. Still a long, long way to go. Nearly 40 moves left to try and defend this, Ivanka.
Yeah. And Adomush will be playing. The thing is, though, because of the 50 move rule, he can't just gain some time by just throwing in some random checks. He does have to play quite purposefully as well. And Adomush is playing this one with seconds. Just 25 seconds on the clock.
It's going to be scary. Like, I'm always terrified when I have to defend this. Like, I think if the clocks were reversed, then probably there's winning chances. But Richard Rapport, like with 5 minutes, there's got to come a time when he's got to stop and think. But then he's got that kind of reserved time, right? He's got it in the bank. And there we go. Rook trade offered. The answer will be no, of course. But yeah, what are your predictions? Do you think he'll ever get a winning position in this endgame, or is Richard just going to be too composed here?
Well, Richard is playing this incredibly confidently, which suggests to me that he knows this endgame. So I don't think he's going to be getting much of a chance. And also, it's not really ideal that the white king is right there in the middle of the board. You know, if it were driven to the edge, as it was a few moves ago, then I think Adomush has a reasonable chance of causing some problems. But, okay, now the king's creeping up.
Yeah, the issue with the position he had earlier with the White King on the first rank is that that was a very well-known defense, the Cochrane defense, and you kind of swing between the Cochrane defense, the second rank defense, and as long as you know those two, if anyone wants to Google them, then that should be enough in a rook and bishop versus a rook. So essentially, you want to force the enemy king now to the other side of the board. And yeah, he's gonna now try and put his king on d8. He's gonna try and put his rook opposite it. That is the Cochrane defense, and it's just very hard for black to set up a mating net. Now he's gonna go rook to d1. It's very important that the rook and king are on opposite colors, like king on dark square on d8 soon when it's forced there. Rook on light square on d1, and then you just gotta go the right way with the king. That's the only position you need to know other than the second rank defense. And we'll see it in action. We've had this just on the opposite side of the board. The White King was on e1 last time. It's going to be on d8 this time. Richard does know his endgame theory. Not shocked.
Yes. You know, I think it's actually would have been easier for Adomush if he'd gotten the same type of position, but somehow with the kings on the H line or the A line. And the reason I say this is like, because when you're looking at things straight, it's less confusing, whereas when it's on the side you kind of have to remember all the patterns but in a different direction. Okay, now king, no hesitation, king steps to d8, and this is super important because if the king had stepped to either e8 or c8, then black, I'm thinking if you've gone to c8, then there's issues with the king coming to c6 as black, and that's a trick.
Yeah. E8 would have been fine since the white rook would have been able to block on the d file any checks. So yeah, black needs a king on e6 and a bishop on e5. There's just no way to get them there. And there we go. White waits as soon as he can. Yeah, this is one to learn. I think there's always a feeling it's like, oh no, not again. If I have to defend rook and bishop versus rook, but ultimately once you're in it, you just have to find the best moves, and that's what Rapport is trying to do. Rook a1 was played.
I think
it's getting close.
If you want to play a lot of blitz and rapid, I think it's a must to study this particular endgame. In classical, you rarely get this one, but it seems to be a little bit the norm. When we've already seen it how many times? At least twice in the tie breaks. A rook and bishop against rook.
And Magnus always jokes, every Title Tuesday, every round, there's always rook and bishop versus rook. There's always one. It delays the round, the start of the next game by so long while someone tries to grind this out. Often in those tournaments, though, you can flag your opponent. Not here with increment. That's why it always prolongs things. Richard, in the meantime, doing everything right. Adomush, I just feel for him. Like, he's so close. He's nearly beating a 27-50 player with black. But not quite close enough. And you can tell body language, he doesn't believe he's going to win now. Head in hands. Yeah, it's going to be difficult.
Well, we're on move 101. And you said it was 122. 22.
And he's even allowing a discover check, Richard Rapport. That's how confident he is. Discover check, there we go. The White King and Rook were both on light squares, so there were no devastating discovered attacks. The White King now just has to decide where it is going to go. He's going to try and do what you said, Jovanka, put the king on one of the sides of the board. But, yeah, which side? He's going to force it to probably the A file. So he's going to try, like, on the first rank, the 8th rank. Now he's going to try the A file, then probably the H file to finish off the game.
Yeah, and Richard, knowing exactly where to go with his rook, has been ever so careful, making sure that the rook is only placed on the light squares. And I think that this is the way to do it. The rook gets behind.
Yeah, the pin again, the check. He's going to go to A5, and he's going to laugh, saying, we've seen that position before, just with a slightly different twist to it. And when the bishop moves, the white rook will come across, and this is the second rank defense. You just basically, you leave your king cut off on the side of the board. You use your rook to guard the line or the rank, the file next to it. Yeah, he's tried everything. Not working.
Yeah, and Richard checking how many moves remain, and they're a move 110. And the White King comes out of his cage again.
Yeah, he has to win the White Rook or deliver checkmate within 12 moves now, Edomush. Otherwise, Rapport can claim the draw. It looks like the window is closing. Yeah, he's going to be back. He's going to be even stronger. He's been so impressive already this tournament, especially during the Grand Swiss as well. 14 years old. Yeah, there we see acceptance settling in. He's going to come back and he's going to be even more of a beast than he already is, Jovanka. It's been, I think it's a success story, even if he doesn't make it through into the next round.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we got to remember, he's just 14 years old and, he's already doing amazing things, youngest person to ever break 2,600. He's got an incredible head on his shoulders, such a good support network. You feel like he is just having fun here. And I'm sure there are big things ahead. He said it himself, he wants to be world champion, and it might not happen in this particular cycle, but I'm sure he's going to be shaking the top in less than a year. I mean, he's just so good. And we're now on move 113. Rook attacks the bishop. Bishop's got to move. 7 seconds for Edomush.
9 more moves to go, and then we might see a claim from Richard Rapport, who's been so in control in this endgame. It was a bit of a disaster of an opening. Middle game was shaky too, but he clutched up in the final stages. And John, I'm going to bring you back in for the countdown. 7 more moves to go. We might see the draw. The 50 move rule kick in, and it looks like Rapport will be the one to progress.
Fun here, or just play another 5 moves to confirm. We'll have to wait and see, but I think you're absolutely right, David. This has been a very double-edged affair. You mentioned early on, Richard was using his time so quickly. He was in some of the classical elements as well of this World Cup, and he was able to keep so much time in hand that even sporting the hoodie, even going into Darth Yash mode wasn't enough for Edomush here to try and get a win on demand. He came so close though, and I think he's going to be taking a lot of solace from this, but maybe a lot of solace from this in the days to come rather than today.
Yeah, he'll reflect on this and be very proud, and I'm sure his coach Mamajarov will say, look, you did everything you could. You literally ground it out for 120 moves to try and make it through, but yeah, sometimes it just happens like this. And Richard Rapport's a very classy customer. We're getting close now. Next move, he can claim Richard Rapport. He might leave it 1 or 2 more moves. There's no rush yet. He's not in any danger of losing this position. But surely this is the last few moves of the teenagers.
He's been looking at the screen.
Tournament. There we go.
He's counting the moves. He knows. He knows that the 50 moves are going to have been reached. And the opposite is going off to check, but you could see he was very well aware of what the target was, and with that draw, Richard Rapport clinches a place in round 4. Congratulations to Richard, and it is our commiserations to the young Yazkhan Edomush, who we're expecting massive things from the future.
We certainly are. I mean, Darth Yash was possibly my favorite player sitting down at the board at the start of this round, but sadly 'twas not to be. So here are the pairings after the second tie-break game. And as you can see, we still have a number of matches that are going to be going to additional tie-breaks. We've got Artemyev MVL. We have Vidit playing Sam Shankland, who managed to win. Fantastic stuff there with the black pieces. We have Idani and Esipenko going to another round of tie breaks, as well as Dubov Maya. So very interesting stuff. We're down to 4 boards as the players reset. David, 11-4. What do we think of that?
I think beforehand I would have predicted around 4 or 5. I think 2 games, 15 minutes is tough to separate some of the closer players. I'm not shocked that, for example, Dubov and Maya went to the 10-minute games. They just raced there, essentially. But the likes of Vasily Legrave, Artemiev, it's going to be fun to watch them as the time controls quicken.
And Jovi, so many fun moments as well. Obviously, Yash has been a highlight, even though he's out. Von Forest, Queen G4, what a moment that was. It feels like every other moment in the middle games there was something that changed the eval bars on most boards.
I mean, it's in a dramatic format, you know, with the tie breaks, with the players back against the wall. I mean, again, seeing some of those fantastic players, you know, just fighting it out. I mean, I did like Yildiz Van Forest G4. That was very, very creative. It didn't quite work, didn't pay off for him, but, you know, came within a whisker. And then, you know, some crazy positions in Ariana. And, you know, this tournament means so much to him. Well, he didn't quite manage to get past Yangyi, but, you know, what can we say? You know, it was a massive battle. It was such a big fight, and it's a pleasure to see. And we still have some more games in progress, which I'm really looking forward to just being here, calling all the action as time just gets a little bit faster.
So before we head into the 10-minute plus 10-second portion of our broadcast, we managed to catch up, actually, thank you very much, to Alexei Sarana. So let's go ahead and hear what Rakesh had to ask him.
Congrats to Alexei Sarana, who beat Jordan Van Forst 2-0 in the tiebreaks. Tell us more.
Yeah, this 2-0 doesn't say anything about much because it was absolutely random, and first game was
crazy.
At the start it was some end game. I thought I'm slightly better, but somehow he managed to equalize very confidently, and then it was absolutely random. He allowed me to sacrifice the knight, which I think was a mistake, and I thought I was winning, but then I did something wrong, and already he plays on win, and I even wanted him to play for win because I saw some potential for me that he blundered, but I played move by move, and I even didn't understand what he missed. I just play move by move, and suddenly I'm winning.
Congrats on the win. Whom you play in round 4?
Round 4, I think Martinez.
Jose, so it's better than Nodirbek.
Oh, yeah, I consider it's better.
How do you plan to spend the rest day?
Oh, we'll see. I need to think. We probably will go to the beach. We'll eat in some restaurant. We'll see. I didn't think about it. Maybe I will spend it today, and then tomorrow I will rest and prepare.
Congratulations, Alexei, and spasiba.
Rightio, folks. So Alexei Sarana still thinking about what he wants to do on his day off. We have got a little bit of time on our hands, of course, after the tie-break games today. Finally, after so many days of action, we have a little bit of a breather. And while we have a breather and we're checking out what to do and maybe planning what we're doing throughout the holidays, let's remember that ChessUp's annual holiday sale starts now. And you can save even more with using Chess as a promo code. That saves you $100 on your ChessUp too. It's a physical electronic board and it syncs to your chess.com rated games. You can then save them and analyze them on chess.com itself. It's got a touchscreen, touch-sensitive pieces, and built-in Wi-Fi to support players of all levels. So use !ChessUp in chat and unlock $100 off until the 1st of December, which is the lowest price of their holiday season. So 10 plus 10. We've whittled our way down to just a handful of boards. The players are getting ready. Jovi, if you're MVL right now, are you ruining missed chances in the previous 15 plus 10? It's easy to say he needs to reset, but how do you cast those sort of thoughts out of your mind?
I mean, there's one thing that MVL can count on, and that's experience. He's been in this type of situation many, many times. He's used to these high pressure, just high pressure situations where he just has to perform, where he has to forget the ghosts of past, and he just has to deliver. I mean, he'll be maybe like one tiny part of him will be thinking, "Oh, I really shouldn't have been here because I should have won the first game," but he's there, 10+10. He's playing black, and he has to bring his A game because Artemiev is one of the best players in the world. And also incredibly, incredibly dangerous. And there's a lot of people who will be thinking about the past, but they're going to have to put them aside.
Exactly right. There's only 8 players left now in this tie break. David, we can see all 4 of the pairings up on our screen right now. We saw MVL as he sat down, but where else should we be looking? It's not all focus on one board, right?
Yeah, it's definitely not focused just on one board. We're almost guaranteed fireworks between Sam Shankland and Vidit, just judging by how they played earlier in the day. 2 decisive games, both players winning with black. And for Puya Idani, Andrei Stepenko, the opposite case, both players winning with white. Daniel Dubov against Maya, meanwhile, very hard to understand. It feels like Dubov is reluctant to play chess at this point. He maybe just wants to get it down to the Armageddon. But we start here, and it is Vidit who will be defending the black pieces in a Queen's Gambit declined. Sam Shankland bringing his bishop out very early. This is one of the main lines. Jovanka, do you think we'll see another decisive result here?
Somehow I think both of these players, especially Sam, is a little bit volatile. I mean, they come armed to the teeth with a lot of preparation, and what we've kind of seen is a big pattern of one person just burning down the clock. And then we see like blunders in time travel. We have our bird's eye view, so we can have a full overview of everything that has happened so far. And we are seeing a Rogozin there in the game between Shankland and Vidit, their top middle. Whereas against Dubov Maya, well, we have Scholar's Mate. Not threatened, but it's there.
Let's go for that one, Jovanka, just in case it does fizzle out with a quick draw, but also because it could lead to what I believe is a very funny opening name in chess. We'll do a very quick action replay. It started with e4, e5. This looks like beginner chess, but it's actually respected at the top level as well. Bishop c4. Often players, they just bring out their knight to c6. They don't want to embark on any fun here. They can bring out the bishop to c5. We saw that earlier today, Wei Yi against Glidura. Knight takes e4 isn't a piece blunder. It's a well-known tactic for anyone at home. Black wins back the piece with interest. Next move. So white brings out the queen, threatening Scholar's Mate, as you mentioned. The black knight saves itself, defends, attacks. And big moment here. If Jörg Meier doesn't want a big opening debate against a well-known gambitier like Dubov, then he might just bring his bishop out to e7 and get castled. But if you do want to fight fire with fire and play the move knight to c6, there's this very famous variation. I believe it's called the Frankenstein Dracula variation. Would have been appropriate a week ago during Halloween, but knight to b5 now, trying to kick away the knight from protecting f7, g6 to stop any mates on f7. The queen goes back, f5 to block, and now queen to d5. This is well-known theory, and now black has 2 moves. Queen e7 or queen f6, queen e7, knight takes pawn, and check this out. White wins a whole rook in the corner, but after b6, black gets the bishop to b7, targets, beautiful center, the knight is trapped. This would be so much fun if it happens.
It's not really Jörg Meier style, though. He's a very solid, stable player, so I'm expecting bishop to e7. But the hesitation tells me that although he's got it worked out, knight c6, okay, we're going to be seeing it. And I love the fact that white is very persistent with threatening the Scholar's Mate. Like, here you go. Take the knight, queen takes f7, Scholar's Mate.
Yeah, he won't blunder a mate here, surely, Jörg Meier. But the fact that he's slowed down and started thinking now, g6 is strictly the only move to not lose immediately. And not to get mated on f7 or not to lose something on c7. You need to build the center first. I haven't seen this for years, the Vienna kind of going into the Frankenstein Dracula variation. Scary stuff for both sides. I'm going to say brave stuff for Yangyi, like you said. Not his style, but also against this opponent, Dubov, he's like a sleeping bear sometimes. He's just happy with a quick draw in certain positions. But if you give him a chance to attack, he will go for you. He will bite that finger, as Magnus said. If you put your hand in his mouth, he'll bite. So we'll see. G6 has to be played, though. What's he even thinking about?
Yeah, I mean, you gotta prevent Scholar's Mate. Knight takes knight, queen takes f7 is the big threat, so you have to go g6. And York actually down significantly on the clock, and we're not out of the opening battle. So g6, only move. Is he thinking about queen?
Beginning.
No, he can't. He can't go, like, he can't move the queen because knight takes c7.
I think we're seeing a player just totally freeze and maybe regret his past choices. Like, there was no reason to play knight takes e4 if you hadn't looked at the theory. Like, this is a very complicated line, and the variation I showed, it just starts there. Like, with the white knight on a8, black playing b6, that's just where it begins. There's reams and reams of theory, both modern with computers, but also old theory. There were a lot of games back in the day, correspondence games I've seen in that position. It goes 30 moves deep, and often it ends in a forced draw. But if you don't even know move 6, then how are you going to get to move 30? This is crazy in a rapid game, especially. G6 only move. Queen f3 played. Will he find f5 now only move?
Yeah, he has to find it. I mean, again, this big threat is knight takes d6, followed by queen takes f7. And the queen can't assist in the defense of f7 because of knight takes c7 ideas. So, yeah, it's a bit baffling to me. I mean, maybe Georg is just thinking ahead and is thinking about, like, trying to kind of calm down the emotions and think about what's going to be happening. Or David's shaking his head. He thinks he's genuinely, like, working this out over the board.
He just doesn't know it, I think. Like, I think he's looking for or maybe he knows it and he's looking for alternatives because he knows he's walking into some deep prep. Dubov's blitzing into this. Maya, he's never been an e5 player consistently. He was playing the French defense from his early teens until he was in his mid-30s. Only the French defense every time, occasionally a Sicilian. But now he plays knight to f5, and I think this is known to be bad after queen to d5, if I remember correctly. I haven't looked at this for years either, but g4 is another very tempting move. But question mark already appearing. He's made a big mistake on move 7, and yeah, this is looking very, very spooky, scary in the Frankenstein Dracula variation for Yangyi.
Yeah, and g4, I was looking at the database while you were talking. g4, queen to d5, both moves have been played, and queen to d5 is actually going to provide still the same issues, right? You still have to defend against the checkmate on f7, and knight takes c7 still in the air. Yeah, you're right. Yangyi doesn't know this.
Yeah, and this is what puts people off playing e4, e5 at a lot of levels. Nowadays, it's always the Italian, but there's the Evans Gambit, the King's Gambit, the Vienna Gambit. There's so many openings. Yeah, there's the two knights, the fried liver, there's this line, the Frankenstein Dracula variation. Like, there's all sorts of the Danish Gambit. You know, there's so much to know. And if you're not a day in, day out e4, e5 player, occasionally the opponent will try and catch you off guard. And yeah, d3 or d4 now I'm expecting to try and take off this knight. Yeah, he's trying to play out of Dubov prep here, according to the feature chat. But bad news is he's down at 5 minutes. Dubov has 10 minutes nearly. It hasn't worked.
No, it hasn't worked, and d4 comes with that threat of bishop takes knight again. Oh, yeah, this is why you need to know your stuff. You need to know your gambits, and I admit it also puts me off e4, e5 because of all of these sidelines, and they're very, very dangerous as well. If you don't know what you're doing, you can easily stumble. Shall we move away from this game? because it's fascinating, but we're expecting d4 and Dubov to have the edge. But the others are way out of the opening and all the way into the middle game. Where do we want to go to?
D4 played by Dubov in the meantime. Just to sum up the openings of the 4 games, Artemiev versus Vasily Graf started as a symmetrical Fianchetto Grunfeld. That one has come to life somewhat. We see Shankland and Vidit debating one of the main lines of the kind of Nimzo/Rogozin hybrid. And Idani versus Esipenko looks like it started as e4, e5, I'm going to guess, but white has the better pawn structure, black has the bishop pair. Maybe just very quickly into that one, just because it's the furthest progressed. You mentioned deep into the middle game. That one already queens are off the board. But it does look like maybe the trend of white wins will be broken, because Andrei Esipenko is very solid here. He's got a nice pin. At the very least, he can play a4 in the near future, soften white up. And I don't think black's in much danger right now, Jovanka.
Yeah. No, you have to do something about that pin, for starters. So bishop to b2 seems to be a natural move. And your a4 move, David, is very, very tricky to handle. You do that, and one of the pawn weaknesses actually disappears from the board. I actually think that Esipenko will be feeling more than happy here. I think he'll be even thinking about actually squeezing this one out for a win, because he has the bishop pair, he has that potential, and how to handle this attack against the knight. It's not going to be easy at all.
It is a bit awkward. If white got 2 moves like bishop b2 and knight a4, white would be loving life. But yeah, unfortunately, black can play a4. And just to show that variation you mentioned, Jovanka, bishop b2, black can play a4. Knight takes a4 is not possible anymore because of rook takes a4, removing the defender of this bishop, and bishop takes bishop. That would be rook takes knight. Black wins a piece. So yeah, I think we won't delve too deeply, but Esipenko very happy on board and clock, 3 minutes up as well.
Absolutely. And yeah, I think it's also very easy to play with the bishop pair. So let's go back to our bird's eye view. And what about the game Shankland against Vidit? Because it's either going to sizzle or it's going to fizzle out. And this one is pretty interesting, because, okay, you're looking at it and you're like, why is this interesting, Yovi? And I'm just going to argue it's because, there's a difference in minor pieces, bishop against knight. And also when it comes to the pawn majorities, white has quite mobile pawn majority there in the middle. You can go f3, e4, and white is ready to go rook to c7. And all of those kind of small little things just indicate to me that it's black who's on the back foot here.
Yeah, it should be totally fine for black, but definitely I agree. Vidit, who needs to be accurate, needs to find a way to hold on here. Also, the bishop with pawns on both sides of the board. I imagine a bishop on d4 landing in the near future, and it's just going to dominate both flanks. So f3 already nearly traps the black knight, so you've got to be really careful as Vidit. I'm probably expecting rook to c8 or knight to d5. And either way, the black knight would have c5 or maybe f6 to run back to after it gets hit. He brings the rook to c8. I think this rook is the more accurate because the black bishop, the black rook might have been hit on the dark squares if the other rook had been used. I'm going to predict draw, Jovanka, but probably Sam Shankland from a position of strength.
Yeah, I'm going to predict win for white. Just because I want to be contrary to you. And I quite like white's position, and I think that Vidit is going to burn a lot of time on the clock just finding the most accurate defenses. So let's go on to the game between Artemiev and Maxim Vasily-Graf and have a peek there.
Yeah, maybe just a very quick peek because there's fireworks in the other game, so we shouldn't linger too long here. It does look very, very balanced. That's the game in the top left corner. It looks like queens are coming off. Maxim Vasily-Graf is just trying to neutralize Artemiev here. Probably a slight edge for white, I would say, just because black's got a couple of weaknesses on the queen side, 3 versus 2 on that flank. Jovanka, who would you prefer to be?
It's a tough one. I think it's very balanced. I think I'd be happy to be either side, but if you had to push me, maybe white, because I'm slightly more familiar with them. But I don't know. For the time being, I would be happy to play either, and that just to me is showing that it's very, very balanced. But you mentioned fireworks, David, and we got to go where the drama is. So where are the fireworks? I'm presuming that it's in the game between Dubov and Maya.
Yeah, and check this out. White has a bishop on f8. That's not a glitch in the matrix. It's not a black bishop starting on that square. It's white's bishop that's replaced it on its start square. Just a very quick action replay. We left it after d4, hitting this knight. Maya, to his credit, found a very good move. The only move to not get crushed immediately, d6. He played it quite quickly as well. Bishop takes knight, threatening a nasty checkmate on f7, but his idea was to hit the white queen. When the white queen retreated, he was faced with the threat of d5, forking two pieces, so he took the white bishop. The black bishop on f8 dropped off. That's how white's bishop got there. So white's actually a piece up. No time to take this bishop off the board, but bishop c4 is a threat on two pieces simultaneously. And hitting the knight, hitting the bishop, and apparently, Ivanka, white should play bishop g7 not to be worse. White is significantly worse if he doesn't play this move.
Interesting, because it is findable, but it's the most natural move because you don't want to be losing time, right? This type of position is all about momentum. And bishop g7, and you're like, okay, I post up a bishop to f6, and the bishop is not in trouble anymore, and then you can drop the knight back. But actually, looking deeper into the position, I see that, you can't just drop the knight back because there's a pawn hanging on d4. So still, it's going to be a game of attacks and counterattacks and holding absolutely everything in balance. And wow, okay, let's dive in. So bishop to g7, rook to g8 is going to be the answer.
Incredibly, black cannot play rook to g8, which is crazy because bishop f6 hits the black queen and gives white time to save this knight, like a4 or knight c3 or knight a3. He plays bishop g7, and look at this. Georg Meyer sacrifices the whole rook in the corner. Only move. He found it. Brilliant move as well. Bishop takes b5. Now, wow, not even taking the rook. If he had captured it, knight takes d4, and black is the one better, suddenly, amazingly, despite being a rook down, hitting the queen, hitting the pawn. And if the queen moves, for example, black springs out, counterattack, the white king is stranded, and black is actually just winning, which is crazy to my eyes. But both players understood this, and Dubov just took the pawn on e5, not even taking a free rook. He's going to get castled, and mutual attacks here. Now probably black should save the rook. But Ivanka, this is just wild. Wild stuff.
Yeah, totally wild. I got to confess, David, I forgot that there was a white knight on g1. Somehow, there's so much action had happened. I thought that it was done with a whole army, but okay, it wasn't. And rook g8, bishop to f6 is going to be played. And yeah, it's wild position. Bishop f6. The queen steps up to. Oh, he's reaching for the knight.
No. Yeah,
knight takes pawn.
Only move again. And nice to see our featured chat there. Everyone hopefully in chat wanting to learn the Frankenstein Dracula variation now. Should have been learning it 10 days ago on Halloween, but better late than never. Save it up. If you learn it now, you'll be ready for next Halloween. Knight takes e5, counterattacking against the white queen, and either Dubov has to bail out now by playing bishop takes knight, or queen takes pawn maybe on b7. Sharp stuff right now. Still, after 15 moves. I'm very impressed the players have been treading kind of perfect territory, especially Georg Meyer. He's found all the best moves to survive.
Yeah, and Dubov has the time to see whether queen takes pawn is actually possible. He'll be calculating whether the black bishop steps back, counterattacks the queen, and it's a situation where virtually all of the pieces are under fire. And if you want to kind of play it safe, you go bishop takes knight, knight e2, and then off you go with your castling. But if you want the fireworks, then queen takes b7, queen f4 is also a possibility. What do you think Dubov will be doing?
I think he's had enough fun. I think it's been so crazy, and Maya's reacted so well that Dubov should be playing it a bit safer now. Probably I would take this pawn. And like you said, bishop c6 is probably the answer, or queen to b8, and we'll head into some kind of endgame. That's the problem with modern chess. It's like you play the most crazy variation, hasn't been seen for 50 years at the top level, and if the opponent knows everything, it's just equal. It's just a draw. But he takes the knight instead with a grimace. Dubov leaning back. He didn't look happy about that choice. And Maya, will he just take back that bishop? He could also play queen to e7. He could also play bishop to c6 if he wants, here, Jovanka, just to shore everything up. Bishop c6, though, there might be bishop f6. No, this is still wild. Bishop c6.
Bishop c6 is a Maya type of move, you know, kind of, and then Dubov is going to play queen to e3 or e2, and then we're going to have a kind of very funny position on our hands. But
what?
Now the kind of now Maya's just thinking pawn takes bishop as well. I mean, is a possibility? And then just try to play this game queen e7.
Mm-hmm. Just to mention, bishop c6 gave black the advantage. According to the eval bar, according to the computer, like bishop c6, white would have had to move the queen, like you said, take everything on e5, and black would have had a beautiful bishop on c6 versus a silly knight on g1 in an endgame. So things, and now no time to do anything other than castle for Daniel Dubov. He will win b7 next, probably, unless there's still bishop c6. Jovanka, there we go. Now he plays it, Jörg Meier. And the craziness continues. Still a piece down. He's acting like nothing happened. Dubov now has to find queen c3. And I guess the idea is to play rook e1 next move.
Yeah. Also, what you can do is go queen c3 and then just kind of go all out with knight to f3. And just kind of argue, well, I got compensation in the fact that it's not possible for black to do castle. So you can try to generate play in that direction. Rook e1 is also an idea, again, just to play for winning the e5 pawn. It's a crazy game, our craziest game of the round. It's ironic, right? I think these two must have been told off by the arbiters because they finished their their second game in the first tiebreak super quickly. Like it was barely, I want to say 5 minutes. Knight to f3 being played. Pressure's on e5.
It wasn't even 5 minutes, Jovanka. It was 5 moves. Then they agreed to draw in the previous game, Dubov with white. He wanted the quicker time controls because he thinks he's the faster player, the better player. But Jörg Meier is a blitz specialist. Like years ago, he was like the number 2 behind Nakamura. He was like crushing everyone on chess.com, on the ICC, the Internet Chess Club days. So I think it's a very risky strategy to take Meier to the quick games. Dubov has found out how strong Maya is. Knight takes e5, though, is a threat. White's very active despite being a pawn down. So how should black try to just negate the pressure here?
Yeah, you have to make an inroad. So, okay, the king goes on the run, and I guess g4, g5 is one way for white to unsettle that pawn wedge in the center. I mean, as white, you have to do something. So it's either you want to take. Well, it's blitz chess. I wasn't sure whether it was possible, but it's blitz. Anything can go. But you know, ideally, what you want to do is f2, f4, and break it up that way. But that's going to be actually quite difficult. Maybe you can do it via knight to no. Knight to d4 would be a blunder because you can take the knight.
Yeah, knight d4. You can take the knight hitting the white queen. I mean, Dubov's definitely calculating this, right? There's predictions that Jörg Meier might still lose. He's still down 30 seconds on the clock. But he was down, what, 6 minutes earlier? So it's already a huge improvement. And he's still up a pawn. There we go. Knight takes e5 from Dubov. It's his style, his fiery chess. He plays a brilliant move. Doesn't change the evaluation, which should still be equal, meaning there's probably a perpetual check or a way for black to give back the bishop to kind of survive into an endgame. But that's a scary move to face with just 1 minute left. Meier has to take that knight now. there's no two ways about it. You have to take the knight. You have to find a safe square for the queen. But where to go? It's still terrifying.
Yeah, and you also have to go somewhere safe with the queen as well. And which direction do you go? You know, do you go queen to f6, but then, you know, there you leave yourself vulnerable to rook to e8 ideas? In fact, I think you straight up, you almost lose the... Almost.
Oh. That's queen f6 played, and it is a blunder. What has he allowed here? Is it rook to e8 check, discovered attack against the queen, although there black can maybe move the king to defend? What is the punishment for this move? The first mistake. He does play at rook e8.
King
You've
f7.
seen something that Maya hasn't. King f7 only move. And now look at this, queen c4 check. It's a skewer. And Maya, he's going to realize he's losing everything now. Wow.
Yeah.
King takes rook, queen takes rook. And it's a handshake. York-Maya resigns. He defended so well for so long, but finally we see a Dubov sacrificial masterpiece.
Yeah, knight takes e5. What a blow that was. And yeah, stepping up with the queen to f6. It looks so natural, and yet it was so wrong. Queen takes rook, and then the other rook would have fallen. And that means that Maya now has to win on demand. Let's go to our bird's eye view and check in on the other games. We had an... and there in the top middle, we had an interesting bet going on, David, if you can call it a bet. I was saying that Sam probably would win this one. You were saying probably a draw. I'm going to say that you're probably going to win that bet. It's looking like this is going to fizzle out into a draw, especially now with the trade of the minor pieces. And the double pawn is going to be helping Vidit in the defense of that endgame. As in the Idani Yesipinka game, well, everything is even. We have the presence of opposite color bishops. Very, very even there. Maybe...
Let's just stick with this game for now. Maybe I think we'll see a handshake any moment between Shankland and Vidit. Then we'll go over to the other games. We saw Vidit go down a pawn, but he's been winning it back on the 4th rank now. Yeah, he can take that super safe. We'll see the first draw in tiebreaks between these two after they exchanged wins earlier. And there we go.
And Shankland's last move was tantamount to a draw offer. And, well, we have some endgames. This one felt like it was also a draw. And this is our alternative between Artemiev and Maxim Vashilikrov. Well, it ain't exactly fireworks, but we do have the situation that Artemiev doesn't have too much time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Artemiev doesn't have much time. I would prefer to be black, I think, objectively as well, just because with knights, they tend not to support passed pawns so well in rook and pawn endgames when it's knights, rooks, and pawns. And there we go, rook b7. If black is somehow able to catch this isolated pawn, it's also a passed pawn, but if black can win it, then only black can win knights and pawns on one side of the board. That being said, I think Jovanka, like, by far the most likely result should be a draw here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it looks that way. And if the knights come off, it is virtually a dead drawn rook and pawn endgame with everything being level. So, yeah, I mean, I can see what Artemiev is doing. He's trying to be sneaky. He's trying to ensnare that knight on b2. But of course, MVL spots that one and drives the white knight away.
Yep.
Maybe you can hold it there. f4.
Yeah, f4, the black king could have continued advancing king f5, king e4, maybe a bit risky for white. Touching f-pawns is always fraught with danger, even in the endgame. So knight back to give a check. I will mention, Jovanka, like, the clock has been the main factor in the kind of early tiebreak games here between these two. It's always been Vladislav Artemiev down at seconds, while MVL has minutes. And so far he's held, but there's only so long you can go kind of with that dynamic. It's probably good for Artemiev that he gets down to blitz, because then he'll be in time trouble, but so will MVL at least. And okay, we've repeated the position twice. Will we see it thrice? That's 3 times. Eye contact, handshake, draw. Very fair result in a very balanced game.
Yeah. And which brings us to our final ongoing game between Puya Idani and Yonder Yesipenko. Now, it's super important, I think, for White to win this one, because in this match, White always seems to win. And here, this one is looking very, very drawish. If all the rooks come off, then the players might as well just set up the pieces in preparation for the next game, because nothing can actually stop a draw happening. Okay, are we going to see rook takes rook? No, Yesipenko is like, no. Because I'm sure Yesipenko could have traded off rooks and then given a check on a2, and we could have been seeing a draw there and then. But he's got the white king caged in somewhat, so keep the game going.
Yep. Maybe now he'll trade rooks and put a rook on the second rank, but ultimately, yeah, opposite color bishops, it's just a dead draw as long as you don't blunder checkmate. He's actually repeating the position here, rook back to f3. No reason for white to try and play on, so the rook chases the black rook. Yeah, I think even if white just sits, like goes bishop e3, bishop f4, bishop e3, bishop f4, like there's no way through. This should now be a draw. But yeah, like you said, good news for Esipenko, who will get white in the next game and hope to keep that trend going.
Yeah, this would be the first draw that these two have played against each other. All the other games have been decisive. Rook takes rook. Are we going to see that? No, the rook goes to b3. Okay, I'm expecting the rook to move to d2.
There's one trap, like bishop e3, you play rook takes e3, and you make white on the back rank. So, okay, that was seen, obviously. Yeah, rook e2. Probably better to wait with the rooks. The white bishop is nicely placed. g5 will always weaken the black king. Yeah, this feels like the time to bail out, especially now that Esipenko's down 40 seconds on the clock. Probably doesn't want to go much longer.
Yeah.
Rook move.
But he keeps rejecting the draw offer, because that's what Idani's done. He said, I'm very happy to go rook f2, trade off rooks. Okay, now you can go rook to e7. But do you do this when everything seems to be working so nicely by keeping everything locked in and solid? Do you actually kind of change the nature of the position? Do you bother?
I probably wouldn't. I would just play rook f2 and just wait and sit and rub it in. Just show the opponent that you know what you're doing. But rook e7's totally fine, I think, as well. He gives a check first. He can always just come back to e2. In blitz, like if I were playing on chess.com, I'd play rook e8 check, pre-move rook back to e2, and just gain a few seconds on the opponent. King h7, he'll come back. Maybe now rook e7 if he wants to be really forceful.
Yeah.
And Esipenko looking away. He knows that this will be a draw any moment. Just got to get psyched up for the next game, it feels like.
Yeah, and the next game will be coming very shortly. We've had a very peaceful round, so to speak. Just one decisive game with Dubov winning against Georg Mayer. And we're looking at what is potentially 3 draws. And
yeah,
I think...
Go on, Jovanka.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry. No, I was just going to say, I think actually we're going to be seeing like a lot more of these draws. I think with like players such as MVL and Artemiev being so closely matched that we're going to be seeing hardly any decisive results, and instead the time control just getting faster and faster.
Yeah, there is an ongoing joke. The top players tease each other. I mean, it's technically possible to win the World Cup by not winning a single game. You could draw every single game. If you keep getting black in the Armageddon, make a draw. You could win 8 rounds without winning a single game of chess. But that's the format. And of course, drawing against the top players in the world is one thing. It's extremely difficult, let alone beating them. But, yeah, rook to b2 now. He's got to be slightly careful, Idani. I'm slightly surprised he's allowed this. Since, yes, he's managed to get one set of rooks off the board, but he's now pretty much pinned on the second rank. The black king could try and walk forward to g4, but ultimately he's not made a major mistake, which it will take to win this game for black.
But you're right, white is putting the rooks in a rather passive situation. If you want to hold on to h2.
Yep.
And rook h1, like a natural move.
Imagine winning this game. Like, this is a proper grind. Like, often, normally, if you're grinding, you're at least slightly better. Here, like, we started the endgame, it was just dead level. Opposite color bishops, but the black bishop is maybe just better than its counterpart. Yeah, it should still be a draw, though. Rook back to e2, rook on f2, I think, is the ideal defensive setup. So he tries to stop his opponent's rook getting back to f2, but there we go. Vidani Puyak immediately bringing his rook back to e1, stopping the black rook getting behind.
Yes. And he can also go h4 at any time. Like, wouldn't a trade of pawns be beneficial for the defender?
Yeah, do it now. Do it now. h4. Get a bit safer. Black can give some checks, but the white king can easily move. h4 before the black bishop blocks you again. And there we go. He plays it. Good call, Jovanka. And it's the final stages of this game. Feels like they're going to neutralize each other, but stubbornly playing on. John, I just want to ask your thoughts on the craziness we saw earlier between Dubov and Maya.
I'm glad you asked. I thought for a second you were going to ask me about this game. Oh, look, it's going to be opposite colored bishops. It looks drawish. Let's bring in the guy who plays the French exchange. I hear you. I see you. I see you. I think I've got one question to ask Dubov and Maya, which is, who were the stunt doubles who played the 6-move draw earlier? Because we did not see the same players sat at the board just now. It is wild that they can swing from that mindset to what we just witnessed so quickly. It almost feels like it completely took me by surprise when I take a look at the moves that they played earlier on today. So incredibly played by both players, but I do have to ask some questions about when it's fine to get a quick draw and when we want to push for a win. It feels like someone flicked a switch and we just missed it.
Yeah, I think it's Dubov. I've been saying it for a long time now. World Rapid and Blitz, he's making so many quick draws. FIDE Grand Swiss, he's making quick draws. World Cup, he's making quick draws. I don't know what it is, but it's like when he wants to play, he can produce that. He can sack a knight, he can sack pawns, he can mate his opponents. But when he wants a draw, he gets a draw. It also reminds me a bit of Tal when Tal was in his later years. Like, went on this 90-something game unbeaten streak. Just most of them were draws, even though he was also kind of that attacking firebrand still by nature. So it definitely feels like it's on Dubov's terms. But he's got one more game now to hold off Maya.
Yeah.
And
incidentally,
it's worth pointing out here as well. Oh, sorry, Jovi, please continue.
No, I was just going to point out that you mentioned it was Tal, and it's Tal's birthday today. So,
oh, nice.
Yes.
Male Scorpio. Let's go.
It's probably worth pointing out for chat and for players at my kind of level, where that opposite colored bishops are, of course, famously extremely drawish in chess. But one of the reasons why even the Grandmasters play on for quite a while is that when you still have major pieces on the board in addition to opposite colored bishops, okay, with perfect play it is still very much a draw, but it just becomes that much more dangerous. There are so many more traps to watch out for, lots of little fun tricks that you have to be mindful of as well. So Jovi, maybe just a word on that, because I've gotten into opposite colored bishop endings before where rooks were still on the board, and the moment you start thinking, oh yeah, this is nice and drawn, that's usually where you miss the idea that allows your opponent to win.
Yeah, I mean, you do have to be very careful when it comes to these situations with rooks and opposite color bishops. I mean, it very much depends on whether the position is open. It also depends on factors like whose bishop is working in a better way. If, like, for instance, in this particular one, we're seeing a whole lot of moves happen. But okay, maybe we can just go to the camera and watch it in real time rather than something else. But But what I wanted to say about opposite color bishops and rooks is that, again, it's all about those small little details, and also depends if the position is closed and how you can utilize your pawn majorities, for instance. And what is very, very important is that you must always have a small little plan of improvement. You also must think about what your opponent wants to do and factor that into your plans. So particularly in this situation, White is being like very clear. White just wants the draw, wants to swap off rooks, whereas for Black is trying to guard the g5 point and wants to capture the pawn, and then is going to try to use his own bishop as a shield against checks. And that's why we're seeing Yesipenko, his rook is being harassed. He's constantly having to deal with these questions. And Idani's plan is that if the king is forced to step up and capture the pawn on g3, his bishop will always be there, ready, waiting to take on g5. So you have this kind of like nice balance with opposite color bishop and with rooks, that you're constantly thinking about your own plans, what your opponent wants to do, and you have that very small plan of improvement. And I just also wanted to add one other point, that if the position is locked up, you always have to think about control. You got to try to keep control of the game, especially if you have the advantage. And talking about control and the advantage, well, the players decided enough was enough. The rooks came off the board. And once the rooks come off the board, that's it. It's going to be a draw. And we have our final result in this particular round.
That's right. All 4 games have now concluded. We just have the one decisive result. Daniil Dubov taking the first victory there against Georg Maya. There is still an opportunity for Maya to come back, though, of course, because we have the second game about to begin. Also, apologies to everyone watching that the moves fast forwarded themselves a bit towards the end there. There's sometimes an issue where when it's the last game to go, for reasons we don't understand, we get the games on a 5-minute delayed feed, and then FIDE decides to, for some reason, remove the delay, and we get 5 minutes worth of moves in one go. We've got no idea why it happens. It's got something to do with the way the relays are set up at the venue itself in Goa, so sadly we've got no control over that. But what's nice is that we have fewer than 12 boards, and if that happens, we just go to the live cameras, and David and Jovi are more than good enough to follow the positions on the board on camera to catch up with us there. So thank you very much for your patience there. Only the one decisive result, though, David, and pressure starting to ramp up.
Exactly. Huge pressure now on Georg Maya, who lost that game in somewhat painful fashion, a one-move blunder at the end, even if he was under pressure from the start of things. For the others, it's still nervy. It's still unclear how hard you should press for a win. Are you comfortable taking it now down to the 5-minute games? Do you chance your hand there against your opponent? Do you think you're faster? Or do you think this is the last chance to strike? It's mind games at this point.
Are there any 5-minute, 3-minute specialists, Jovi, that you can think of that are still in this bracket who have absolutely no problem going all the way to Armageddon? I'm struggling to think of a name that's head and shoulders above the rest. Everything's so close.
MVL, well, Blitz champion. I mean, he's a speed demon. I gotta say, he's absolutely amazing, and he'll be very comfortable if the time gets slashed all the way down to 3+2. He's also going to be very comfortable in Armageddons. But we've also seen Artemiev. He's also equally comfortable playing moves with just seconds left on the clock. So the two have met a fine opponent in each other. So these are the best players in the world, John, and I can't stress that enough. I mean, they are tough competitors, and I think they're all going to be very happy when time goes down to 5 minutes to 3 minutes, and we just got to enjoy the ride. That's all I'm going to say.
Okay, well, David, even if we have World Blitz champion, I feel like a quote, a paraphrase, I should say, from Roger Federer comes to mind, where he's won so many of his matches, but if you take a look at the percentage of games won, it's like 54% or something like that. Even if you are World Blitz champion and you have an edge against anyone in the world at such quick time controls, even if the coin flips 60-40 in your favor, it's not an easy decision to sort of just casually go into that and say, yeah, I'll be fine, because as we've seen in this World Cup already, more often than not, you're not.
Exactly. It increases the variance, if anything. Like you said, I was shocked to hear that Federer had only won 54% of his points, but yeah, if it goes to Armageddon, I do think it's a genuine 50-50. No matter who is there at this point, everyone equally strong, everyone an experienced Grandmaster. It might come down to who starts with more time on the clock, who just happens to land the better opening on the day. And yeah, of course, the Armageddon is just a dream for Jörg Meier at this point, but he needs a good opening here. I think the other matches are pretty much just 50-50, judging by how close the first tiebreak game was of these 10-minute portions. But yeah, Meier starts as the underdog. That's the only one I can say there's a clear favorite in these 4 remaining games.
Okay, 10 minutes plus 10 seconds now. Jovi, 4 draws, 4 decisive results, something in between. I'm going to ask both of you. Jovi first.
Oh, you're putting me on the spot. I don't know. I don't know. Somehow I have a feeling we're going to see some people eliminated in this portion. I have a feeling that for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Artemiev, we might see more of them in the 5+3.
Okay.
But I'm suspecting Yesipenko is going to be ruthless with the white pieces and knock out Idani, and that we might see a decisive match there. But I'm also suspecting that Dubov will hold firm, and we also might see the end of Jörg Meier. But to be fair, I don't know. I don't know. It's tough.
David, this game only as opposed to the match, how many decisive results we see?
I think we see 3 out of the 4 now decisive. I think we'll see at least 1 go to the 5-minute portion. And yeah, whether it's this one is another question. We see E4, E5, 2 very, very principled, solid players with several gears. I echo Jovanka, maybe Esipenko a small favorite due to the color, just due to the fact he has white. Here we see the Italian game by the Frenchman. And H6, a very trendy move just to stop the white knight coming forward. None of that stuff we saw in the Frankenstein Dracula with quick attacks on F7. So we see white castle. Jovanka, these two just so experienced, right? Former world number 2 blitz player, Artemiev. Hard to pick any weaknesses in his game.
Yeah, it's very, very difficult to pick a weakness. And we have former world blitz champion in Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. You know, it's quite funny. For a long time, Maxime wasn't blitz world champion, and everyone thought that he should be getting that title because he's so good at blitz. But he eventually got it, and yeah, he's such a fantastic player. And here we're going down the tried and tested route, you know, an Italian game here, where the players are just going to be maneuvering, and it's going to be a choice of plans. And we can see that A4 has been played. It's all about expanding on the queen side and then just letting the action unfold. I'm also seeing like his main stuff as well in the top middle between Vidit and Shankland.
Yeah, yet another Philidor between those two. We saw that earlier today when Shankland was able to take down Vidit. I want to take us, though, to the game where one of the players is in a must-win situation. That is Jörg Meier, just to get his reaction to Dubov playing the Dubov Tarash. Literally, this variation is named after him. And it shows big kind of principles, big courage to play something that's named after you because you know your opponents have prepared for it. And just a very quick action replay, just the last few moves. In this position, the old move, everyone just played bishop e7. Everyone and their uncle played bishop e7, but c takes d4, followed by bishop to c5 is the Dubov Tarash. I believe Niels Grendelius has done a course on Chessable on this variation. It is a pawn sack, as we're accustomed to with Dubov Jovanka, because he's giving up the d5 pawn, but taking it now would give black very, very active play. White loses development time, so knight to a4. And what do you make of this? Dubov playing his own branch of this Queen's Gambit declined.
I like the fact that he's a man of his word, right? Because so often people like do courses and then they stop playing because they feel like, okay, I've analyzed this one a lot, and you know, Also, you get a little bit tired about playing the same things. But here's someone who just puts their money where their mouth is. It's called the Dubov variation, and the Dubov opening it is. From a chess perspective, I'm going to say I actually quite like it for white because, and this is just a bias that I have, it's just because it's literally a reversed Caro-Kann with a tempo up. Where you get this in the pan of Botvinnik.
Yeah, it's also more popular. I think it's most popular, this position with colours reversed from a Grunfeld, which also transposes to that Caro-Kann. So imagine Queen's Gambit declined, Grunfeld, Caro-Kann all have something in common. And it's this pawn structure, this position. And Black gets compensation, as Dubov will likely show, for his ruined pawn structure by getting active piece play. These pawns are horrible. Endgame's just great for white here, but he's going to play h5, h4, h3. He's going to try and put a pawn on h3 and hope that tactics work in his favour, as they often do when it's Dubov. Jovanka, I'm worried about Jörg Meyer's clock. Again, he's only down 3 minutes, but that's where it begins, right? That's where the blunder happened when he had only a few seconds left.
Yeah, and that's when it got really critical, right? Because when he had no time on the clock, 1 minute, that's when Dubov went, bam, I'm going to surprisingly sacrifice my knight. And sure enough, h5 makes an appearance on the board. And you're thinking here, like, how can this even work, right? Because Black has an isolated pawn on d5, double pawns b6, b7, and now literally gifting white the g5 square for the bishop. And yet somehow it does.
Somehow, some way, it does. Dubov, he's very good at, people talk about his attacking instincts. I mean, those are unique, but he's also very good at working with computers. He comes up with these weird ideas that just look like bizarre, that nobody else has ever thought of, because they just, how can h5 be a good move? Like you say, just bishop g5, control the dark squares. But he kind of marries that creativity to deep engine analysis, and he figures out, okay, it's not actually that bad. It's playable, and human point of view, practical game, if he knows it better than the opponent, looks good. So bishop g5, I believe Black can play moves like queen to d6 there, and or bishop g4 might also be the theoretical move. I looked at this a while ago, but I think Jörg Meyer hasn't looked at this recently because he's burning time on the clock.
Yes, and I just kind of wanted to piggyback on your earlier point about Dubov and how he works with engines. I know that there's a tremendous amount of effort and tremendous amount of time that Dubov puts in deliberately finding these type of ideas. And we're talking about like studying chess for a long time per day. So yeah, it's not an approach that is for the lazy. You have to constantly be at your computer, kind of reading the trends, understanding exactly what to go to. Also, you have to work with the engine as well. You can't just hit the space bar and see what the engine comes up with. You have to also just give the ideas that human twist. I say, okay, well, is this idea going to be actually easily playable against a human? Because some of the opening ideas are not. They're just for engine chess.
Exactly. I'm sometimes a bit lazy. That's why Magnus calls me Lazy Dave. But I just see what's the best move in this position. I look at the top move, maybe the second move, and I'm like, okay, that's interesting when I study openings. But I think the real opening specialists, they look further down. They're like, oh, what's the fifth best move, sixth best move? Mm-hmm. What's the best move in this position that doesn't give me a disadvantage? Or even what's the weirdest move that my opponent definitely won't have studied before that I can study and know better than them? So it's like, they don't just ask themselves one question, right? These opening specialists, they go like 5-6 layers into the onion. They peel back those layers and find these crazy ideas. And h5, whether it's good or not, it's cost. It's taken 5-6 minutes off Jörg Meyer's clock, and there we go, bishop g5, queen d6, which I remember looking at before. Like it's on the board, but I've got to say, Jörg Meyer maybe could have spent more time looking at openings, because Dubov's kind of speciality, and this is still mainline stuff, and he's 6 minutes down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and this is also one of the big problems, right? Is, Dubov plays everything. So where to guess, it's not just a given that he's going to be playing his own opening. He could respond it in a whole variety of ways, whereas Dubov kind of knows exactly where he's going to be channeling his energies. And E3 being played, I think fundamentally White has a absolutely fine position, but the clock advantage that Dubov has, he's literally got more time than he started. That's worrying.
Very, very worrying for Maya right now. The pawn has gone to e3, stopping black from stepping forward. The white queen does stare at h5, does stare at d5. You could see how white should be doing pretty well here, but I'm expecting Dubov to spend some time now. He brings his bishop forward. It's going to come with tempo, everything. And, ooh, f3. That's a bit weakening. The bishop will now drop back. And, yeah, maybe we also come back to this game a bit later, Jovanka. Let's update ourselves on the other boards.
Yep, and going to the bird's eye view, well, it's pretty mainstream in the top left in the game Vachilegrov against Artemiev, and maybe we can have a look at Yesipenko against Idani just because I want to see whether I'm correct, whether this game will finish in a decisive fashion. Because I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, well, black seems to be doing fine, but we do have an imbalance when it comes to the minor pieces.
Yeah, small imbalance. White has the bishop pair, even if it won't survive much longer. I don't think he should take the bishop off yet, Jovanka, because white might take the knight instead, and then the bishop looks a bit silly on a2, has to go back. So I'm expecting knight back to c6. And yeah, it feels like one of those Italians, one of those Spanishes where white's probably doing a little bit better, knight on g3, bishop out to g5, but black's so solid, right? Like nothing too dramatic going on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's just an interesting question. You mentioned knight to g3. Why did you choose that square for the knight as opposed to knight to e3? Is it just because it just gets in the way of the bishop, or?
I just autopilot. You're right. Probably just lazy Dave. Knight g3, maybe bishop on e3. I think I'm influenced as well by the fact that he had a knight on d5 earlier. He actually goes bishop g5 first, which is maybe the way to do the knight e3 plan. But he had a knight on d5 earlier, and he didn't back it up with knight e3. So I thought he just turned away from that plan. That was my reasoning. But he might take the knight now and go knight to e3 and try to sit on an outpost. That's a very good point, Jovanka. Maybe that's the best circuit for the knight now.
Yeah, that was interesting. Okay, wow, he doesn't go bishop takes knight, which was actually my thinking behind this whole play. He just wants to post up a piece on d5. That's one way how to fight this particular pawn structure of black, and instead he goes back. And now the question to ask is, like, how is black going to ever break that pin? Is g5 really something that's going to be coming? I also remember yesterday where Peter Leko was forced to play g5 against Kirill Alexienko, and then he won a very, very classy game there. So I do wonder whether Yesipenko is playing in a courageous, maybe a little bit provocative fashion.
Yeah, definitely. And I think like a very typical way to break the pin is to just, there we go, trade the bishops, go queen e6, and gain the tempo against the rook. That's a bit of a bonus, but the black knight can now move out the way. The only question is, like, knight e3, like at some point the knight will jump into d5 or f5 anyway. So it's like, do you want to move the black knight away? Maybe you do, or maybe you just kind of wait and challenge the rooks. Rook to b8 would look like a very, very healthy move now. And yeah, I think Yesipenko is probably just the more comfortable side of equality. He can play queen a4, tickle black on the queen side before bringing his knight forward. But yeah, I don't think it's anything big. I think it's not the most dramatic advantage that we could be talking about right now.
Yeah. Well, okay. I'm going to read that as our cue to move back to our bird's eye view and check in on the games between Vidit, Shankland, or perhaps Maxim Vachilegrov, Artemiev, because we've reached some critical moments in those games. Can we just have a look at the game Vidit, Shankland there in the top middle? Because either black has fully equalized because there are no pawns in the center, or white is a lot more active and Shankland is potentially the one who has to be extremely careful.
Yeah, it's difficult, right? Because there's so much tension on the e-file that both players have to be calculating, but I don't know. I don't see any way for white to profit right now. Although black's pieces, it's a bit like the Giri game where Giri got knocked out against Donchenko. Because black's pieces, like especially this bishop on f8, struggling for air, queen f3 played. The knight in c5 looks nice, but can be hit at some point. And yeah, I mean, I think b4 is a bit of a threat in the position. This just feels a bit awkward, like tension. If white gets one more move, rook e3 threatens a discovered attack with the bishop. Break the pin.
Yeah. Knight f5 is also in the air, and it's not easy for black to start unraveling. You know, there's knight to d5 is never a possibility because there's too many pieces on that square. Yeah, no, I'm also very aware that b4 is going to come and it's going to be very, very powerful. Big decision.
I was
Yeah.
going to say there was only one move in that position. The blue arrow didn't appear, but there was only one move to keep the balance. He plays his queen back to d8 question mark because now white probably has some strong moves. But just to mention, there was a cool move for black, and I would never ever see this, especially not in a rapid game. But knight to a4, according to the computer, was by far black's best move. Pure piece sacrifice, because after knight takes a4, queen b4, and it's a three-pronged fork here. It's a triple attack. Knight, bishop, rook. That would have been wild. I think the metal detectors would have had to come out if anyone plays knight a4 in that position.
That's a nice move. Wow. Okay. I mean, shame we didn't see it because it was so beautiful. I think we would have all kind of just leaped back in shock. But rook e3, queen to d8, rook e3 on our boards. Okay, bishop takes f6 is somewhere in the air with the aim of destroying the king side. Also, let's not forget that there's still ideas of jumping in with the knight to f5. There's still b4 on tap. And as David's highlighting, be careful. There might be some bishop takes f7 ideas.
This is terrifying. This is the type of position, like computer says, small advantage for white, 0.6, but this could easily grow, right? Like this could be knockout in a few moves if black doesn't find the right way forward. And I think Shankland, like, he played the Philidor as a must-win attempt with black, and he managed to win in the previous set of tiebreaks. Now he's playing it when he's on level footing. It's so risky, this opening. I don't think it's going to pay off. I think he's in massive trouble in practical terms.
Yeah, it looks like he's in massive trouble. Bishop takes f6 is something to be done. I don't think you need to worry about the a5 pawn because of the king side. You know someone else who's in massive trouble, David? Idani, as he plays the black pieces against Yesipenko. Maybe we quickly go here and see, well, there's been some big developments. When we left it, it looked pretty safe. And then suddenly, bishop takes f6. It seemed like black was obliged to capture with the pawn.
And okay, red cross appears. Like, I'm really shocked Yesipenko didn't take a free pawn there before the rook defended it. Very quick action replay. We saw rook to b8. We left it here. There was a rook trade, queen to a4, and apparently this was where a blunder happened. Black should have been gambiting a pawn already with knight to e7, which is difficult, giving up the a7 pawn just to get the black rook active. The black rook comes in, maybe to b3, hit some pawns. But he tried to defend with his rook, and after bishop takes, maybe now he realized, Jovanka, that after queen takes bishop, which was his intended move, now knight to e3 is devastating with this this fork threat, and the black rook can't really move because of its knight. Like rook b2 maybe he was relying on, but now there's this cool move, knight g4, hitting the black queen, defending this pawn, and winning a piece next move. So a miscalculation from Idani, and after, yeah, he had to take with a pawn, like you said, knight d2, threatening knight to c4, winning. Now we see a couple more moves to catch up, and instead of taking a7, he brought his knight forward. But it does look like there's some queen a6 ideas, some queen e8 check ideas. It's very good, but it still needs something tangible, right?
Yeah. I also was thinking about h4 Rookie 3 ideas, okay. But that's my style. I want to go straight for the king. But yeah, you're right. Queen a6 makes a whole lot of sense as well. Just asking that rook, where is it going to go? And it also eyeballing both a7 and d6. I love this queen a6 move if you just play it by ear there.
Yeah, there's lots of good moves here. Looks like a very promising position for Esipenko, but just on the last turn, just to point out one more time, taking a pawn for free would have given him a winning advantage. So a bit of a misstep there. Maybe not materialistic enough, Esipenko. And, okay, still doing very well, though. Let's come out of this game because it looks like there is action happening elsewhere. Jörg Meyer might be facing his last game of the event. If we switch, because it looks like Dubov is the one with a massive advantage. Down a pawn, as Dubov is known to enjoy being. And it looks like he's got perfect active play. The Dubov-Tarrasch striking again. Okay, he trades off rooks and he wins the pawn back. He's destabilizing the white knight. Knight d3 is in the air. Ivanka, it just looks so sad for the white pieces. The white king's a bit open. The white queen and bishop passive. Knight d3 looks painful now.
Yeah, the b2 pawn is falling. Also, once knight d3 appears, the knight on d4 is a touch sensitive. And this bishop on g2 that white has, it's just doing nothing. It's not placed on a great defender. Compare that with its counterpart, which is working nicely to support its own pieces. And yeah, Dubov, he doesn't even need to win. And he's already doing a fantastic job here. And interesting, because I would be taking on b2 with a rook. But is he going to go for that? Oh, yes,
is a
okay.
threat. Maybe knight takes pawn.
It's
Be
easier.
greedy. Yeah, pawn
Less
down to pawn
calculation.
up. There we go. He doesn't need to take any risks. Material imbalances. Dubov, he's up a pawn. He's going to bring the knight back to d3. He's going to push his b pawn, and it does feel like Jörg Meyer is struggling for counterplay. Okay, well, yeah, just an update here before we head back now to maybe the game between Vidit and Shankland, where we see massive changes. And we see a blue arrow appear. Shankland's in only move territory. And he does find it. 2 bishops versus 2 knights, Ivanka. Black has wrecked pawns, but Vidit maybe sold his advantage, kind of undersold it even. He sold it just for a better pawn structure. Could have been more. John told me that there was actually a stronger move. Bishop takes f6 earlier rather than taking... he kind of took the wrong knight. He traded off his light squared bishop. Should have kept that one on the board.
Yeah. Yeah, and here, yeah, I mean, one of the problems for white here is that if black should so choose, it is possible to kind of always give up a pawn in order to free the bishops, just to release them from their defensive roles and just start creating havoc that way. So like I'm kind of thinking, if you go c3 just to solidify the position, you just go rook d8 and you just don't bother to play defensively.
Yeah, I agree. Like, black should be fine here by going active at some point. I do think maybe Vidit's going to plan to push a pawn to c3, solidify the knights, and start pushing everything like f4, g4, to try to just plant pawns as far up the board as possible. But it should be over the worst now for Sam Shankland. We'll come back and check in on this game. It's probably a lot of maneuvering ahead, but let's go back out to the bird's eye view just for a second to update everyone. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, sorry for not covering that game in more detail, everyone. That one looks totally level. Probably we'll see them again in the 5-minute games. Esipenko still with a big advantage, but yet to turn it into a material advantage or anything bigger. Let's go to Jörg Meyer against Daniil Dubov, where Dubov seems to be, well, he's looking at us almost, looking at the camera for a moment before playing this move. Rook to a3, a sacrifice. He's showing off now. He's woken up, Dubov. No more draws. Brilliant move. Double exclamation mark appears. That's a deflection tactic. Queen takes rook. There's queen takes knight check, and the white king might die painfully with some smothered mate ideas. Maybe we can show this on the board while Jörg Meyer ponders what to do next, to take or not to take. Maybe he has to.
Yeah, but if you take, you're gonna unleash the power of the queen and knight combo. And queen takes knight, king h1, and then knight to d3. You're threatening knight to f2.
Yeah, and just to show, this could end in smothered mate, double check, king in the corner, queen g1, the beautiful idea for everyone new to this, smothered mate. Do some puzzle rush if you want to get yourself acquainted with this type of tactic. But this would have ended it. Instead, Maya struggled on, not going in for this idea. He played e5, and wow, black can just take the queen and be 2 pawns up in an endgame. A draw is enough, but the blue arrow says queen to d8, reestablishes the same thing here, keeping it in contact with the knight.
Yeah. And what happens if the white queen just goes queen to d2? So after queen to d8, queen d2.
Yeah.
And white at least gets an attack against b2 in.
Yeah, some tactics. I would be tempted if I just need a draw to play rook d3 and go into this endgame. And probably rook takes actually is probably best, and black is a pawn up, and with a very open white king. I think this might be how the game proceeds. Queen to d8. Dubov. Ooh. Has he played it? He has played it. Queen to d8.
Done it.
He poked the bear, Maya. He played into the Frankenstein Dracula variation. He woke up Dubov. He should have just kept it super solid. And yeah, Dubov, he is the world rapid. Well, he was the world rapid champion back in a few years ago now. What was it? 2019? And I think he's just playing for these rapid games. And there we go. Handshake. Jörg Maya resigns. Or no, actually, it is a draw, apparently. There we go. But that is enough for Dubov to progress to round 4.
And congratulations to Dubov, who woke up with a beautiful flurry of tactics. That means there's 3 matches ongoing. Nice to see the players sharing their thoughts. But for Dubov, it is on to round 4. We say goodbye to Georg Maya from Uruguay. And let's go to the bird's eye view, because things are getting critical in terms of the clock when I'm looking at the game between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Vladislav Artemiev. For Artemiev, just watch the clock. He's just got 15 seconds. I almost feel like the position itself is probably irrelevant because it seems very stable. But Artemiev, he's very, very tricky. But, I mean, have you ever seen Artemiev blunder when he's so low on time? Is that something he tends to do, or is he just in his comfort zone? He's happy getting low on the time.
He once blundered against me in the World Blitz Championship in 2016 or 2017. But I think the answer in general is no. It's like very few, like maybe once in a blue moon he blunders. So he gives a check. That game, I will say, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is the only one who can really win, just with a safer king, but it should be level. One position that isn't level, Jovanka, is Esipenko against Idani. It looks like a decisive advantage now. He's kind of transformed it into an attack as well as a structural thing. Black's doubled pawns giving him so much grief here. Idani, I just think that draw with black was gold dust for Esipenko. He keeps winning with white, and black's trying to keep everything nice and snug here. But knight to f5 check. Okay, to take or not to take? I don't think you can. E takes and the rook is trapped.
Yeah, the rook is trapped, and queen e1 is not going to give you any salvation whatsoever. Yeah, and you can't take, so you've got to step back. And the rook is really skating on dangerous territory, there being on g6. You almost feel like it could get locked out of the game as well.
Yeah, just to put it on the board, this is beautiful for everyone at home. Knight takes knight, looks like it's a fork, but then you might think, check, save the rook. After the white king moves though, this rook literally no way out, nowhere to go. That's a caged piece, and therefore he has just moved his king across. But now, like you said, Yumaka h5, you can start taking some pawns after a knight trade. You can start taking the f6 pawn at the very minimum. Maybe there's even better. Rook g5. And
yeah, this is
blue,
efficient. Ooh,
blue arrow. It is not the only move to keep the advantage, but it's totally winning. Knight takes h6. He's reaching for that pawn. He takes the pawn. Rook takes f6 is the coup de grace. If the black king takes that knight, brilliant move.
absolutely brilliant. I mean, also hats off to Yesipenko for finding this, because there was an alternative in knight takes knight, and then, you know, black would have had some chances to fight. But as it stands, knight takes h6, that is gonna shatter the earth here. You can't step up, take that knight, because a rook takes pawn check. Goodness me. Once the knight has done its job there, it can actually go back to f5. It can go back to g4. f6 is now a new target. And for Puya Idani, he's thinking, he's struggling to come up with a resource, but that's exactly what he needs to do. He needs to save this one by hook or by crook if he wants to take the match to tie breaks.
Yeah, and he wanted to kind of give up the f-pawn. If you're going to lose one pawn, give up your weak doubled pawn, hold everything together, get the knights off, try to get a rook endgame. Instead, he lost his h-pawn, which was holding everything together. Now he's about to lose his f-pawn. Queen to a2 is mysterious. Not much is happening on that side of the board. Rook takes f6, looks like an automatic now. He's trying to scare Esipenko with some counterplay, but it shouldn't work. Esipenko doesn't pause at all. 2 pawns up. Queen check, hides the king. He's going to take on c3. I think that's his idea, Idani here. But Jovanka, this is, it can't work, right? With the queen so far offside right now.
Yeah, and, you know, white is spoiled for choice. You can just capture on f7. That is there for the taking. If you want zero risk, you just simply capture on f7 with the knight, which simultaneously attacks the rook as well. There doesn't need to be any fireworks. There just needs to be some clinical efficiency. And also rook h6 is incoming. The rook can also take the pawn on d6. Knight takes d6 is in the air. The position is just simply falling apart for Idani.
Oh, and he's blundered into a checkmate, Idani. His game is going to end. His time in the tournament is going to end. Heroic fight there, but not enough. Esipenko ends the game with a checkmating sequence. Very impressive, striking again with white.
Absolutely impressive stuff there from Yesipenko, who kept control and just kept turning on the pressure. We turn our eyes to the game between Maxim Vachier-Lagrave and Vladislav Artemiev. And the question is, can Maxim Vachier-Lagrave use Artemiev's time trouble against him? The position says, well, it's very balanced. That seems to indicate no.
Looks dead level to my eyes. We see the graph of the game just below the board there. It's been very level for most of it. Maxim Vachier-Lagrave maybe with a small edge just after the opening, but neutralized and looking level. Yeah, black's king a bit more open. That's the only thing I can say. But it's definitely not enough with this piece configuration. With no bishops or knights to attack that black king, I think this position is just level. Probably the queens will come off at some point. It will be a level rook and pawn endgame. He's tried everything, but the clock, Artemiev, he likes his brinksmanship, he likes living life on the edge. But like you said, Jovanka, rarely blunders. Very rarely.
Okay.
G3 played.
Just giving some extra space for the king and getting ready to advance on the king side with h4.
Check. Black's king moves. a5 is dropping off. So Artemiev maybe with some small chances. If MVL doesn't bail out soon, he might just be a pawn down. So got to be a bit careful with white.
Yeah. Yeah, you have to actually create some counterplay very quickly. And at the minute, there's no way to get at the black king.
Ooh. Rook to d5. And, ooh, Artemiev said something to MVL there. MVL might have offered a draw. Artemiev, I think, said he would contemplate the offer. Artemiev wondering whether to agree to the draw. He could trade rooks and try to create an outside pass pawn, but probably with white centralized queen, it's just dead level. What would you do, Jovanka? Would you play on?
No, 6 seconds. And I say that, and a draw has been agreed. And that means that we're going to be seeing 5+3 tie breaks, which means there's 1 game remaining. And it's been an epic fight between Vidit, Gujarati, and Sam Shankland. I think this game has had a lot of twists and turns. It's a knight against a bishop. And then for a while, I thought Sam Shankland was going to start turning things around. But as it stands, it's a question whether white can make any inroads with the king. Because whenever white steps up with king to f4, king to e6 is going to be the response. And Sam just anticipates this and just gets there first. And if Vidit wants a draw, I think we'll go knight to c5, and it's a draw on king and pawn endgame, as neither side can break through. But Vidit just sidestepping with the king, just keeping things fluid. Just 18 seconds for Vidit. How can he wait?
Yeah. Just with his king. White is the one fighting for the draw here. White should not be thinking about winning. Like e4 is probably fine as well. He plays it. But the bishop is better than the knight with pawns on both sides of the board. And we can confirm that Vidit, despite his dominant early middle game, despite the fact he had some big advantages earlier, he was lost when they entered this endgame. Bishop for knight. The black king went to the wrong square, meaning that Shankland had no chance to fight for a win. And this one should now be a draw. I think Vidit should not take his eye off the king side. The black king is traveling that direction. The white king should probably do the same if the black king does keep moving. But c5 played, and the bar drops a bit. Putting pawns on dart squares, Jovanka, that's against conventional wisdom when the opponent has a bishop of that color.
Yes, also allows many things. Like, for instance, a black king can now get to d5, which he couldn't do before. And as you mentioned, if the bishop finds its way round to the e1, a5 diagonal, then it's going to start looking at pawns. And yeah, it should be holdable for white, but it's not going to be an easy job.
I would be scared here a little bit as Vidit. But bishop g3, trying to go round behind to target. Okay, he does something very similar, and now there's just one move to hold for Vidit. He has to go on the counterattack. He can't just go passive and defend his pawns. He has to go forward. There we go. He finds the only move, and he's now going to go for the black pawns on the queen side. I would still be a bit scared here, Jovanka, with the white knight so far in the black camp, but apparently he's holding on. Black's just running out of pawns now.
Still terrifying, because you can imagine the black king just running over to the queen side, dislodging that knight, and then the bishop going to win the a5 and c5 pawn.
Yeah, only move territory now again for Vidit. He has to bring his knight back. The blue arrow shows that. Otherwise, it's going to be too late. The black king is going to travel towards the knight, kick it away, and the white pawns will drop. Will he find it? He's down under 20 seconds, Vidit. What do you think, Jovanka? Knight d6. He doesn't find it. He moves his king, and suddenly he's dead lost again.
Oh, but this is a complicated endgame. And we see Sam, he's having to play on instinct, and he's just relying on chasing down that knight. But probably a better response would have been actually to advance the h-pawn.
Yeah, that h-pawn is actually very vulnerable to the white knight. And he doesn't find it again. Vidit hasn't found the drawing idea, and now he's lost yet again. The knight is totally frozen. And now the black bishop should retreat. The key idea is to bring the black bishop back, stop the white knight from excavating itself, from just surviving, and Bishop g3, king c7. It's a clearly winning king and pawn endgame for Sam Shankland. It's just a two-move idea. It's not even difficult now. He finds bishop g3.
He finds it.
There we go. The white knight is trapped. Vidit is about to be eliminated.
Wow, what a turnaround in Sam's favor after that very tricky middle game. But he's doing it. He's hunting down the knight. The knight has to save itself. And now Sam Shankland, he wins a pawn. He takes a look at Vidit, gives a nod, says, yes, this is an endgame that is winning. And when it comes to the pawn race, well, it is unfortunately the c-pawn that is going to be clinching the game. But wow, Sam just playing some fantastic chess there in the end to spot the idea of bishop to g3, understand that he needed to capture the knight. And Sam is the one who's on the brink of getting to round 4.
Yeah, he brings his king over to c6. The problem is he's too slow. Vidit wants to start the race by running his king towards the h-pawn, but the black pawn promotes so quickly. It's over. Vidit, there we go. He offers his hand. Sam Shankland makes it through. Look at the relief on his face. Vidit is out of the competition. Another super strong player, one of the home favorites, leaves Goa. Wow, he played for more in an endgame he should have just been trying to hold, and he was punished for it, Jovanka. Vidit, that's going to be heartbreaking. Losing that position, chess is harsh.
Yeah, chess is harsh, but congratulations to Sam Shankland. He survived quite a difficult position in the middle game, and he turned it around with the bishop pair in the endgame. Some fantastic endgame play there from Sam. And, well, we thought that there might be decisive results. Wow. This round has certainly proved us all wrong, with 3 decisive results, right, John?
Exactly right, Jovi. That's Sam Shankland, Andrei Esipenko, and Daniil Dubov through to the next round. And MVL Vladislav Artemiev is going to the 5+3 portion. It's tiebreaks day here at the FIDE World Cup, and we are not done yet. Cranking the timers down to 5 minutes with 3 seconds increment. See you guys in a couple of minutes for that scintillating game about to happen. Has this ever happened to you?
Oh, shoot. Another mouse slip.
What about this?
Oh, well, holy bishops en passant. I think I'm getting carpal tunnel. If only there was a way to play online chess with a real-life board.
What if I told you you can with Chess Up 2? That's right. With Chess Up 2, you can now play over the board online.
Wow.
Simply connect your chess.com account to our state-of-the-art Chess Up 2 and get a game started. Every time you move, our revolutionary board will transmit the data online directly to your opponent. And as soon as they move, squares will light up, signifying which piece is going where.
Well, shucks. This Hikaru guy seems pretty good.
With Chess Up 2, mouse slips and sore wrists are a thing of the past.
My carpal tunnel is gone. Well, this sure is fun. I'm playing online against my new friend Hikaru. Who needs a family? But I sure do miss clicking on a piece and seeing all of my available moves, like they have on chess.com.
Well, Danny, you're in luck. This feature is totally available on the Chess Up 2 as well.
Wow. Well, I'm convinced. But hey, what if I don't just want to play an opponent online? What if I want to use one of chess.com's other great tools?
I thought you'd never ask. With Chess Up 2, you can fully take advantage of the chess.com integration by playing bots, analyzing your offline games, and even using our optional AI assistants to visualize the quality of moves with color-coded hints.
Well, holy Chess Up, you did it. You made IRL chess cool again.
You got it, Danny.
And how do you know my name?
Play chess today on the board of tomorrow.
Welcome back to the FIDE World Cup. We know we said we'd have a break, but we just can't leave you guys alone, and that's because Vidit has just left the venue. Love to see that he's still walking around and engaging with the fans as well. He signed a couple of autographs there just before we got to that footage, and he's still saying hi and taking some photos of people. Great to see that he's still engaging with the fans, but right now it is all about this board. Very exciting. Just the one board left in the playing hall, and we're going down to 5+3 to determine who advances to the next stage of the competition. David, Jovi, while the players get ready, it's over to you. What are they playing?
No, that is going to be the question. Will they diverge from their tried and tested formula of going into the main lines and playing these really very closed positions, or will we see something different? I mean, there really hasn't been too much to separate the two, aside from that very first game in the tiebreakers where Maxime did have a winning advantage. Well, it is going to be Aurora Lopez, as we're seeing the main lines be tested one more time.
Yeah, E4, E5 has been a big debate between these two whenever MVL, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, has white. Now he goes for the delayed Spanish exchange, dropping the bishop back before later taking on C6. And whenever Artemiev has white, it tends to be a flank opening, maybe a transposition to a queen's gambit declined. Clear strategies, clear battle lines drawn, and we see a quick trade of pawns in the center. White now with a better structure. White has the kingside majority, black has doubled c-pawns, but black has the bishop pair. This is still very, very well-known territory, Jovanka. And bishop to f4 is one of the main moves, knight to c3. What do you make of this choice by Maxime not going down one of the main lines for once?
Yeah, it's not one of the main lines, and also a different type of pawn structure. We've seen it being very, very closed, and it's something that's going to be asking the question to Artemiev. So I think it's a good choice. Artemiev, his only weakness seems to be his clock handling, where he uses up a lot of times, but he seems to be, again, very content with playing the game with his time just burning down to those final seconds. But there is already a time imbalance. So bishop to f4, putting the pressure on, because it's asking the question, if you move the knight, well, maybe c7 is going to be a little bit sensitive. But I'm still expecting the knight to go to that square.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, black can take back the queens. If there's a capture on d8, he'll take it back with his bishop to defend c7. Knight c5 is by far the main move, and just has been played. There we go. Queen's off the board. I'm surprised by that choice. MVL, often they keep the queens on, like queen back to e3 has been played by some world-class grandmasters. And instead, a queen trade. MVL is known as the slayer of the Berlin endgame especially. But here, white has a pawn on e4 rather than e5. And here, black is castled. Normally in the Berlin, the black king is stuck in the center between its two rooks. So, yeah, we'll see, Jovanka. But what do you make of this choice? Queen's off the board.
Yeah, queen's off the board, and it really does remind me of a Roy Lopez exchange variation in its pure form, you know, where the whole idea is just to advance on the king side and lock out one of the bishops and gain as much space. It's a kind of, I don't know, it's in MVL's hands, I'm going to say. It's always dangerous. He's such a fantastic player. He knows a lot of things. I've seen him just whip out 30 moves of theory without blinking. And it's also going to be posing the question to Artemiev. So far, he's been handling the pressure on the clock pretty well. He hasn't made any blunders whatsoever, but it's ticking down to 3 minutes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, both of these players love their endgames. I think that's why they've been so kind of efficient at neutralizing each other. They both love the kind of strategic positions where they can improve and only calculate when it's necessary. Both super fast calculators. I was going to say, it's a debate there whether you play f5, go really active, and that's kind of designed at activating black's unchallenged light squared bishop. It's either that or you go a bit more passive. You put a knight on e6, you go like b6, put a bishop on b7, you slowly creep out. But this is much more direct, and Jovanka, I like it because e5 creates a passed pawn, but easily blockaded. I think black would have a huge advantage there if e5 is played. Otherwise, black breaks out very effectively.
But then the question remains that if you don't go e5, or okay, another move was bishop to e5. I was thinking bishop to g5, just offering a trade of bishops. But if you don't do something active, then what is White's plan? Because the position is going to be opening. The power of the bishops on c8 and d8, that's going to start. They're going to start to unfold, and yeah, but. Okay, there. Artemiev spent 2 minutes again. Yeah, this is something that concerns us. But I don't know whether we're making a mountain out of a molehill. And ultimately, the clock troubles is nothing to be concerned about because it's Artemiev. If it was anyone else, it would be fine. It would be problems. But because Artemiev is used to it, then I don't think he's going to be too flustered.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like in rapid games, you might see him down at 30 seconds and MVL up at 5 minutes, but at least Artemiev always gets a 10-second increment. Here it's only 3-second increment. So once you're in time trouble, you're pretty much in time trouble for the rest of the game. You can't build it back up like you can in rapid chess. So now it's pure blitz. I was going to say taking everything on e4 and going bishop f5. That's what most players would play in 1 second. And to spend so much time on it, like it is confusing. Like, okay, bishop is now x-raying the c2 pawn, so white's rook has to go to c4. If it goes to e2, also possible, but bishop g4 might be a bit of an annoyance. Maxime, I don't think he's happy with how this has gone. I think if anyone's fighting for the advantage, it might be black, unless he's accurate. Rook to c4 played. And c7 is the only downside in black's position, right, Jovanka? Otherwise, the bishops come to life. Okay, rook to c4. I'm expecting the black bishop now to come around to e6, maybe to d5, stand on a very nice square. Maybe a rook will sit on f7, just defend any weaknesses in order to activate the key bishop on d8, which is just in the way of the rooks right now. So we'll see, but looks very healthy for black. Burning too much time though, 1 minute against 4. This is really, really risky.
Yes, it is very risky. And I was expecting Artemiev just to simply mobilize the light square bishop, go bishop e6, reroute it to d5. And instead, we're seeing, okay, a lot more direct action. He's just simply saying, you know what? c7 is an annoyance for me, so I'm going to solve it by radical means. Bishop takes c7 is going to be met by bishop takes b2. A very interesting solution. But it did cost Artemiev a lot of time.
And it's asking some very concrete questions. Like it only begins at that point. Bishop takes c7, bishop takes b2. White will play rook to b1 to skewer the bishop. Then black would be forced to play moves like bishop e6, hitting the white rook. It gets super sharp. But it's very instructive that MVL doesn't want to calculate at all. He's letting Artemiev calculate. That was a long line, and probably it was fine for black, but he's saying, you spend 1 minute calculating, I'll just reply instantly, rook e1. And the bishop pair might get traded off. If all the rooks come off, Jovanka, if it's just one knight versus one bishop with the current pawn structure, it's the knight that is doing very well. It's actually similar to one of the games we saw earlier with Esipenko losing. With knight versus bishop, white with the 3 versus 2 kingside majority.
Well, pieces have been traded, so now decision time for Maxime. Does he take with the rook? Does he take with the knight? If he goes with knight takes, when there's a danger that this bishop will go to e6 and d5. Also, there's a danger that you might just get pinned, but that should be absolutely fine. So rook goes to d8. That's a safer line. The rook is going to come down to d2 and get activity that way. And White's whole argument is that that extra pawn on the king side is going to give White very pleasant play. They're going to be able to expand in a controlled manner. So black has to go about just playing as actively as possible and checking the clock time. Wow. Artemiev down to under 30 seconds.
Yeah, I do worry. Like, there's still so much fight ahead. It's still only beginning this this endgame battle. Like g4, you mentioned the pawn pushes. Like g4 is very typical in the Berlin defense with the very, very similar pawn structure. And that does solve a few problems at one go. The white king no longer has to worry about getting mated on the back rank, so maybe white can just put a rook on e2, just cover the second. And it also takes the black bishop's kind of stare on the c2 pawn off the table. So I would be probably playing g4 here, and it's a very Maxime type of move, concrete solutions to concrete problems. And yeah, other ideas might be rook to b4, aiming to counterattack the b7 pawn, but I would be worried about the back rank. Maxime, this is the first big think of the game, longest think so far, and eventually he retreats his knight. The bishop does the same. Is that a step in the wrong direction, Jovanka, or is he totally fine with the knight now back on f3?
Yeah, it was an interesting decision, right? It just purely designed to prevent a black rook from getting into d2. So maybe time now to h3 and just make that opening for the king. I mean, after all, the knight can just step up to e5 at a later stage. He goes to g5.
Yeah.
Knight to e6.
Yeah. Knight e6 may be a threat, although it can be pinned there, but the idea is rook to d2, which might happen anyway. The white knight will evict that rook and defend f2 by dropping back to e4. e4 is actually a very nice outpost, although it can be traded there. I'm expecting Artemiev to retreat his bishop. No, he attacks the knight instead. It's, showing off here. Knight e6 looks like a fork, but that would walk into the pin. One of the rooks would line up on e8. So I'm expecting him to go back, Vashiligrav now.
Yep, I'm also expecting him to do that. And Artemiev, he knows he's just got seconds left on the clock, so he has to speed up. So he takes the decision to drop the bishop back. And Maxime has to go into grind mode, just trying to secure the position of the knight and then slowly inch in forward. And also he's got ideas of going g4, h4, slowly working the way up the board.
Yeah, neither side worried about the bishop for knight trade. I think if it's a king and pawn endgame, white should be winning, since black's 4 do not beat white's 3 on the queen side, but white's 3 on the king side beat black's 2. But there we go, bishop for knight exchange has happened. And will we see all the rooks come off the board now? Which rook is he going to defend with, Maxime Vashiligrav? Or probably his rook on the 4th rank, just to rule out any isolated pawn possibilities. It's a pure rook endgame, Jovanka. We've seen so many today.
And it's fitting that our final remaining match should also have a rook and pawn ending as well. So 9 seconds. Now Maxime is also ticking down to under the minute, but his plan is quite clear. He just wants to activate the king side. He needs to improve the king first. Everything has to be done very gradually. The king will post up to f4, hopefully f5.
Yeah, and then the way white tries to win this is to push kingside pawns, try to deflect the black king, and then go the other way. It's like a... Yeah, I'll force you to look one way, I go the other way with the white king. That's why the black rook is currently cutting off the d-file, stopping the white king from crossing over. Jovanka is creating counterplay though. The black pawns are marching. It should be a draw with best play, but he keeps making moves with 3-4 seconds on his clock.
Mm-hmm. And one of the problems though for black is that, now you can go a3, and now this triangle of pawns, I mean, they're so weak in the sense that they're never ever going to advance very well, and there's some holes on b3. But in terms of defensive footwork, they hold back black's army of 4. And so now the white king comes in and starts improving, and the rook comes forward. Still very complicated endgame.
Wow, he found the only move twice in a row, Vladislav Artemiev. Now Maxime Vashiligrav is going for it. He's changed the nature. It's now a pure race. He's checking the black king. He's going to win a pawn. It should be holdable now for Artemiev. But look at the white king. It's stepping forward. This is scary to defend with just a few seconds left. This is where the increment doesn't help much. He has to go back with his king, but where? King to f8, the only move to draw. It's a 1 in 3 chance. He has to go back.
He finds it.
Finds the right square. The white king goes in. He takes a pawn. Oh my gosh. This is a crazy race. White's pawns are so far advanced, especially the h pawn. Oh. King takes pawn. This is wild. He doesn't find the only move, though. He blunders. He had to take on a3 and race with his own pawns. Artemiev, the increment, the lack of it, finally caught up with him. And now g5 is a winning idea. He's reaching for it. MVL, he's going to create a passed h-pawn.
He changed his mind.
He changes his mind. He doesn't find the winning move. Now the black pawns give enough counterplay. Seconds left each.
Oh no.
Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is losing suddenly. He took his eye off the ball. He banked on going for pawns with his rook, but he forgot that black c-pawn is promoting. No way behind it. He can give some checks.
No, another. And there's some hesitation. He's got 5 seconds, but okay, he puts his king on c6. And for Maxime, he has to keep on checking, and that's it. That's a key square, c6 covered. And rook takes pawn, king steps up, and now you cannot prevent the advance of the pawn. It's resignation for Maxime as Vladislav Artemiev. It was a dramatic roller coaster of an endgame, but he takes the point, leaving Maxime Vachier-Lagrave now in a must-win situation. And that endgame was crazy. The evaluation just turned at every single move.
Wow, that was wild. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave was about to play a winning move. He missed it, suddenly went to losing just 2 moves later. John, what a crazy, crazy endgame we saw. One of the wildest rook endgames of the tournament so far.
Fantastic stuff from both of these players. MVL, I mean, this game was playing for all 3 results. Let's not take away from Artemiev, who secures the first victory as they reset the pieces for the second 5+3 game. Plenty to break down, but the players are going to take a quick 2-minute comfort break, as are we. When we come back, will this be MVL out of the World Cup? Stick around and find out.
Can you handle it? Where grandmasters don't just move pieces, they cast spells.
Oh boy, didn't see that one coming.
Victory doesn't come easy.
Wait, queen time?
Oh shoot, I just lost the piece. Yeah, but I got no mana.
This isn't your classic chessboard.
The thing about the imposter is that if you swap it like...
It's not just a game, it's a battleground of minds.
Let's have some fun, you know? Let's have some fun.
When the greatest minds meet magic, anything can happen. On chess. Cast that spell, play for free. Can you handle it? Where grandmasters don't just move pieces, they cast spells.
Welcome back to the 2025 FIDE World Cup. We come back in just as MVL exits your screen. Don't worry, folks. We are about to get the second tiebreak game at 5+3 even started. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Artemiev currently 1 game up after that last game, which, David, ended in what was literally the definition of all 3 results possible with maybe 45 seconds to go. MVL had a winning position. It was drawn and then it was lost. Absolutely wild scenes in Goa.
Exactly, and for MVL, it must be heartbreaking. He was the one who did all the running in that game. He was the one who pressed the gamble button when he had around 1 minute. Artemiev had around 5 seconds. He had a winning position. He was one accurate move away from promoting a pawn, winning the black rook, winning the game. He changed his mind. 2 moves later, he was dead lost, allowing the opponent's pawn to run through. And now with black, must-win territory, his opening repertoire isn't designed to win on demand. It's very solid. He plays the Grinfeld, the Queen's Gambit accepted, which are very forcing, but also allow forced draw lines. So MVL is going to have to switch things up, do something different after not having been able to do any damage to Artemiev so far in the first 7 games.
Yeah,
what are your predictions
I agree. No, I agree with that. I actually think that Artemiev has the capability of being rock solid as well. He plays in an aggressive fashion when he wants to, but most of the time he can go in English, some kind of knight to f3, some kind of reti. I'm expecting Artemiev to make better use of the clock this time because I didn't catch it, but I know you mentioned to me during the break that there were points where Artemiev literally jumped because he thought he was going to lose on time. And that will be a wake-up call. So pawn coming to d4. Yeah, this is a nice way to lock the game down. Begin with a closed position. And the problem is that MVL's main repertoire is to do the Grunfeld, which is with g6, and there's a lot of forcing lines there. It's also a little bit predictable. So that's why he varies with e6, c4, and we're having a Queen's Indian on our hands. So g3, Artemiev just playing the most solid system against the Queen's Indian. Now you got to defend the pawn on c4.
Yeah, I'm very surprised he's gone for this. Like, he even paused for 10-15 seconds. So it was clear that during the break he was still dwelling on the previous game. Otherwise, he could have predicted this opening and maybe had more time to think. He's gone for the Queen's Indian. I would have suggested maybe the King's Indian against Artemiev. MVL's done that on occasion before. He brought his bishop to a6, brought it back to b7 now. The white knight on d2, he's arguing it's slightly misplaced. He's given white a tempo. But this is still well-known theory. And in this position, white has played many moves, but among them, e4 is the most ambitious. White can just castle if he wants pure safety. There we go. Artemiev, he's not going to take much risk, Jovanka, and I don't see him imbalancing it too much, MVL. The whole point of the Queen's Indian is to try and get symmetry, essentially. You take on d4, you go d5, you just blow open the center, but that's just going to lead to a very tough position to win. And now the blue arrow appears. Apparently e4 super strong for white. Yeah,
and I don't think we're going to be seeing e4 from Artemiev. He doesn't want to take any risk whatsoever. He's just going to go b3, indeed it appears, and he's going to be as rock solid as possible. He's not afraid of black countering on with d7, d5, because that's simply going to be leading to a whole load of trades and clarification in the center. And it's a position where, white is very comfortable if the position is boring and solid.
Yeah, and very, very solid stuff. The knight goes to a6. I questioned that in an earlier game, but that was a different scenario. Here the knight actually is quite well placed, ready to take back on c5 if necessary. I'm expecting Artemiev to just bring his rook to the center, play a move like e3, queen e2, rook to d1. It's a kind of Catalan-esque setup here. Not quite the Catalan, but it's that type of concept where you just bring your pieces to the center and only calculate later. And he only needs to calculate towards a draw. Jovanka, this is something I've seen Artemiev do thousands of times in Blitz games online.
Yeah, and he can do this against MVL because he knows that MVL cannot go into those clarifying lines. And eventually MVL had enough and did go d5. But usually, as black, you try to punish moves like b3 with a very quick d5, and you just say, hey, you're going to have to play with equality, and you really should have gotten more out of the opening having white. But here, I'm just expecting that rook f to d1 will appear. You can stand with that tension in the middle of the board for a long time because dc4 is going to be met with a knight capture. Also, we're going to be seeing pawn takes pawn can also be met either way. You can capture with a pawn, or you can capture with a knight or a bishop. Anything goes. And so rook does centralize to c1. Rook f to d1 is going to be following suit. And the big problem for black is any trades in the middle of the board is going to lead to that simplification that MVL does not want. And if the rooks are allowed to get into the center, then the black queen is going to find herself a little bit uncomfortable.
Yeah, and there we go. Artemiev was always going to take back in the center with pieces. He's not going to give himself hanging pawns. He's not going to change the pawn structure. The C and D pawns will disappear at some point, and then it's just total symmetry. Like rook d1, Artemiev's doing Artemiev things and spending 30 seconds on the most obvious move in the world. There's almost zero other candidate moves. The one trick is that you don't really want to play c takes d5 because you might get skewered with bishop to a6. So, of course, he centralizes his rook after nearly a minute. Unnecessary use of time, maybe. But, yeah, this is going to be tough. It's not an MVL type of position either. Like, he defends actively with black. Here it's so stodgy. Rook to e8 is like a very slow waiting move. I think we might see Artemiev take over and get an advantage, let alone the equality that he might be angling towards.
Yeah, and I was expecting MVL to jump in to the center with a knight, and instead it's Artemiev jumping to b5, asking the question, what about a7? So if black goes a6, then the whole thing is that you've provoked the weakening, and now white doesn't have to worry about a bishop posting up to a6.
Yeah, a6, he provokes it, and now he's trying to force the issue. This is actually really bad news for black. Black's going to be saddled with a weakness, a huge weakness on d5. I don't think you can capture on c4, just opening up the white knights. There will be some tactics in the air there, surely. MVL, just no obvious moves. Like, I've played these positions with white and black. With white, like you said earlier, Jovanka, like, worst comes to worst, it's equal. With black, if you don't play the accurate moves, then you're suffering. Maybe you don't get the equality that you need, and apparently the eval bar now showing that white has a big advantage already. This is not good news for French fans.
Yeah, and one thing that makes me very uncomfortable here is, wow, d5. I was going to say that the knight can come into e4. It can still come into e4 because you've got eyeballs of the rook against the queen. But Artemiev is not playing with any risk whatsoever. He's just playing good, sensible chess. He controls the square in front of the isolated pawn.
Yep. MVL playing a very nice move there, though. The black pawn stops any b4 thrusts, and also maybe some hints at hitting the white queen. Fischer won a nice game once upon a time with a bishop on a6 and a knight on d3 in this isolated pawn type of position. I liked your knight e4, Jovanka, not even knowing whether it led to any advantage or not, but just to trade off all the knights. If all the knights disappear, like, white will never ever lose this game. It's only this knight on c5 that black is banking on. Maybe a knight on e4 in the near future for any active play.
Yeah, well, now your bishop to a6 is on the equation. And that is a little bit troubling because there's no comfortable place to put the queen. If you put the queen on c2, well, it stands in the eye line of the rook on c8. If you put the queen on d2, she's going to get bounced around with a knight jumping to e4. And all the meantime, bishop to a6 is in the air. So I think Maxime is doing some great things. He also has that lead on time as well. And it's not going to be one-way traffic for Artemiev. But Artemiev, he knows how to make things easier for himself. He goes bishop to f1. Very nice move, very sophisticated.
Yeah, very classy. Also a bit panicky, maybe, but yeah, it's all guarded against bishop to a6. White will just retreat the queen and offer those light square bishops to come off. The one fear is that black has time to play d4 and open up this diagonal, but probably it doesn't quite work now, and that window is going to shut once white puts a knight on that square. So there we go. We saw Dubov play it earlier. When in doubt, push the h-pawn.
Yeah, it's a good philosophy of English chess. So we approve. Knight to d4 is what I'm expecting anyhow, just to lock down that diagonal. And indeed, Artemiev plays it. But yeah, having said h5, one must say h4. Those are the rules.
Yeah, them's the rules. h4. The problem is black doesn't really have many pieces to back up an attack on that flank. If anything, it's going to be white attacking on the king side, like queen f3, knight into f5. Yeah, once queen f3 happens as well, there's bishop b5 ideas. The white bishop's found a new angle of attack. I think MVL's struggling now. He does play bishop a6. Maybe he figures that getting the light squared bishops off the board will help him with any h4, h3 stuff. Maybe he should have done this with the white knight on f3 so the white queen didn't get to a good square. But now the white queen looks nice, right? On this f3 post.
It looks very nice on that f3 post. Also, it supports a knight jumping into f5, which is always good news against the queen's Indian. So that's why we're seeing g6.
G6 stops the white knight jumping, at least for now, although it does loosen the dark squares. White with a sniper that wants to be unmasked. The bishop on b2. It wants clear vision on the diagonal. And now a blue arrow appears, saying that black needs to throw the knight into e4. That is a very logical move, but probably requires a bit of calculation. Knight into e4 just to stop the d pawn from dropping off. Given one more move, white can just take that pawn or bring a knight to f4. And Jovanka, this might be a dilemma for MVL. The best move might just lead to some trades and a very drawish endgame.
Yeah, that's a big problem actually if you're gonna go into a drawish endgame. No, you need to find imbalance, some kind of position where there's a lot of tension, especially with the clocks ticking. Now it's MVL who's under the minute. I think he's seen knight ce4. He just doesn't want to play it, and reluctantly he makes that move. But knight takes e4 is going to be a given from Artemiev.
Yep. Take that knight off before black's allowed to land a queen on h3 with a check and other knights jumping. Artemiev's going to force the variation here. And the problem is there's a bit of tension along the d-file and mistake from MVL. He took back with his pawn. And now the queens are surely coming off and things are going to get complicated just for 1 second. But it does look like when the dust settles, MVL is going to be a pawn down in an endgame. Rook takes queen. Artemiev's getting the job done now.
And he's only got 30 seconds though. Will he hold his nerve? It makes a lot of sense to capture the queen because otherwise the black queen posts itself over to h3. But Artemiev, well, he's keeping us all entertained with his clock timings, now down to 13 seconds, calculating carefully because this move could mean that he gets into 4 seconds, 3 seconds.
Oh, panic stations there. Not the 0.4 seconds like he made a move in the previous game, but here he calculated that the queens are coming off, rooks are coming off, and when the dust settles, he can take this black bishop. He can take it off, and wow, he doesn't take the bishop. He could have got 2 pieces for a rook there, maybe reluctant to create any imbalances. Instead, he trades a bishop for knight and king to e1. He's purely playing for a draw now, Jovanka. He's trying to keep it as safe as possible. Knight on d3, king on d2, cemento.
Yes, and that's exactly what you need to do, especially when you only have 4 seconds on the clock, David. You cannot afford complications. You just want as easily as possible. King goes over to d1, covers the c2 square, and prevents a pawn advancing even further on the king side. He's completely shutting down the game.
Yeah, and at the right moment, he's going to bring his knight over to e1. Black's pawn on f3 looks very, very strong, but it also is separated from the rest of its army. I don't think we see MVL fighting in this tournament any longer, unfortunately, unless he can trick Artemiev and get some advantage on the clock, force Artemiev to tank, to think. We see a trade of pawns, Artemiev making moves with 2 seconds left pretty much every time. The rook goes to a5, stopping the black rook from coming in, and 1 second left when he made that one.
Yeah.
It is getting scary. It is getting critical.
He's
Black
finding
with the
the moves,
advantage.
though.
First time black's better. He played e4. Now he's weakened himself. The e4 pawn is hanging, and now the black rook is coming in. MVL's coming in. MVL's winning suddenly. He's striking back. He needs to take this pawn off the board. Bishop takes e5. Only winning move for MVL. Remove that pawn. Go into an endgame. Rook endgame.
He finds it.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. He's winning now. And it's a check. He's going to force rooks off the board as well. MVL's going to strike back and force the 3-minute games. He can just trade rooks now and bring the black king in. The black king's so much nearer than the white king. Ivanka, this is crazy. He did it again. He's back.
Yeah, but can he hold his nerve? He comes in with the king. This is good enough. The king can just snake its way to the king side. So we're seeing Artemiev go for the B pawn, and now we're going to be in a race. But this is one where MVL has complete control.
Okay, not much to be said here. He needs a miracle, Artemiev. Black is going to cement the pawn on f3. Then he's going to get his rook out the way and catch the white pawn.
Yeah.
Here we go, g4.
Okay, well, he has to run with the B pawn. That's the only chance at saving this game. Still a race.
Oof. Maybe small mistake from MVL, but still winning. He's trying to get his king in. That's shut down. The white king is going to try and block the black king's advance. Ivanka, still some work to be done.
Yeah, it's not easy, especially when you only have 17 seconds left on the clock. I mean, it's still got to find a way for the king to break through. Maybe it involves just simply giving up another pawn, but Artemiev can't quite find a move. Drops back with the king.
Oof. He struggled to find the winning plan, MVL. He could have traded rooks early and gone to a dead winning endgame. Not much to calculate there, but it looks like he's getting nervous, and at the right time he's going to push his pawns. Is it now? The white rook has been deflected. He needs 2 connected pass pawns to win this game.
Oh, but look at this, David. Is this a trick?
What's happened?
He's just gone h4, but it might be the wrong time. Okay, now MVL. 6 seconds.
You can move
What
in
next?
with his
Throwing
king.
in a check. Checkmate threatened. You got to give a check.
Artemiev, he's down to 1 second. Oh.
What is this? Okay, you can't take the rook because the pawn is about to promote, but Artemiev has been so tricky.
It's being super, super tricky here, but 2 pass pawns now. It's almost guaranteed to be an MVL win. He can push that h-pawn forward, barring a stalemate trick. Once black makes a new queen, this one is over. You can see on Artemiev's body language, he let it slip. He got too nervous, started playing for a draw when he was better. Some checks,
And
blocked.
The final block.
And there we go, handshake. MVL strikes back. We go again. Wow.
What a match it has been so far, John. Both sides winning with the black pieces.
Maxime Vacher-Lagrave, MVL doing MVL things. And we reset the pieces to go into 3 minutes plus 2 seconds. You thought this round was over? Absolutely not. We'll see you for 3 plus 2 in just a minute or two. We are back live with the FIDE World Cup in Goa. And hey, guess what? There's no way this will be the last game because we're going to 2 more. It's 3+2 tie breaks now. MVL versus Artemiev. And Jovi, I've got to say, MVL's facial expression, whether he's winning, whether he's drawn, whether he's lost, I am scared to play poker against that man because he constantly looks exactly the same.
He's a pretty cool customer, I gotta say, but he's also incredibly locked in. You know, where there's a will, there's a way, and that's exactly what happened there. MVL really wanted this. He wanted to turn around, and he kept on playing on. It did look quite bad for him in that previous game, but in the time travel, anything happened, and now we're down to a situation where there's only 3 minutes on the clock and even less time than normal, and the players are just playing theory here. The queens are coming off. We're going to see yet another endgame.
Oh, and I'm getting trauma flashbacks, Jovanka. I had this position with the black pieces just last year in the tiebreaks for the British Championship against Gawain Jones, and I couldn't hold with black. Actually there, I think he took first on c6, giving black some isolated pawns, which is a very well-known strategy. Black gets the bishop pair, white gets the pawn structure. It's one of those imbalances, but Artemiev chooses to keep the tension. King in the center, though, does make a slightly odd impression. I guess white will bring a rook to c1, maybe try to slide that king over to b1. What do you make of this decision, though? Artemiev, kind of minimalist chess, if anything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think he sensed that in the time trouble anything can happen, so why not just get to an endgame where there's a lot less risk. But yeah, I've seen this particular position as well with bishop takes knight being played and a weakened pawn structure. I think I studied it once with enthusiasm. This one I'm less of a fan. I feel like black fundamentally hasn't got a problem.
Mm-hmm. Essentially, he's arguing, Artemiev, that the white king is going to be slightly more centralized than the black king, now that black's castled. White's bishop on e3, slightly better than the black bishop on d7, and yeah, it just does look very equal, although the eval bar is getting a bit excited now for white. And I've seen Artemiev play these, back in the Champions Chess days, like play these innocuous-looking endgames, total symmetry, and grind down some world-class opponents. So, yeah, knight to a4 might be one idea in the near future. Maybe a rook takes rook trade. Maybe he goes after the a7 pawn at some point after a bishop for knight exchange. Either way, Artemiev has to be accurate if he wants to squeeze blood from this particular stone. Yes.
Well, now you say it, it actually appears a lot more dangerous than it actually first appears. Because, yeah, I can see your points. Although black is still rock solid. But maybe it's time to start trading off some pieces. I'm thinking taking the rooks off the board and just seeing how things progress there. And then you can start poking the queen side just a little bit.
Yeah, I'm expecting a rook trade as well. Like, probably it's fine to give up the open d-file. He goes for it just because black has no entry points on that line. And yeah, in the near future, white does have some jumps, like knight d5, knight b5. He plays b3 first, just to get the b2 pawn off the long diagonal. And I'm going to say, Jovanka, very impressed by his clock handling right now. Artemiev, he's not down on time. That's a big bonus for him. Already the first time in the match, I think, so far.
Well, he suffered the consequences really brutally in that previous game, where it was just sheer panic there at the end, where he lost control and everything just turned. So it's a lesson, and you know what they say, you got to learn from them. And here, I think it's also the type of position where he's comfortable. You said that he'd been playing a lot of games in the Champions Chess Tour, online. So he has experience, he's comfortable. For Maxime, he's the one down, and he's taken the decision to give up the bishop pair and instead lock down the dark squares. But, well, this is something that Artemiev will be feeling very positive about, because now it's just about lengthening the diagonal of the bishop on g2. Just trying to get an a3, b4, b5, and start targeting those weak pawns.
Yeah, and this just reminds me of something that John texted me or typed in our chat privately, the French School of Suffering. I know it was meant as a joke, but this is a real kind of manifestation of that. There's a lot of suffering ahead. It's just playing purely for a draw, right? He's not a pawn down like he normally is, Maxim Vachilegrov, but he's playing against two powerful bishops. Like, even with the rooks off the board, White can improve forever. White can massage this position for the next 5 minutes, the next 50 moves, and try to eke out some advantage. I think he'll combine like pawn pushes on both flanks to try and tip black over the edge. Knight to one-dimensional pieces, and that knight is not stable.
Yeah, it's actually not going to be very easy. Whoa!
Whoa!
Okay, he netted a pawn. But black's gotten very active, and this is actually one of the first rules that I learned when it comes to the rooks with opposite color bishops, is that you gotta check your opponent's activity. You gotta keep that under control, because you cannot challenge on that color complex. So say, for instance, the rook comes to h1, it's not going to be possible for the king to slide over to g2. So instead what we're seeing now is both sides activating. And David, I think that White cashed in the advantage a little bit too early.
That idea would have been available probably for the next 10-15 moves. The fact that he rushed into it, Artemiev, did show a bit of nerves, and he has slowed down significantly on the clock, down to 23 seconds now. And he's still a big favorite in this game. At least he shouldn't lose with Artemiev, but I agree. Like, with White, two bishops worth just as much as a pawn. And this is what I meant. French School of Suffering, Maxim Vachilegrov, whenever he plays black, he's always a pawn down. He always defends actively, though, and he usually, often, gets the draw. I just wonder whether he wants to meet a6 with rook to a1, whether he's still holding there, or whether he would guard against that more actively. But there we go, the black king retreats. That's very, very surprising, and still a long way ahead to hold this.
Yeah, and a6 is going to be met with king to d7. So, well, played, in fact.
Yeah. King d7, or maybe rook behind. Rook behind to a1 looks okay as well. But yeah, you have to force White to take before the White bishop moves out the way. Oof. 2-second increment. Our feature chat reminding us that it's less increment than ever. So the rhythm that the players have been getting used to, they have to be even quicker than that. So we see a trade of pawns. The White bishop steps back, and Jovanka, there are some threats. Rook e3 among them.
Rook e3 is a threat. One thing, though, is that what Maxim Vachilegrov will do is start to anchor his bishop, and he puts it on the center, and I'm expecting rook to b1, or is it rook a2? Rook to b1 played, and quickly allowing rook to a3, and suddenly rook a7. Oh, this is bad. This is so bad for black. What a turnaround. I think it was critical to keep the A-line under control for black.
Exactly. Just the flourish with which Artemiev played rook to a3 as well, taking the open file, showing MVL how much that meant. And another pawn drops. It's now 2 pawns. That's way too much. You can suffer 1 pawn down, but 2 pawns, it's a huge deficit. And the White king is going to journey up the board. MVL, I think he lost this game when he went backwards with his king. If the black king were more active earlier, he might have held. A 3rd pawn drops. The h5 pawn indefensible. And this will not be held. He'll be in a must-win situation again, surely now. Artemiev's just so smooth. Barring him forgetting about the clock or freezing, a 3rd pawn drops off yet again. This should be an Artemiev win now.
Yeah, Maxim fighting like a lion here as he tries to hold the light squares. But Artemiev's king is just snaking round the back and managing to make those inroads. The rook is coming. Rook takes pawn. Classy move there. Sacrificing the rook in order to get that free run with those 3 passed pawns. Well, that one was definitely 1-0, and it looked like a relatively smooth victory for Artemiev.
Yeah, he just got the type of position he enjoys. Risk-free, symmetry, slight pressure on the opponent. MVL doesn't like defending those types of positions, and yeah, giving up the bishop pair was already a sign that he was nervous and he wasn't able to hold that endgame. Very difficult, but yeah, he wasn't able to cling on, and John, that means he's going to have to do it all again. It's going to have to be Maxime Vachier-Le Suave in the next game to strike back.
Exactly. We've seen MVL do MVL things in the last Blitz tiebreak. We now have to see it again in 3+2. As much as we enjoy watching him pull rabbits out of hats in the French School of Suffering, David, it's a really dangerous thing to be relying upon. He now has to think about, right, how do I rock up with imbalances? How do I figure out what the best way is to go around this? We talk a lot about how MVL has loads of experience, but Artemiev has been round the block. He's been a mainstay of the chess world for a very long time. He's been 2,700. This is a very, very close match, and both players have loads and loads of experience, even though MVL is maybe the bigger household name. So, Jovi, I think people need to remember that here.
Yeah, I mean, MVL is an absolute demon on the board. You know, such a good chess player. Also very strong nerves. He's been in that situation where he needs to win on demand. Well, he's facing it once more. He's got a wide opening repertoire, which is very, very powerful. And one thing that I'm going to be curious, will he change tack? Will he move away from that mainstream opening? Will he try to divert? Will he try to trick Artemiev? Because it's not easy against one of the world's best players.
David, how do you find a trick? How do you find something that Artemiev might be caught off guard by with someone who A, is so good at blitz, and B, has so much experience?
Yeah, it's not going to be easy. He has struggled so far, Maxime. That being said, he was winning in his previous white game. He let it slip in the rook ending. There was a full 180, full turnaround. But I wouldn't be shocked if he keeps going to the Italian. He's had small advantages. Maybe he'll just try and blitz out the first few moves as quickly as possible, get an extra minute on the clock, get a half-minute advantage, and try to spice things up as the game goes on. He's just got to live in the moment, though. It does feel like the time scrambles, it's Artemiev who's been the trickier of the two. Maxime, yeah, I think he's got to go to his main line openings, his E4, his Spanish, his speciality there. But he just needs to discover that killer instinct in this crunch game now.
Jovi, that's an important consideration as well. I mean, with only 2 seconds increment per move now, if MVL can build up something like a 30-second lead on the clock, with 2-second increment, pressure into a mistake might well be the strategy here.
Yeah, absolutely. We have seen a chink in Artemiev's armor. You know, he did lose a game purely because he got into time trouble and then panicked. But, well, lightning doesn't tend to strike twice, so I'm expecting Maxime Vachier-Le to try to launch a surprise. We saw him with Italians. We also saw him with delayed Lopez exchange variations. So I'm expecting something of the same, a small change somewhere on the horizon, probably going to be opening with E4. That is indeed Maxime's main weapon. And we're going to see E5 and onwards. But the killer instinct is so important, as David mentioned, because only a win will do. And to do that, you need to put your opponent under pressure, and you have to do it sometimes with determination.
So this is it, the last 3 minute plus 2 second game now. And we have Artemiev leading 5-4. We'll have the players thinking about what they're going to be doing, what the strategy is, what the opening prep is. All of that will be buzzing around both of their minds. But it's the next 6 or 7 minutes that could determine who goes through to the next round of the FIDE World Cup. Take a deep breath, folks. We're about to begin. David, Jovi, over to you.
And the players waiting for the signal from the arbiter to get this final blitz game going. Armageddon would be fun to witness between these two, but of course Artemiev will be doing everything possible to avoid that scenario. Armageddon a bit more random. Here the players still have their fate in their own hands. And I think Maxime Vachier-Le, he's got to stick to E4. He's got to stick to openings that he knows better than Artemiev, that he knows inside out, to get that clock advantage. There's no point switching it up at this late stage. It's just about later in the game converting those edges. And oof, he does look a bit tense, Jovanka, on the camera here. Poker face, we talked about that before. But Maxime definitely trying to plan ahead for this early phase of the game to try and build that momentum.
Yes, and I'm sure that they have planned for every single scenario. Maxim's team, I'm sure that they've thought about, okay, well, if you're behind, this is what you need to be doing. But is one thing planning, but there's another in acting. And for Maxim, he's trying to think, where should I go? Once I open with e4 and the response will be e5, what direction should I take in the opening? Bishop c4.
It is the Italian again. They've been here earlier today. Maxime pushing a pawn. Black getting castled very quickly. Artemiev hates big opening debates in the early stages. He would prefer to just survive openings and use his strategic understanding. So can Maxime be direct? Can he break in the center? Nope, he gains space on the queenside first. And Black blocks that. This is classic Artemiev. Postpone the tension for later in the game. He'll bring his bishop to e6. He'll bring his rook to e8, bishop to f8. It's very predictable stuff from Artemiev. And he's the one to start this game very, very quickly. And he lands the first surprise, knight to h7. He's bringing it forward, trying to trade off pieces already, Ivanka.
Yeah, and I think that this is, until knight to h7, this was almost a repetition of what the two had earlier played in the tie breaks. But knight to h7 really didn't come too much as a surprise for Maxime. He just captured a quick queen f3, g3, and there's some preparations of potential going h2, h4, or maybe just jumping in to the center with a knight at some point.
Yeah, and moves that come to mind for Artemiev, maybe a trade of the light squared bishops would be favorable, especially if he's forced to take this white knight later. He moves his king out the way, or he's hinting at f5. He doesn't want to just knuckle down and draw this game passively. He's now going to trade bishops, and he's going to blow it open with f5. This is going to be really, really spicy. Scary for the white king, maybe.
Very scary for the white king. I mean, the bishop's on c4, it should be on g2, and then the king would be feeling safe. But as it stands, now there's a big threat of bishop takes d3 in the air, so you need to dodge with the queen. It goes all the way back. And the way that Maxime has been playing it, it feels like this has been a position that he's somehow seen, but surely that can't be the case.
No, he's just very quick and very confident. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave at his best. He's 30 seconds ahead almost. And yeah, he's playing quick despite the fact that Black probably has a bit of an advantage right now, especially if Black can get a bishop into the light squares. If it can sink its teeth into f3, that would be very, very scary. Likewise, if the Black knight ever gets into squares like this one, it's just game over. So it's just about how to get there. Maybe the Black queen stepping forward would be the most natural move, but Artemiev, the first to spend a lot of time on the clock. He's been going over 45 seconds now, Ivanka. That could be a sign that the nerves are slowing him down.
Yes, and also that there's like a lot of choice on the board, and like queen to d7 is a move that probably you play by hand, but maybe he's thinking about more direct actions such as knight to e7, trying to get forward with d4. But I like your move, connecting the rooks. Queen d7, and I agree. Bishop is on f3. It will be very, very dangerous for Black, especially because it sidelines the white queen to passivity.
Oh, he's about to make a decision. He's been thinking nearly 1.5 minutes. That's half of his base time, half of his starting time. That is crazy on one move where you could play a really healthy one like queen d7, like setting up bishop h3 ideas. There's nothing wrong with just making a quick move. And of course he plays the most natural move, but it took him over 1.5 minutes. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave has to punish him here. He's 1.5 minutes up on the clock now. d4, he changes the pace. He adds the tension to the center. This is a golden opportunity for Maxime, even if the position is still totally fine.
Yeah. Well, the problem with d4, though, is it does clarify the position somewhat. So Artemiev now thinking pawn takes pawn is a possibility. Also, you can jump with the bishop to g4. You can even attack the queen should you so choose. And for Artemiev now ticking down to 33 seconds, he goes for this plan of sidelining the queen. Bishop f3 incoming, so Maxime has his hands tied. You've got to stop that bishop move.
Yeah, you've got to prevent that. That would trap the white queen forever, would initiate some mating attack, mating net ideas. Maybe bishop to d5, the most obvious move, although the bishop isn't fully stable there. Bishop to e2 would be a safer one. Maxime has to kind of double down on the clock advantage, though. It's only 2-second increment. And he brings his bishop forward. Artemiev under 30 seconds, Ivanka. Like, against the likes of Hikaru or Magnus, this would be almost lost territory. Like, you can't fight against them. It's just whether Maxime can keep the speed, keep the time advantage, as Artemiev is fumbling pieces there on the board.
Perhaps a sign of nerves, as we're seeing some trades. And I'm also seeing the fact that Artemiev is trading off pieces as an indicator that he's a little bit nervous, because that wasn't by any means forced. Going for c6, d5. It's taken a while to get there, though.
Yep. Bishop to f3. Oof. This looks really scary for the white king right now. It looks fantastic for Artemiev. He brings his queen forward. He's hitting white's central pawn.
Yep. And let's not forget that there's even possibilities of attacking the white king. The queen comes out to defend. And a draw is going to be sufficient for Artemiev to make it through. Oh, we have trades.
Why did he not play bishop f3 and try and repeat the position? That was wild. This is still fine, totally fine for black, but he could probably have forced a draw on the spot if he had more time. But fighting with 5 seconds, Ivanka, this is what we were talking about. Like, it's level. He's still totally healthy. But just one slip now would be enough to turn the game.
Yeah, I think it was just instinct. You know, he was just simply playing the first move that came into his mind. He didn't stop to think about the repetition, but that's been in the past. Now he has to focus on this double rook endgame as the rook slides up, attacks some pawns, and it's not an easy one at all because white is going to pile up on the c-pawn.
Yeah, doubled. Rooks will hit that backward pawn. Rook to b3 as well. Just as effective hitting this b-pawn. We'll see a trade now, but black's got some isolated pawns for the first time in this game. a5 weak, c6 backward. It still feels like a draw, Ivanka. Like, I could imagine the whole queen side disappearing, all those pawns being traded, and white's 3 versus 2 on the king side shouldn't be enough for victory.
Yeah, but can you do it on 5 seconds with just a 2-second increment? That is the task for Artemiev. And for MVL, he's just thinking, how can he pile on the pressure on black? He has just over a minute, so he can go b3 if he wants. He can go h5. He can bring the king into the game. f3.
I think he should put a pawn on h5, Maxime, and like he'll have mating ideas against the black king while both sets of rooks remain on the board. Just put a pawn on h5. There we go. And at least there's some hope later to distract black. And Artemiev gives up his c-pawn. He's going for the white pawns now. Will he play rook b3? Will he play a3? He's trying to trade everything off.
Yes. And it's a good strategy. Also, playing the moves closest to the clock. So you have to drop the rook back.
Ooh, and the bar goes up. Suddenly, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave has a decisive advantage if he brings his rook back to b3 and forces a trade of pawns. That's one of the most natural moves. Process of elimination, there was nothing else. And now a rook trade means the d-pawn stay on the board. He dodges it, but now the white king's going to march up. The black king's caught in a mating net. Any check on that black king and it's over. Maxime's winning again. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he's doing it. He's marching his king forward. How
and the king is going to hide
Artemiev lost control?
Yeah, it was just the clock. He had to make decisions, critical decisions with no time on the clock. And still, he's playing with just seconds left. And he's going for the d-pawn. There's been a trade, but everything is holding because the rook is doing an amazing job on f5. And that warrants resignation. A win on demand for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. And he's done it. He's going to take it to Armageddon. Wow. I mean, we knew that this match was going to be exciting. We knew that this match was too close to call. And we have the evidence right here on our screens, John.
Absolutely fantastic stuff. MVL doing MVL things once again. And we go for the second time in this World Cup to an Armageddon game. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Vladislav Artemiev, only one of them can make it through to the next round of the World Cup. And we can say with certainty now, the next game will determine who that is. Grab yourself a drink and stick around because you're not going to want to miss this. Welcome back to Armageddon at the FIDE World Cup. What on earth is Armageddon? A couple of you might be asking. Here's how it works. If the match is still tied after 10, yes, 10 games, we have bidding Armageddon. So both players will bid for a time with the black pieces, and they're actually bidding for the lowest number. And that's because whichever player bids with the lowest number starts with the black pieces, and white will get 4 minutes. Now, why would you be bidding for the lower number, I hear you ask? Because if this game is a draw, the player with the black pieces goes through. So black plays with less time, and they get draw odds. We know from taking a look at the video footage of the camera that the winning bid was 2 minutes and 42 seconds. Before they sit down at the board, David, Jovi, immediate predictions. Who's got the black pieces?
After you, Ivanka. I think... I think it's Artemiev. Just because I've seen it on the screen. Sorry.
Oh, no! That is absolute... Okay, so... I'm obviously going to throw it to you guys to commentate through the game, but Artemiev, who spent 1 minute and 40 seconds in a 3-minute game thinking about a move in that last game, won the bid and is playing 2 minutes 42. What? Okay, one thing's for sure now. MVL's just doing MVL things, but to be fair, Jovi, based on how Artemiev's been handling the clock in these blitz situations, if he wins from here, totally deserved.
Yeah, well, he's got more time in this Armageddon game than he did on the other 3 minutes. Well, not that much less time anyway. So I think he'll be very comfortable skirting around with no time. I mean, after all, he's used to playing with 1.5 minute deficits. So why not take the black pieces and get those draw odds? And for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, well, he's going to have that 4 minutes. They do get that 2-second time bonus per move. So it's a unique kind of Armageddon system. Usually with Armageddon, you don't get any increment at all. Or if you do, you get it when you've completed move 40. But there's not going to be any kind of race to flag in this particular situation. But for Artemiev, he's been doing quite well with the black pieces, especially responding to Maxime Vachier-Lagrave's e4 with e5.
Yeah, in terms of the positions, he's been totally fine, but it's just the clock situation. The only logical explanation is that he figures he'll be down at 2 minutes 42 within 5 moves anyway. So he might as well get the result odds, get the draw result in his pocket. He knows himself. He knows his biggest weaknesses. Chess players are very self-aware. So I think he's playing to that. Like, at least he gets the draw odds. So we'll see. It's very, very brave. Maxime will try and do exactly what he did in the previous game. Get a position, just drag it out as long as possible and try to elicit a mistake as soon as the opponent's down to pure increment. But we'll see. Will it be white striking again? Maxime has never led in this match so far, but the floodgates did open when Artemiev won a game a bit earlier, and it's been decisive results ever since, so he'll hope to keep that going. It's game on, e4, e5. Ivanka, we're back in it, and it's back to a Spanish opening.
Yes, and well, we've tried a lot of things. We've tried delayed exchange variation. It's on our screens one more time. That's C3 occurring, and here now we see a pause from Artemiev. He can't think that long. He's got choices. He can go out with a bishop to g4, can also go back with a knight on f6, and then just defend the pawn on e5.
Yeah, bishop g4 is one of the main theoretical moves. Knight d7 is known to be the solid one. If you don't want to think too much, he doesn't have time to think too much, so he allows d4. We'll see a trade of pawns in the center, and it might be very, very similar to the previous encounter when these two also had the delayed Spanish exchange. But look at the hesitation. He started up 1 minute and 20, Vachier-Lagrave. He's now up 2 minutes. And we see a trade of pawns in the center. White's bishop's going to come out. White's rook's going to come out. Easy play for white. More difficult for black. I think this is a good opening choice for Vachier-Lagrave.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and also if it means his opponent starts burning time on the clock, well, that's also going to give him some hope. Out comes the bishop. Haven't we been here before? Knight to c5 was played.
Yeah, that was with a white rook on e1, the white knight back on b1. So very, very similar. Almost the same. But here, white retreats the queen. Last time we saw a queen trade, and we saw Artemiev solve all of its problems before going on to get a losing position and then ending up winning. This time, queen's on the board, and yeah, look at the clock. I mean, 2.5 minute difference between them. He knew he'd be down at 5 seconds in no time at all anyway. So it's just about whether he can cling on here in the position, Ivanka.
Yes, and where he goes around with the knight, attacks the bishop, queen, of course, is attacked, so it needs to move. And now bishop to g3 is the move that I'm expecting from Maxim, and sure enough, it appears. And it's nice to see that Artemiev has sped up, attacking the queen, driving it one square backwards. So queen e2 is the move I'm expecting. But I can understand why Artemiev is thinking very carefully here, because it's not immediately obvious the way to untangle this bishop from c8.
It might need a few moves. You might need to play like b6, a5, bring the bishop out, or b6, just put it on b7, hope that diagonal opens up later. But it is very, very slow. And he's reaching for his f-pawn. He plays f6. Last time he played f5, but that was with the queen's off. This time he's aiming to just plant his queen on the f7 square, or maybe use his rook on the f7 square to allow the bishop to develop. Maxim's just going to shuffle some pieces, keep that 2-minute, 10-second time advantage. It almost doesn't matter. Like, as long as he doesn't blunder, Maxim, like, as long as he gets moves on the board, keeps his 2-minute time advantage, sooner or later, Artemiev's going to be down on seconds, right? And then you just hustle. That's the strategy in Armageddon chess.
Well, he's already under a minute, so rook to f7 is a really nice move that I was expecting, but he's gone for a different approach. a5, b6, the bishop will come out via a6.
He's playing like it's a rapid game or a classical game. Artemiev, he's still thinking he's down at 40-something seconds against over 3 minutes. Featured chat getting stressed just witnessing the clock handling here by Artemiev, who does improve his queen. Very logical move. Stops b4 as well, which Vasily Graf was hinting at. Yeah, it's been perfect play by both sides so far, Ivanka, but it's hard to take our eyes off the clock, right?
Yes, it is definitely hard to take our eyes because he's just down to 40 seconds and it's just a 2-second increment, which is barely enough time to even make your move. So queen goes out to c3 and Maxim being very tricky, you know, b6 is going to come with consequence because it weakens c6. So he drops his bishop back to b6 instead and gets ready to go bishop d7 and connect the rooks in that way.
That's a very good move from Artemiev. Safety first. Keep everything protected so you don't blunder one movers when low on time, when just relying on increment. That tends to be the kind of first step. Knight to c5 is also in the air, threatening to win a pawn. Maxim's e-pawn is very vulnerable. It's not easy to defend it, actually. So some trouble for the Frenchman, who is using some of his time advantage. Not sure how to fend that off. Maybe b4, but that looks a bit weakening. He's playing on the wrong side of the board.
Yeah. You could also go rook e1 as well, just to anticipate a knight coming to c5 and set up some kind of pin. I think the main thing is that you just don't want to be determining the situation and giving Artemiev those easy moves. And Artemiev, you know, he's a very, very classy player, quickly offering a queen up for exchange. And he's a maximalist at heart as well, because he wants a queen trade. And then once that a knight appears on c5, it's going to be very, very effective. And now you can just slide the king over to h8.
Well, that's such a tricky move. He's baiting Artemiev here to spend more time thinking about queen takes pawn, but the white knights will jump forward. The pin is deadly. He goes back with his queen. I liked your king move, Ivanka, but this one is also safety first. I think a good decision for Vasily Graf. Keep the queens on the board. In Armageddon, you need to go either super direct on the attack or you need to maintain tension, one or the other. And there we go. The diagonal is blocked. The white knight stays on the board. And the black knight moves out the way. He's insisting.
Yeah, but the stress, David, has now kicked in because Artemiev is now down to 13 seconds. And he's offered up a trade of queens that is given an incorrect move because now the knight can come in and give a check. You can't take it.
You can't take it. The queen's come off. The black knight forced to retreat. And now Maxim's going to remove the bishop pair. There we go. He's playing with a better pawn structure. We've been here before. We've seen this exact structure. And the fact that white has the 4 on the king side versus the 3. Black's got double pawns. This is a huge advantage long-term for Vachier Lagrave. And he's still got time on the clock. 2 seconds for... Oh, he's got to move. 2 seconds, 1 second. Oh, Artemiev.
Oh, gosh. Living life on the edge.
Rook to e1 now. Vachier Lagrave might play pawn to a4 if he wants to block the black pawns moving. Ah, look at this. Just the stress on his face. He's looking at the clock every move, Artemiev. He can't focus. It's so difficult now.
Okay, keep your eyes on the camera because that is going to tell us absolutely everything. Just 4 seconds on the clock. It almost feels like the moves are irrelevant. But Artemiev still holding the balance now, just getting the bishop out of the way. You can't take on a5 because the pawn on a4 would be hanging at the end of the day. But rook a8, and Artemiev has not managed to build any time. He's still only on 4 seconds.
Oh, 2 seconds, 1 second. Oh, he played that move with less than 1 second on his clock, surely.
2, 1.
And again, how is he doing this? Rook to d8 now looks like infiltration. Maxime just keeping the tension going back. And now we finally see a blunder. Rook to d5 will likely win a pawn after this trade. There we go. He finally makes an objective slip, Artemiev. He's going to drop the b5 pawn. Time trouble is making its presence felt. The white knight goes back and... Oh, look at this.
3,
the white rook is
2.
trapped, though, after c6.
Oh, 2, 1. And he's just trading off bishops. And he can't really hesitate here. He just has to find the moves. And again, 3, 2. Oh, this is crazy stuff.
Yeah, it's just random, his moves at this point. Like, he's desperately trying not to get flagged, but he's just forgetting about the board, forgetting about the position. He's down a pawn. It's soon to be more. The white knight is now coming in. This is total dominance on the board from Vachier Lagrave. Artemiev knows it. The knight coming forward. A knight check now will likely drive the black king away from the defense of its own knight. And that will be good night to Artemiev's chances. That is a deadly check. Just take the knight now. Simplify everything. Vachier Lagrave is about to win on the board.
Yeah, he just has to steady his nerves. Just some quick calculation and that capture of the knight. Oh, he doesn't go for it. Instead, he maintains his knight. That's also good enough. He can also just enjoy the space that he has. Knight to d6 being big threat. Handshake. And Maxime Vachier Lagrave wins the Armageddon, which means that he goes through to round 4. And a handshake there from our players. So nice to see that the two players acknowledge what an effort it has been. Wins on demand, absolute sensational time troubles. And in the end, it was Armageddon that decided it all. Wow, John, what drama.
That was the equivalent of, I don't know, in other esports, the lower bracket comeback victory again and again and again, because MVL needing to win on demand, then winning on demand again, going all the way to Armageddon. And as we predicted, but I think it's far from expectation, time played the biggest, the most critical role here, and Maxime Vachier Lagrave moves on to the next round of the World Cup. David, I have a problem with this. He still looks so cool. Like, come on. I need a shred of emotion from this guy.
Exactly. He's so cool. He's so calm. He's always been that way, Maxime Vachier Lagrave, ever since I first met him. That's why I call him Le Suave. He's just such a difficult opponent as well, because he never betrays emotion. Artemiev, still there, by the way, waiting for an interview. I want to credit him for putting up that fight. He was never behind until the Armageddon game. It took 11 games to separate them. And yeah, one of the nicest guys I've ever met, Artemiev. Always has time to say hello to everyone and never reacts badly to a defeat. He'll be back in future years, but ultimately it was the day of the Frenchman. What a marathon that was.
Absolutely brutal for Artemiev, but always classy and extremely professional. Jovi, even though our focus is on MVL for going through, Vladislav Artemiev has certainly given us a lot to think about and a lot of entertainment here as well throughout his time at the World Cup. That was a sensational way to bow out if ever you had to pick.
Yes, I mean, if you had to pick a way to leave the competition, do it in style, do it in Armageddon, take it all the way down to the wire. I mean, it was a match with a lot of turns and unexpected twists. And in the end, it was Artemiev's clock handling that was his downfall. It took 11 games to get it there, but that was indeed the weakness. But Artemiev, we can't take anything away from him. What a fantastic competitor. And for Maxime as well, because at some point in that match, it looked like Maxime was on the brink of being eliminated.
He definitely was, and he found his way back. God knows how many times. He's used up a lot of those 9 lives, that is for sure. It also means that we now have full clarity on what happens in round number 4 of the FIDE World Cup. All of the players have now been cemented into their spot, into a rest day as well. So they're going to have the day off tomorrow to do what they want, which is fantastic. Probably a lot of them will just want a little bit of rest. But let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket as it stands now that the names are there.
Yeah, and heading in, we can see the elimination of one person in round 3, and that was Gukesh, which means that in round 4, it's going to be Frederick Svana against Shant Sargsyan. And meanwhile, when we go down to the other brackets, there's been so many dramas, so many eliminations of the top seeds in the upper bracket that Yangyi is now one of the top seeds in the upper bracket. He's facing off against the very dangerous youngster Yavakir Sindarov. And as we work our way down, we see Niels Grandelius. He managed to survive, managed to get that comeback win, but he won against Pentala Harikrishna. Well, he's playing against Pentala Harikrishna, who is a man who's quite simply on form. And then in this particular bracket, we saw again surprises with Abdu Satrov being knocked out. And as we see, round 4, Alexei Sarana against Jose Martinez.
And moving further down the top half of the bracket, we see Pranav, World Junior Champion, facing off against Nodibek Yakuboev, the final representative of Uzbekistan. That's going to be a close match, but both of them just pleased probably to make it to round 4. Awanda Liang against Gabriel Sargsyan. Again, 2 very experienced grandmasters. Awanda Liang on the younger side here, but both of them have earned their place in the next round. Moving further down, we see Liemle, one of my sleeper picks, one of the dark horses I thought before the event, one of the few 2700 players left. He faces Karthik Venkataraman, a underdog who's made it through a few tiebreaks so far in the event. And moving down, the all-German clash, the German derby between candidate Matthias Blubaum and Alexander Donchenko, who knocked out Anish Giri. That's a battle of friends. It's going to be fascinating to watch that after the rest day.
And in that top bracket as well, Liemle and Yangyi are now the top seeds in the upper half of the bracket, so potential great chances for the candidates there. But moving on to the second half, we've got Prague taking on Danil Dubov, defeating Georg Mayer today, and having to deal with Prague as a direct result of that. That is going to be tantalizing. We then have Sam Shankland against Richard Rapport. 2 fan favorites from all over the world are going to be locking horns there. Only one of them can make it to round 5, unfortunately, but that again will be fireworks. MVL now has successfully advanced 6-5. That is not a typo. They went the distance here and went all the way to Armageddon, and he will be facing off against Alexei Grebnev, who did defeat Stamatis without the need for tiebreaks. And then Andrei Esipenko, who we also saw win today, takes on the might of Vincent Keimer, a player who has seriously been on form this year, and it will be entertaining to see how they manage to maneuver around each other. Can Vincent be stopped? Wei Yi, in the meantime, takes on Parham Maksudlu. That is a titanic clash, and Parham is going to have one eye, I say both eyes, frankly, on a spot at the candidates. It is all he cares about, getting to the World Championship match. So he is going to be laser focused on trying to take down Yangyi here. Again, another on the board battle that will be fabulous. Sam Sevian then takes on the lowest remaining seed in the competition in round 4, Lorenzo Ladici. But when we say lowest seed, he beat Hans Niemann and then beat Michael Adams in succession. So absolutely on form and incredibly scary to be coming up against him. That is great fun over there. Levon Aronian then will be taking on Radoslav Wojtacek. And this is good fun too. Fedoseev going down in the last round, as well as Saleh Salem. So defeating some incredibly strong grandmasters to get to this point of the competition. And again, only one of them will make it through to round 5. And then finally, Peter Leko. But hang on, Arjun Erigaisi, his opponent here. I don't even know what to say there. I think possibly the highest rated, or one of the highest rated players certainly left in the competition. Huge local favorite and huge hero. Can Peter Leko take down a giant? We'll be very keen to see how that moves through to our top 16. Now, here are what the seeds look like. We only have 2 players still left from the bottom half here, 106 to 206. Lorenzo Ladici, still the lowest. I don't know if he's the lowest rated, but he's the lowest seeded player, so I think probably left in the competition. And that is, well, that's going to change because he's going to pick up a bucket load of points based on how he's playing. And then in the top half of this transit board, we can see, okay, quite a lot of the top seeds are still in, but plenty of surprises, and definitely not as skewed towards the left side of the screen as perhaps we originally expected. Jovi, this is sort of skewing towards the top seeds, but not really by that much. It's been a very entertaining and somewhat unpredictable World Cup.
Somewhat unpredictable. If it's felt like a lottery at times, John. You know, I'm down for it because it's fantastic to see a lot of new names going there. They're fighting for those top spots. And with this format, with it being single elimination, it just adds that layer of intrigue, nerves, tension, and surprise. So I'm thinking that round 4 is going to be also pretty epic.
Now, David, in 2 minds here about the rest day. The players have played many days in a row, especially the ones that have gotten to tie breaks. But for the players who are in form, is there any argument to say that the rest day gives their opponents an opportunity to catch up? Would they just be eager to play more chess because there isn't any on tomorrow?
Exactly. The players tend to be split into 2 camps. Those who love a bit of rest, who like turning up to games after a good night of sleep with deep preparation behind them, many hours sat there with a computer. There are also players who like to just turn up, keep the momentum going. And especially those informed players you mentioned, John, they will be gutted that they might have had one day off today if they weren't forced to tie breaks and another one tomorrow. Can they find their A game, find their form when they're forced to play again? Personally, as a commentator, I'm glad it's a rest day. That gives me more time to study the Frankenstein Dracula variation that we saw earlier between Dubov and Jörg Meyer. But yeah, it's going to be fascinating. I can't believe we've only had 3 rounds so far. We've had so much action.
And there's more to come as well. Just as a reminder, this is nowhere close to the end of the tournament. If anything, we are just about creeping towards halfway. We started on the 1st of November, and the World Cup doesn't end until the 26th of November. So we're going to be here a little while, and we've only now just discovered who all of the players will be heading into round number 4. Absolutely brutal stuff, but at the same time, very unique in the chess world, with 3 spots at the candidates up for grabs. All of the players are going to be laser focused on exactly what that means for them. Jovi, David, I will end with one question to the both of you. If you can pick a non-2700 player that you want to see make a huge deep run, maybe even make it to the final, do you have a personal favorite that you'd love to see absolutely crush it from round 4 onwards? David, let's start with you.
No way, Jose. I'll say Jose Martinez. That would be fun.
Jovi, how about you?
There's a lot of big names that I'd love to see. Non-2700. Actually, wouldn't mind seeing how Sam Sevian do very, very well. He's such a fantastic player, such a also very nice man, and very, very friendly. So I'm a big fan of people who are just good, and he's one of those.
Excellent stuff. Well, that means that we have concluded our coverage here for this particular round. I am rooting and will always be rooting for Peter Lecco. I want to see him do well, but we're not going to be seeing him do well tomorrow, and that's because it's a rest day. We will be back here, same time, same place, everybody, on Tuesday for more from the FIDE World Cup from Goa. I hope you folks enjoy the rest day and have a wonderful rest of your evening and weekend. Stay safe, everyone, and we'll catch you on the flip side. Good night.
December, the world turns to Doha, Qatar for chess at its fastest and fiercest. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships bring the globe's elite to battle under lightning time controls. December 26th to December 30th, Rapid and Blitz formats designed to reward precision, courage, and creativity. In the heart of the Middle East, Doha offers more than a board, a world-class venue, a cultural backdrop, and a stage worthy of legends. With a €1 million prize fund on the line and the title of world champion at stake. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships, the ultimate test of fast chess.
Welcome to the FIDE Online Chess Museum. The International Chess Federation proudly presents the FIDE Chess Museum, an online space celebrating the rich history and evolution of chess. Explore exhibits that trace the game's fascinating journey. Discover the origins of chess, beginning in the distant past, and follow FIDE's centenary journey. Rare chess sets, unique books and memorabilia, autographs of chess legends, trophies of historical tournaments, and stories of the chess champions. Explore the game's legacy and future. Chess is more than a game. It's a global culture of strategy and unity. Join us to experience this unique online journey where history, culture, and passion for chess converge. And also on your phone.
I don't want your love.